Hey you all, welcome to Just a Shinobi. Today, we dive into an exciting what-if scenario. What if Naruto has wood release style? Part 3. Thanks for loving previous 2 parts. Hope you enjoy this, hit subscribe for more thrilling content. Explore my other videos, share with friends, enjoy them too, and drop your thoughts in the comments below. It motivates me. Let's not waste any time. Jump into today's what if. Sasuke scoffed to himself. Somehow, he felt like he'd drawn the short straw. Naruto was probably having a much more interesting fight than him and Kakashi. After all, you couldn't really call this a fight, chasing after that Deidara guy. I think this is far enough, they heard Deidara say, before spinning around and launching 8 clay projectiles at Kakashi and Sasuke, who dodged to the sides just in time for the clay birds to explode. Sasuke, did you see it? Kakashi asked as the two landed next to each other on the ground, looking up at Deidara through the trees. Yeah. Seems like he's a one-trick pony too, so this should be easy. Don't get too cocky, Sasuke. He's an S-rank ninja for a reason, Kakashi muttered, staring up at Deidara with his Sharingan. Now I hope you're not going to be reluctant to strike such a handsome opponent. Sasuke blinked at that and glanced at Kakashi. Was that a gay joke? Maybe. Besides, how would you know handsome? Never mind. Let's just focus on this fight. Hey. Stop ignoring me or you'll pay for it, Kakashi and Sasuke only just then noticed the clay bird between them. Their eyes widened just as it exploded. Deidara gave a bark of laughter as he stared down at the cloud of smoke that rose from the explosion. I'm disappointed. I expected more from Itachi's little brother, Deidara's eyes widened when a blade was suddenly placed at his throat, a chikuto to be exact. He looked over his shoulder, to see Sasuke standing behind him on the bird, holding the sword with his Sharingan blazing. Then I'll have to put on a good show, won't I? TCH. According to reports, you use explosive clay to attack, but I haven't seen nearly as many explosions as were reported from your attack on the Kazekage, Sasuke said, a smirk appearing on his face. I'm guessing you don't have too much clay left. Is that so, Deidara asked, smirking as well. What do you think you're standing on, moron? Sasuke glanced down, to see that his feet had sunk into the bird. He tried to pull them out, but it was like hardened cement. When he looked up at Deidara again, his eyes widened upon seeing the former IWA ninja also turning into clay. Katsu! Was heard from the trees below, and both Deidara and the bird blew up. Sasori looked emotionless, but anyone could see in his eyes that he was at least a bit irritated. Slowly, he reached up and started unbuttoning his coat. It really has been a long time, he said slowly, before taking off his coat, making Naruto, Hinata, and Chiyo's eyes widen since I used myself. Sasori's entire body was that of a puppet. He had 4 long blades on a mechanical arm sticking out of either side of his lower back, a holder for 4 scrolls on his back, a stinger on a spool of rope in the empty and open stomach cavity, some kind of compartment in the right side of his chest, and a piece of flesh stuck in the left side of his chest, which had the kanji 4 scorpion painted on it. He turned himself into a puppet. Naruto muttered in amazement. I thought it was strange that he hadn't aged a day since the last time I saw him, Chiyo mumbled gravely. His chakra is flowing from that thing in his chest. Hinata said softly, focusing her Byakugan on Sasori. I think that is what is keeping him alive. Sasori raised his hands, showing 2 metal tubes sticking out of his palms. Naruto and Hinata only had a second to go wide-eyed, before they both had to dodge a stream of white-hot flames shooting out of each tube. Suiton, Suijin Heki! Naruto called out after forming a set of seals, spitting out a large amount of water, which formed a wall in front of him, blocking the stream of fire, while Hinata and Chiyo did a very good job of dodging. What's wrong? Sasori said as the fire died down, and one of the scrolls on his back disintegrated. Too hot for you? Without waiting for a response, Sasori leaned back, and the stinger shot out of his stomach, heading straight for Naruto at an amazing speed. What he didn't expect was for Naruto to lash out with his leg, kicking the stinger into the air, before lashing out and grabbing the rope. Mistake, Naruto concluded with a grin, before giving the rope a yank. Sasori was sent hurling toward Naruto, who cocked his fist back as he packed it with chakra. However, the blades on Sasori's back started spinning and moved forward, so that they were spinning protectively in front of the puppeteer. Naruto's fist clenched, the chakra packing into and casting a shockwave that cracked the ground. Time it right! Naruto yelled in his mind as the puppet came flying toward him. His fist rocketed toward the redhead, and he watched almost in slow motion as it neared Sasori, slipping right between 2 of the spinning blades and smashing into Sasori's chest. Sasori was smashed into pieces, the punch scattering them all over the cave with the force of it. Gotcha, Naruto said triumphantly, grinning. Well done, Naruto-kun. Hinata praised with a smile as Naruto turned around and walked over to her and Chio. Thanks. Sorry you didn't get to fight the Sandaime. I guess I'm just a glory hog, Naruto said, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. He blinked, however, when his senses picked up on movement, and he spun around to see the pieces of Sasori moving across the ground, gathering together and slowly reforming his body. Senju Naruto. Sasori muttered as his head reattached itself to his body. I never thought I'd have to use this technique against a single shinobi. He took a scroll off his back and tossed it into the air. It unfurled, and he opened the compartment on the right side of his chest, sending out hundreds of chakra strings as a massive amount of smoke exploded from the scroll. When it cleared, the team went wide-eyed. Floating above Sasori was at least 100 different puppets, and Naruto could bet that each and every one of them had at least one poison-coated blade hidden somewhere on them. How is that? Naruto muttered, screwing his eyes shut and shaking his head. When he opened his eyes again, the puppets were still there, so he clearly wasn't imagining it. Scratch that, I'm not going to ask if it's possible, since it clearly is, but are you freaking kidding me? How am I going to explain this? Sasori muttered, burying his face in his palm and looking genuinely embarrassed. How long it took me to take down 2 brats and an old hag. That I even had to take out my last trick. He looked up, a deadened and very dangerous look in his eye. Akahiji, Hayaki no Sawan, Red Secret Technique, performance of 100 puppets. I will show you its power. Chio reached into a pouch on her hip and took out a scroll, unrolling it and slamming her hands together. Out of the scroll, 10 puppets were summoned into existence, and Naruto had to admit that they looked a lot more badass than Sasori's puppets. Right, Naruto said with a grin. Guess we've got more soldiers on our side now. Alright. He punched his fist into his palm. Let's do this. Dangerous, dangerous. Sasuke muttered, landing on top of a tree and patting his smoldering right sleeve. Guess that's what I get for getting a big head. Almost got you, Uchiha Sasuke HN. Sasuke looked to his right, so see Deidara floating on another clay bird, smirking at the Uchiha. You did, Sasuke admitted. But how do you know I didn't just do that to lure out the real you? Deidara snorted at that. Are you expecting me to buy that? Even if you survived the explosion, you really expect me to believe you'd risk your life just to lure me out? Well, my life was never really in danger. The only risk was that I might get burned, Sasuke said with a smirk. The main purpose of that stunt was not only to lure out the real you, but also to take your mind off of Kakashi. This statement made Deidara blink. Wait, what? Suddenly, a lightning-covered hand burst out of Deidara's chest, making his eyes widen in surprise and pain as he looked over his shoulder, to see Kakashi standing behind him, his Sharingan spinning slowly in its socket. Wyu. Deidara hissed, raising his hands slowly and forming a half-ram seal. He was shocked, however, when Sasuke's sword came flying through the air, piercing the clay bird. Electricity was arcing along the blade. It's no use trying to blow us up, Kakashi said calmly. We have already read your techniques with our Sharingan. We're using our right-hand jutsu to nullify your Doton jutsu. Your bombs are duds. TTCH. Gee goddamn Sharingan. Bastards. Deidara growled out, glaring from Kakashi to Sasuke. I'll get you. HN. That's not going to happen, Kakashi said simply. Sasuke. Right. Sasuke jumped, crossing the distance between them. As he landed on the clay bird, he stepped toward Deidara and grabbed his sword. The blade flashed, and the next second Deidara's head was flying through the air, separated from the body with a look of utter shock on his face. Immediately, the clay bird stopped flapping its wings and started falling toward the ground. Kakashi leapt off, taking Deidara's body, while Sasuke jumped off to grab Deidara's head in the air. I guess he was too dangerous to bring back alive, Kakashi reasoned as he laid the body down on the ground and pulled his hand out of it. But we'll have to bring the body back to Konoha for study, at least. Yeah, Sasuke said, landing next to Kakashi and setting down the head. Let's seal it up and go help the others. Do you really think they need it? Better safe than sorry. One of 100 puppets was smashed to bits just a couple of feet away from Hinata, who gave Naruto, the one who had smashed it, a grateful look. Thank you, Naruto-kun. I missed that one. In this crowd, that can be forgiven, Naruto said with a grin, flashing through hand seals. Mokuton, Hoyu no Niwa, Wood Element, Embracing Garden. Several thorny wooden vines burst from the ground and wrapped around 20 of the attacking puppets, crushing them to pieces. As Naruto focused on the technique, 2 more puppets came at him from the side, but before they could reach him, Hinata blurred into view and cut the chakra string holding them with her jukin. Hack Kushu, 8 trigrams vacuum palm. She called out, lashing out with a palm thrust at the 2 puppets, blowing them away with what appeared to be a gust of wind. Chiyoba, how are you holding up? Naruto asked the old lady, who leapt over to land next to him, her fingers moving with a surprising grace for someone her age. I'm feeling a bit stiff and tired, but I suppose that's something that comes with age, she admitted. Naruto-kun, you will need to go for Sasori. If you take him out, none of these puppets will pose any danger. From what I can tell, Naruto-kun, it is that piece of flesh in his chest that is keeping him alive, Hinata said, blocking an attack and countering with a Juken strike. Go, we can handle this. Naruto grinned and charged forward, swerving between the attacking puppets and dodging as best he could. He gritted his teeth when he felt a blade cut up his cheek, and another cutting him in the shoulder. Nonetheless, he kept up his charge, heading straight for a surprised Sasori. Just die already! Naruto barked as he held out his hand. A ball of wildly spiraling chakra formed above his palm as he sped between two puppets and crossed the distance to Sasori, who only had time to go wide-eyed before the blonde slammed the ball into the piece of flesh in his chest with a cry of Rasengan. He didn't cry out in pain, however. Perhaps he simply couldn't feel pain. In any case, he maintained a surprised look as his body was once more blown to pieces. This time, though, the flesh wasn't just sent flying. It was completely shredded by the attack, spattering the walls of the cave with tiny pieces of flesh. Immediately, the 50 or so remaining puppets stopped moving, dropping lifelessly to the ground. Feeling confident enough to relax a bit, Naruto let out a sigh. This fight took way too long. Naruto-kun? Hinata uttered, watching Naruto cautiously as she approached him. Slowly, he sank down on one knee, exhaling once more. This is one damn potent poison, he mumbled. Hinata. You made antidotes, right? Why, yes. Please, hold still, and I'll administer it right away. Slowly, Naruto's gaze drifted toward Gaara's lifeless body, which was laying by the wall of the cave. Amazingly, it hadn't been disturbed by the battle that had taken place. It's a shame we were too late, he said softly as Hinata stuck him with an auto-injector, which pumped the antidote into his bloodstream. He was way too young for this. Chio made her way over, looking tired but still fit for another bout. Her gaze was sad as she looked at Gaara, her brow furrowing. I am the reason why this happened, she said softly. I was the one who performed the jutsu that sealed the Shikaku inside Gaara. If it wasn't for that, he would have led a good life. And he wouldn't have been targeted by the Akatsuki. Don't blame yourself, Naruto muttered, rising to his feet with Hinata's help. There's nothing you can do now. There is one thing I can do, Chio said slowly. An old hag's way of making up for her mistakes in life, I suppose. What do you mean? Naruto asked curiously. I have a jutsu that I had been saving for Sasori, should he ever need it, Chio said. It's a tensei ninjutsu, life transfer technique. It can save Gaara. It was a week later that found Naruto sitting at Ichiraku Ramen with Sasuke. He was grinning happily to himself while waiting for his ramen to be served. Well, at least now we know we're ready for the Akatsuki, he said, flashing Sasuke a thumbs up. During our first encounter with them, we killed 2, and we defeated Itachi, even if it was just a strange clone with less power. It doesn't sound as impressive when you say it like that, though, Sasuke muttered. The only difference, I think, is that if he'd been at full power, it would have just taken a bit longer. Maybe, Sasuke said, nodding slowly. Still, I can't shake the feeling that he was just playing with us. You sure that's not just because he's your brother? Like summon-born, permanent suspicion that he's purposefully being a dick against you in particular? Sasuke blinked at that and gave Naruto a strange look. In response, the blonde shrugged. Hey, I don't know. I've never had a blood brother, remember? I don't know how those relationships work. Speaking of relationships, I've noticed that you've been getting a lot of female attention lately, Sasuke said with a smirk. I guess now that I'm off the market, they're settling for the second best, eh? This earned him a glare from Naruto. You do realize that I can break your face with a flick of a finger, right? Point taken. But while we're on that topic, has anyone caught your interest yet? Naruto wanted to know, to which Sasuke scoffed. Why would I tell you? You've probably got 10 scathing jokes all lined up. Well, they're just jokes. But if you're insistent, I'll keep them to myself. I seriously do want to know if I'll have a prospective brother-in-law soon. Well, you wouldn't really be brothers-in-law, since we're not actually related. Well, we should be. Naruto barked. We did the blood pact, we've grown up together, we're about as close as we could possibly get without sharing parents. Plus, we'll be doing that clan alliance once I become head, so there's that as well. I think I have the right to call any guy you fall for my brother-in-law. Sasuke smiled softly as Ichiraku set down their ramen bowls in front of them. I guess that's true. And it's not like I mind. And for your information, yes? Oh ho. Naruto grinned widely. So, anyone I know? If you say Guy, or Lee, I'm going to have to break all of your bones. God no! No, 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 it's not anyone you know, I think, Sasuke said, shaking his head. You know Yama-san at the weapons shop? Eh? I thought you weren't into older men. His son, you moron. He's been giving me glances. Oh. You mean Takashi? Yeah, he's a good guy. Didn't know he leaned that way, though. I'm not totally sure if he does, Sasuke muttered. You know, it's really hard for a gay guy to find someone. For straight people, it's easier. Just look for someone who doesn't have the same reproductive organs as you and your set, but this. I don't know who is available and who isn't. Right. Naruto downed his ramen in record time, paid for the meal, and then dashed off, leaving a blinking Sasuke staring after him. He just ate one bowl? Ichiraka asked in surprise. That's rare. Wonder what got into him. Sasuke muttered, frowning. Though I'm getting this feeling like I need to beat him up for something. Sasuke sat there in puzzled silence for only a few minutes before Naruto came running back to the ramen stand, taking a seat and ordering another bowl. Within moments, the ramen was served, and Naruto wasted no time wolfing it down. Ah, that was good. Another, Naruto said, setting down the bowl with a grin. He looked at Sasuke to see the Uchiha staring expectantly at him. What? What was that all about? Oh yeah, I totally forgot, Naruto said and gave Sasuke a thumbs up. I went to see Takashi. You read his signals correctly. He's interested. This made Sasuke go wide-eyed in shock. You. Yeah, I went and talked to him for you. To Naruto's amazement, the punch that he had been expecting never came. Instead, Sasuke's face turned steadily more red, and then a thud echoed through the ramen stand as Sasuke slammed his face down on the counter in embarrassment. What, was that not alright? A chink was heard as Sasuke's Chikuto clicked out of its sheath. Nah. Are you? Too. Tsunade sat in a smaller meeting room in the Hokage Tower, a room she was sure her predecessor and sensei had spent many hours in, with the very same people who were sitting across from her right now, no doubt. So, Hamura-san, Kohara-ba, what did you need? Tsunade asked in a professional tone of voice, but she knew that the two would try to push their outdated way of doing things onto her. They would try to make her do what they wanted. Some things never changed, after all. Tsunade, we need to talk about Senju Naruto, Hamura said seriously. Somehow, I get the feeling you are going to propose something ridiculous, Tsunade muttered. Do not send Naruto on missions that have a possibility of contact with Akatsuki, Hamura said. And from now on, appoint high-ranking shinobi to watch Naruto. Assign him to four-man teams to reinforce our supervision and guard over him. Also, you should decrease his amount of missions as much as possible, Kohara added, and restrict the range of his movements. Tsunade snorted loudly as she leaned back in her sofa. That is ridiculous, she said, waving them off. Tsunade, Naruto is no ordinary child. He's a Jinchuriki, Hamura argued. Normally, we should not even allow him to leave the village, should keep him under constant supervision. We are making compromises here. Naruto is already in an incredibly capable four-man team, Tsunade said simply. And restricting his movements is out of the question. Even if I somehow agreed to it, even if he somehow did, Akatsuki would still pursue him. The Jinchuriki staying in the village didn't stop them from going after the Kazekage himself, after all. If we confine him to the village, Konoha itself will be in danger. If he's constantly on the move, the Akatsuki will be more hard-pressed to find him. Tsunade's eyes narrowed. Naruto has an incredible power. He is a great asset to Konoha. You are being flippant, Tsunade, Hamura said. Speak like a Hokage. This caused Tsunade to stomp her foot down on the floor, actually shaking the room with the force. That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm not going to lock away one of Konoha's most powerful shinobi. Then, can you truly guarantee that Naruto will not be taken by Akatsuki? Hamura barked, raising his voice and giving Tsunade a stern glare. If Akatsuki takes the Kyuubi from Naruto, they will become an even greater threat to Konoha. Can you guarantee that this will not happen? Tsunade calmed down upon hearing this. To Hamura and Kohara's surprise, the blonde Hokage smiled softly, a smile full of confidence. Naruto will not be taken. I have complete faith in that. And if that belief is mistaken? Kohara said. What will you do? The will of fire burns strongly in Naruto. He will never fall, that is a guarantee. Even if he would come close to it, he has Hyuga Hinata, Hatake Kakashi, and Uchiha Sasuke by his side to support him. And should the impossible happen, should the Akatsuki kill that team and take the Kyuubi, placing Konoha and Fire Country in danger, then I will put my life on the line to save it, as Godame Hokage. A silence followed this. Clearly, Hamura and Kohara didn't really know how to continue. Thankfully, they were smart enough not to use the same argument over and over. They knew that they couldn't play those cards anymore, and had to come up with a new tactic. Tsunade didn't let them start. I am the Hokage of Konoha. Not only that, but I am the head of the Senju clan. Naruto is a Konoha shinobi and member of the Senju clan. As a shinobi, what he does is up to me. As his head, the restrictions placed on his movements are decided by me. Not you. You two are advisors. You may give your opinion, and I'll take it into account, but don't order me around. This is not a democracy. Tsunade scoffed at the two old shinobi and stood up. How's that for speaking like a Hokage? You are still improving, Hyuga Hayashi said as he took a break from his training session with Hinata. They were sitting by the training ground, drinking tea. Hinata nodded silently, and Hayashi took this moment to give his daughter a studying glance. Is it the Senju boy? There was, as always, a tone of slight disapproval in his voice. But it wasn't disapproval towards Senju Naruto himself. He was disapproving toward anyone who wasn't a Hyuga. Hayashi didn't discriminate, after all. Naruto-kun's return has made me happier, father, but it's not him alone, Hinata said softly, a small smile appearing on her face. Our team is back together. It pains me to admit this, but being on the same team as the Uchiha and Senju has been good for you, Hayashi said, his eyes closing to demonstrate just how painful it was to admit that. They seem to be a great inspiration for you. Naruto-kun and Sasuke-kun are born leaders, father, Hinata said. They both inspire me to push on, even when it feels like I may have hit the peak of my potential. They have the ability to help you reach as high as you possibly can. Speak of the devil, Hayashi said suddenly, and just then, there were two blurs in front of them, revealing themselves to be Senju Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Yo! Naruto greeted, raising his hand. Hinata bowed her head in greeting, but Hayashi just closed his eyes in annoyance. This made Naruto furrow his brow. What, you're not gonna ask how we got in? Does it matter? You will just find another way to come here, Hayashi muttered, which caused Naruto to frown. Wow, buzzkill. Hayashi's eyes snapped open to glare at Naruto, who flinched slightly at the intensity. Whoa, easy. I meant no offense. If you want to be a buzzkill, good for you. Goes with the Hyuga head image. Go buzzkilling. You're not making this situation any better, Sasuke quipped, noticing how Hayashi's frown got even harsher. Anyway, we need to borrow Hinata for a while. Why? Hayashi asked, not letting up his glare. Team training, Naruto said simply, walking up to them and placing a hand on Hinata's shoulder. Later. With that, Team 7, including Hinata, blurred away before Hayashi could argue. The three Chunin appeared in the clearing of their usual training ground. The massive forest Naruto had summoned had long since sunk back into the ground thanks to the blonde's manipulation, so it was open once more. Hinata looked from Sasuke to Naruto, seeing the two of them looking a bit uncomfortable. What kind of training do we need to do? She asked hesitantly. She didn't know if she wanted an answer, considering how embarrassed the duo looked. Well, we need to do some more teamwork exercises, Naruto muttered. It's embarrassing to admit, since we're all Chunin, and we've known each other for so long, but the fact is, I wreak too much havoc in my fights. And I'm not exactly careful either, Sasuke muttered. Yeah, I could barely use any of my Mokuton ninjutsu during that fight with Sasori, Naruto said. Since I'm not really careful, there was a chance I might hit you or the old lady with one of my stronger attacks. So we need to get a bit more organized. But shouldn't Kakashi-sensei be here for that as well? We've already contacted him, but you know how tardy he is, Sasuke said, crossing his arms with a frown on his face. We'll get started on some simpler exercises until he gets here. A knock sounded on Tsunade's door, and when Tsunade called enter, it opened to reveal Kakashi, who gave her a lazy wave. You wanted to see me, Hokage-sama? Yes, I want you to break the news to Naruto, because I really don't want to hear his whining, Tsunade said with a nod, which made Kakashi's sweat drop as she reached into a drawer on her desk and pulled out a thick file, holding it out to the Jounin. Team 7 is no longer on the missions list. What's this? Kakashi asked, taking the file and opening it. That is a new group I am putting together, Tsunade said, while Kakashi looked over the roster to see who else was in the group. The Niju Shotai, 20 platoons, is being created for the sole purpose of hunting and killing the Akatsuki whenever they cross the border into Fire Country. I want your team in the group. Naruto would be upset about taking off the missions list, but I guess the thought of hunting Akatsuki would appease him a bit, if only slightly, Kakashi said softly. You said you want my team? I am well aware of how dangerous Akatsuki is, Kakashi, Tsunade said seriously. That is why joining the group is completely voluntary. Kakashi had a small frown on his face. There were many pros and cons to consider. Granted, putting Team 7 in the Niju Shotai would make his students pleased, because it would give them a chance to fight Akatsuki. However, being on the team would take them off the missions list, and no one could know how long it would take until an Akatsuki encounter. Naruto might even manage to drive Kakashi crazy with complaints. But then, Asuma had joined, commanding Shikamaru, Izumo, and Kotetsu, and Asuma would sure never let Kakashi hear the end of it if the Cycloptic Jounin declined a job that the Sarutobi accepted. Very well, Kakashi said after a few seconds of silence, nodding at Tsunade. You can count on Team 7. Excellent, Tsunade said, a pleased smile on her face. Though I wonder, Tsunade-sama, Kakashi muttered, raising his hand to rub his chin, why would you offer Naruto such a job? What do you mean? I'm certain you will never hear the end of this from the elders. I am just surprised you would take all that complaining for Naruto's sake, even if he is your grandson. Usually, I wouldn't bother, that's true, Tsunade said with a nod, but then smiled at Kakashi, but fact remains that Team 7 is probably the strongest shinobi team at my disposal. If anyone can take down an Akatsuki pair, it's you and your brats. Kakashi retained his normal lazy expression, but he was definitely surprised to hear that. While he was used to hearing about what an amazing jounin he was, though Naruto and Sasuke had been doing their damnedest to convince him otherwise during their spars, he had never been told by a Hokage that he was one of the strongest. Not even Minato told him that. I'm honored to hear that, Hokage-sama, he said, bowing his head. Just don't tell Naruto and Sasuke, Tsunade said as she returned to her paperwork, taking the file from Kakashi again. I don't want their heads getting any bigger than they already are. Well, welcome to the Niju Shotai. You're dismissed. Right. Life was pretty good for Naruto. Granted, Kakashi putting them in the Niju Shotai had pissed him off a little. While it would be awesome to go fighting Akatsuki, there was still the fact that they couldn't do missions because they were on standby. So, naturally, Naruto spent most of that time either sparring with Sasuke, Hinata, or Kakashi, or overseeing Konohamaru's training. Unfortunately, that became boring quickly. But all in all, life was good. Since he came back from his training trip, he had noticed that he received considerably less angry stares from the villagers. Some of the shopkeepers even greeted him now, which was cool. And Kurama wasn't as much of a dick as he used to be. And Naruto had still managed to avoid catching the gaze from Sasuke. While he knew that homosexuality wasn't contagious, he loved how annoyed Sasuke got when Naruto claimed that it was. Well, Naruto heard, making him look over his shoulder to see Team 10 approaching, minus Chuji. It was Shikamaru who had spoken, smirking at him. Heard you also got signed up for that troublesome Nijuish Shotai thing. Yeah, Naruto said, nodding and greeting to Ino, who smiled at him. You too? Yeah, Asuma-sensei signed us up, Ino said. Chuji and I are in 9th platoon with Reita-senpai and Aoba-senpai, and Shikamaru is in 4th with Asuma-sensei, Izumo-senpai, and Kotetsu-senpai. Wow, you're not one team? Naruto asked in surprise. Why not? Don't you work best with each other? That's right, you've been away, Ino said in realization. Team 10 has been split up for a whole bunch of missions, and most often we've been paired up with others. Chuji and I work better with Reidu and Aoba than Izumo and Kotetsu do, so we've been swapped. Cool. So, you guys looking forward to kicking some Akatsuki ass? Naruto asked with a grin, which made Shikamaru scoff, while Ino looked a bit hesitant. Get real, Shikamaru muttered as he reached up and scratched the back of his head. Personally, I'm hoping you and your dream team end up saddled with that responsibility. I don't really like getting my ass kicked, even if I do a bit of kicking on my own. Yeah, I don't feel entirely comfortable at the thought of fighting guys like that. Ino muttered in embarrassment. I'm just not as strong as you and your teammates. Yeah, Ino's greatest weapon is her harpy scream, but I don't figure it'd do too much against the Akatsuki Ochi. Shikamaru yelped in pain as he was smashed into the ground by Ino's fist of righteous fury. Shut up, Shikamaru. Geez, that's what I get for agreeing with my teammate. Shikamaru muttered, sitting up and rubbing his head. So anyway, Naruto, what are you up to? Trying to get rid of my restlessness, Naruto answered with a frown. Because of this Nijuish Shotai thing, we're on standby, so we can't go on missions. Hell, I can't even leave the village. And sparring with the team isn't as fun and refreshing as it used to be. Maybe you need to spar with some new blood, Shikamaru mused, which made Naruto grin at him. Are you volunteering, Shikamaru? I'm not stupid, Shikamaru muttered. I'd get killed within 5 minutes. I think you're underestimating your tactical skills, Naruto said, before looking over Shikamaru with a pondering look on his face. But you do look kinda fragile. I guess it's for the best. So, you've got nothing to do, then? Ino asked suddenly, smiling brightly. Nothing planned? No? Good. Would you like to go get a bite to eat with me? Naruto opened his mouth to say no on pure reflex, to claim that he had training to do. Thankfully, his mouth wasn't faster than his brain this time, because he realized that he didn't actually have any training to do. What? He asked, blinking in confusion. Would you like some dango? Ino asked, sliding up to Naruto and looping her arm with his. My treat. Okay? Naruto said hesitantly. Ino had never really shown any real interest in him before. She had always been a Sasuke follower. Was she going for Naruto because he was the second best? If that was it, he didn't really want to hang out with her. But then again, free food. Alright, great, Ino said with a pleased smile as she dragged Naruto off. Shikamaru, let Asuma know I won't be there for team training. Shikamaru watched as Naruto was pulled away by Ino. He reached up and lazily scratched his head. Now why'd she have to decide on Naruto? One loud blonde is troublesome enough, he muttered before frowning. If those two get together, they'll be around each other a lot. And by extension, they'll both be around me a lot. And they'll be loud. Ugh. And then, Sandae started talking about how it was hopeless, Naruto told Hinata as the two wandered through Konoha, having just had lunch at Toyama Dango. So Corky stands up, and she gives him this look, just like Funheim in the movies, and she goes. Naruto set his face in as serious an expression as he could and looked at Hinata out of the corner of his eye. Never give up. As long as we breathe, we can fight. Man. I thought I was gonna cry for sure. Hinata giggled at that, smiling brightly. You sure have been through many adventures on your trip, haven't you, Naruto-kun? Yeah. It just sucked that you guys weren't with me. It would have been much more fun, Naruto said with a grin, which only grew wider as the third member of their team landed in front of them, raising his hand in a wave. Yo, Sasuke. How did the date go? Yo, Naruto, Hinata, Sasuke greeted before nodding. It went surprisingly well. It felt a bit nervous in the beginning, but Takashi is a pretty nice guy. See, aren't you happy I went and flapped my gums to him? Naruto asked happily. If I hadn't, you'd still be stalking him to try to figure out if he was a fellow gay. Yes, I'm grateful you went and asked him, Sasuke said, but added before Naruto could speak, but that does not mean that you're permitted to do anything like that again. He just doesn't want to admit that the direct approach is usually the best, Naruto muttered to Hinata, who much to Sasuke's surprise nodded in agreement. Et2, Hinata? Well, Sasuke-kun, you are usually so brave. But when it came to Takashi-san, you were kind of me-like. I was not. Were to. Was not. Were to, Hinata insisted. And I would know. Wait, you were Hinata-like? Naruto asked, his eyes widening. When? Why was I not around for it? Hinata, don't you dare. He's been coming to the Hyuga compound sometimes for advice, Hinata said, a smile on her face. It clearly showed how at ease she felt around her teammates that she could say something like that without fearing Sasuke's wrath. Eep. Okay, by the fact that Hinata just realized what she had said and took off running, she did fear Sasuke's wrath. Why'd you have to go and scare her off? Naruto muttered, scratching his head. She was gonna buy me ramen. Haven't you already eaten? Sasuke asked, to which Naruto nodded. Yeah, but I always have room for ramen. You know, maybe you should sew up that black hole you call a stomach? Sasuke said with a smirk. Don't want to get fat. I'll never get fat, Naruto said, snorting. The doctors say I've got a high metabolism, he muttered, using air quotes as he mockingly said high metabolism. Sasuke snorted as well at hearing that. He was quiet for a few seconds, and then gave Naruto another smirk. So, I hear you went on a date as well recently. Ino, was it? Yeah, it was pretty strange, Naruto mumbled as he reached up to scratch the back of his head. Didn't really know what to make of her. Thankfully, I'll have a chance to figure her out later. We've decided to go out for dango again soon. Before Sasuke could comment on that, Hinata came running into view. She looked alarmed by something, and it sure as hell wasn't Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, Naruto-kun! She exclaimed as she reached them. The Niju Shotai have been summoned to the Hokage Tower. There's been an Akatsuki sighting. Freakin' finally! Naruto barked, a grin appearing on his face. I've been getting antsy just walking around the village. Let's go! And that's the end of the briefing, Tsunade said, standing on the roof of the Hokage Tower in front of the 80 gathered ninjas, 20 four-man teams, the Niju Shotai. On her right stood Shizen, and on her left stood a monk from the Fire Temple, which had been attacked by the Akatsuki. Does anyone have any questions? Naruto raised his hand, and Tsunade looked at him. Capture or kill? He asked. Capture if possible, but no matter what, do not let them escape. Anyone else? Now Asuma raised his hand. Chiriku, a former member of the 12 shinobi guardsmen, should have been there too. What happened to him? The monk frowned at that and lowered his head. Chiriko-sama died. At the hands of those two scoundrels. As I just said, in the event that capture becomes impossible, eradicate them, Tsunade said. As much as I'd like to find out about their plans, these guys are dangerous. You must not let them leave the country. No matter what, find them. Go! Tsunade threw her arm out, and the 20 teams dashed off. When Team 7, named 5th Platoon in the Nijua Shotai, took a break, it was several miles away from Konoha. As expected, everyone turned to Naruto once they stopped. Naruto, Kakashi said. How far can you stretch your senses? Do you think you can find them from here? Only one way to find out, isn't there? Naruto said as he crouched down and put his hand in a half-rammed seal, before reaching down and pressing his index finger on his other hand into the dirt. His eyes drifted shut as he concentrated harder than ever before. This would be much easier if the whole Nijua Shotai hadn't been sent out, he muttered after a moment. There are many chakra signatures I don't really recognize, but I think I can figure out which ones belong to Konoha. Any signatures that stand out? Sasuke asked, to which Naruto shook his head. Not that I can feel from here. My senses aren't sharp enough yet to stretch across a whole country. Hold on. Naruto pulled his finger out of the dirt and started going through hand seals. As usual, finishing in a snake seal, he slammed his hand down on the ground. Mokuton, Futsu no Urinabe no Jutsu, Wood Element, Buddha's Divining Rod Technique. A tremor went through the ground. Although no member of Team 7 could see it, wooden poles with intricate seal carvings on them sprouted from the ground all around them in a 50-mile radius. What's that? Sasuke asked, furrowing his brow as he looked around to try to figure out what Naruto's jutsu had just done. This is a technique the Shodai created. The Nidain was a sensor, and this technique was created to amplify a Senju chakra signal, Naruto said, putting his hand in a half-rammed seal again and pressing his finger down in the dirt. They catch my chakra and send it out further, increasing my sensing range. Now shut your hole and let me focus. There was a minute of silence, and then a small grin slowly spread on Naruto's face. Ah, there you are. Found them? Kakashi asked, and Naruto nodded. Yeah, 225 clicks northwest. Either they're Akatsuki, or there's two other people with freakish chakra running around in Fire Country. Let's hope not. We've got enough to worry about as it is, Sasuke muttered, looking to the northwest. Well, there's only one way to find out if it's them. With that, the team dashed off. Sensei, Hinata spoke up as they ran. Did the monk give us any intel on the two Akatsuki? Unfortunately, no. He only survived because he wasn't there. He only arrived as they were leaving, Kakashi said, shaking his head. The only intel he could give us was a description of their appearances. Well, appearance-wise, they won't be hard to spot, what with the cloaks and all, Naruto reasoned with a shrug. Team 7 landed on a branch in a tree by the edge of the forest. Before them was a building, which was old and worn down. They had no idea what the front business had been at one point, but it looked abandoned now. However, they all knew that this was a rather well-known exchange point. No doubt, the Akatsuki had come here to turn in Chirika's body for a bounty. Outside the building sat one of the Akatsuki members, a purple-eyed man with slick-back, gray hair, who had a large, three-bladed scythe on his back. That is one strange weapon, Naruto commented as Hinata looked the man over with her Byakugan. It's attached to a rope that's wrapped around his wrist. No doubt, he is proficient in using the scythe for mid-range attacks as well, she informed them, narrowing her eyes slightly. It's strange. Well, naturally, the thing's got 3 blades. No, that isn't what I meant, Hinata said softly. He is completely relaxed. Akatsuki are wanted. Anyone would be at least slightly on guard, but he isn't. It's as though he's not worried about any surprise attacks. So, he's either strong or stupid enough to not worry, Sasuke concluded with a hum. Well, at least we know he is mainly close range. Anyone swinging around a weapon like that is someone who enjoys carnage. I doubt he'd use any jutsu. He doesn't feel like the type. His partner is still an unknown, though, Kakashi muttered. Hinata, can you see inside the building? Hinata focused, then nodded. Yes, I see him. Her eyes widened in shock. What? What's wrong? Naruto asked. This man, he has 5 chakra centers. Hinata whispered in amazement. I have never seen anything like this before. Shit, Naruto muttered in annoyance. I hate running into the unknown. Odds are I'm gonna get hurt. That's not all. This man is also relaxed. Recklessly so. Hinata mumbled. See, can we really take these guys? So long as we take them one at a time, there shouldn't be a problem, Sasuke said, then furrowed his brow and added, hopefully. That's great. Your confidence is truly inspiring, Sasuke. Naruto muttered. Enough, Kakashi ordered, narrowing his eye as he stared at the man sitting outside the building. Naruto, we don't know anything about these guys. It would be best to just take this one out in a single strike, then focus on capturing the other. Do you feel up for a fastball? I knew you were gonna ask that. Naruto muttered as he stood up. I never should have invented that move. Well, you did, and now you're gonna fly, Sasuke said with a smirk, standing up as well and grabbing Naruto by the back of his pants and his collar. Ready? So long as you guys surround me and get ready to swarm the other guy when he comes out, yeah, Naruto said with a nod, steeling himself. Alright, do it. Sasuke lifted Naruto into the air, holding the blonde horizontally in front of him. Kakashi and Hinata backed away to give him some room, and Sasuke started spinning. He picked up more and more speed, until he and Naruto were nothing but a blur, spinning like a top on the branch. Then, Naruto was flung straight at the man, a blonde missile that shot at the Akatsuki with amazing speed. The silver-haired man only had time to look up before he copped a straight right to his face that snapped his head back and sent him flying into and through the entire building, kicking up a massive amount of dust. One down, Naruto concluded as he landed on the steps where the man had been sitting. Now we just have to wait for the other guy. By the other guy, I assume you're referring to me? Naruto's eyes widened, and he spun around to find himself facing down an incredibly unnerving ninja. The man wore the standard Akatsuki cloak. On his head, he wore a sort of gray cowl with a black mask attached to it, which covered the lower half of his face, leaving only a small amount of his tanned face visible, along with a pair of poisonous green eyes with dark pink, almost red sclera. The eyes staring coldly at Naruto spoke of cruelty, sadism, and most importantly, vast amounts of experience, reminding Naruto of the Sandame's eyes during the Chunin exam invasion. I've warned Hayden on countless occasions that he should focus his senses if he desperately feels a need to relax his guard. That should teach him a lesson, the man spoke in a slow, drawling, and rather gravelly tone of voice. Sorry to tell ya, Naruto said with a grin as Sasuke, Kakashi, and Hinata blurred into view around the Akatsuki member, but he won't be learning any more lessons. Is that so? Naruto only had time for his eyes to widen when he heard the whistle of steel cutting through air. He ducked, and a three-bladed scythe passed through the space his neck had previously occupied, flying straight past the surrounded Akatsuki member and toward Kakashi, who went wide-eyed and leapt out of the way. The rope attached to the butt of the scythe was given a yank, and the scythe changed direction in the air, jerking back and heading straight for Hinata, who leapt away as well. Sasuke, however, suddenly found himself an inch away from the other Akatsuki member, who had crossed the distance between them in the blink of an eye. His Sharingan eyes widened and he raised his arm just in time to catch a swing from the man. The next second, he found himself soaring through the air. What the hell, he barked in his mind, flipping and landing on his feet several yards away from the man, who was staring at him in what appeared to be boredom. Regroup. Sasuke leapt backward, putting some distance between them, and was soon joined by the rest of his team, who were all staring at the Akatsuki in shock. Or, more specifically, the Akatsuki member who came up to stand next to his partner. It was the silver-haired one, Hayden, and he looked completely unharmed. That's quite a punch you've got there, Blondie, Hayden said with a grin, tilting his head to the side, hearing several satisfying cracks, before reaching up and wiping blood from his upper lip, which had been pouring from his broken nose. Thought I actually died there for a second. Idiot, the other Akatsuki growled at his partner. I've told you not to relax, moron. Hayden twitched in annoyance, and his head snapped toward his partner. Kakuzu, eat a dick. Not even you would have had time to react to that one. Perhaps not. The speed was impressive. When he reached the edge of my senses, he was 70 feet away from you, and before I even blinked you were suddenly sent flying, Kakuzu commented, looking over the Konoha team. Lots of potential among them. And what's this? Hatake Kakashi, the copy ninja. Your bounty is pretty high. What is this, Naruto? Kakashi asked quietly. I thought you hit him? I did, Naruto muttered, his brow furrowed in confusion. Clean, direct hit straight to the nose. He should be dead. Kakuzu, let's take two each, Hayden said, grinning at the Konoha ninjas, looking them over and sizing them up. I'll take the girl and that blonde shit who punched me. They'll be my ceremonial offerings. You really are a moron, Hayden, Kakuzu growled. Take a good look, that's the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. We want him alive. Huh? Hayden barked in surprise, narrowing his eyes as he stared intently at Naruto. Fuck, you're right. Alright, then I'll take Sword Boy instead. Should prove amusing. Very well, Kakuzu said, setting down the briefcase in his hand. But don't let your guard down, or they'll kill you. TCH, why are you telling me that? Hayden asked with a grin reappearing on his face. If they actually can kill me, I want them to. After all, it's impossible. Kakuzu sighed. Fine, do as you wish. It's not like your death will be a great loss. If you do die, I can just cash in on your bounty. While this, which to the Konoha ninjas looked like a friendly conversation, as they couldn't hear what was being said, was going on, Team 7 were strategizing, all of them with less than pleased looks on their faces. See, this is why I hate rushing into the unknown like that, Naruto muttered. So, apparently Sideboy has his eyes set on you and Hinata, Sasuke. You think it's a good idea to split? Yeah, Hinata and I can separate them from each other. In any event, Kakashi is more in tune with working with your more destructive Jutsu. You'd work best together. Be careful though, Naruto said, raising his fist to Sasuke, who tapped it with his own fist. We still don't know what that freak can do, other than shrugging off one of my punches. Haiden, Kakuzu spoke up loud enough for Team 7 to hear. Take your fight elsewhere. If you're going to do your tedious ceremonial crap, do it away from me. TCH, you fucking atheist piece of shit, Haiden muttered, hefting his scythe. Like I want you to step all over my ritual grounds. Well, come on then, kids, let's go play elsewhere. With that, Haiden leapt off, Sasuke and Hinata following closely, leaving Naruto and Kakashi to face down Kakuzu, who gave both of them cold, calculating looks. Copy Ninja Hatake Kakashi, 70 million Ryu, and another 30 for an intact Sharingan, he spoke up coldly, then turned his gaze to Naruto. Shirzan no Kami, Senjin Naruto, 30 million Ryu. It looks like I stumbled upon 2 big bounties today. Naruto, harden your body and go in close, Kakashi muttered quietly to Naruto. We need to figure out what this guy can do before we can think up a proper plan for how to beat him. Yeah, Naruto said with a nod, flashing through 3 hand seals that ended in a rammed seal. Then, he charged forward at Kakuzu, who didn't even seem to tense up. The punch Naruto threw was a powerful one. It was fast, too, so it came as an amazing surprise when Kakuzu dodged. It was even more surprising when Kakuzu's fist came flying up into Naruto's gut, hitting him with enough force to lift him off the ground and knock the air out of him. While Naruto was in the air, Kakuzu raised his other hand and hit Naruto with an amazingly strong punch that sent him flying straight into the abandoned building, crashing through the wall and causing a decent part of the ceiling to collapse on top of him. Naruto! Kakashi yelled in surprise. He couldn't focus on Naruto, however, as Kakuzu was on him in a heartbeat, engaging him in a taijutsu fight. There was no finesse, no style in Kakuzu's moves. It was all power, and no energy was wasted in any single one of his strikes, all of them striking with almost mechanical precision. Kakashi was slightly faster, however, and with his uncovered Sharingan eye, he managed to predict the shinobi's movements and dodged by a hair's breadth each time. The fighting had to stop, however, and both fighters leapt back to avoid a massive slab of concrete that came flying past them from the hole in the wall. The dust in the hole cleared to reveal Naruto standing, blood pouring down his face from an unseen wound somewhere behind his happuri, or in his hair. Ow, he said simply as he walked out of the hole. Quite the power in you, man. Guess taijutsu isn't the best way to deal with this. Kakuzu's eyes widened when Naruto flashed through a chain of hand seals. Futon Atsudengen! A large ball of air was spewed from Naruto's mouth, tearing up the ground and heading straight for the surprised Kakuzu, who leapt out of the way at the last second. What he hadn't expected was for Kakashi to launch a fireball at him at the same time. The fireball impacted with the Atsudengen just as it passed between them, absorbing the Futon Jutsu and increasing its power as it crashed into Kakuzu, pushing him back a good 20 yards before exploding. Can't have been that easy, Naruto commented as he jumped over and landed next to Kakashi. Nope, still feel him in there, he said with a gesture for the smoke rising from the blast zone. When the smoke cleared, it revealed Kakuzu standing in the crater, looking unharmed. In fact, only his Akatsuki coat had been burned by the explosion and was now hanging from him in tatters. Kakuzu pulled the ruined coat off him, showing that he was wearing some kind of shirt that only covered his front, and not his arms, shoulders, or back. Both Naruto and Kakashi went wide-eyed at seeing that the man had stitches all over his body, and the glare he gave them was not pleasant. He also had 4 strange masks sewn into his skin on his back. How pitiful, to allow myself to be hit by an attack from a pair of runts. Kakuzu glared, hunching forward slightly. Well, given who you are, I guess I can forgive myself. But right now, fun's over. Kakuzu charged forward, and Naruto noticed how his hand turned pitch black as the fist came flying. He hardened his arm and raised his hand, blocking the strike and skidding back from the force. When Kakashi made to move, Kakuzu threw his free hand out to the side. To everyone's surprise, the stitches on his forearm loosened, and his hand launched toward Kakashi as though fired from a cannon, attached to the rest of the body by a group of black tendrils. The hand latched onto Kakashi's collar, and Kakuzu gave it a yank that caused Kakashi to come flying toward Naruto, who stomped his foot down on the ground. A wooden pole, its end shaped like a hand, burst from the ground and grabbed Kakashi by the back of the collar at the same time as what appeared to be two wooden meat cleavers came up from under the tendrils, slamming together and cutting them off. Kakashi, not even slowed down, planted his feet against the pole and flashed through seals as he launched himself at Kakuzu, who made to leap away, only to find himself grabbed by a grinning Naruto. End of the road. Naruto exclaimed as Kakashi reached them with a lightning-covered hand, which punched straight through Kakuzu's side, piercing his head. Kakuzu's eyes screwed shut, and a grunt escaped him. He glared with a considerable amount of hatred at Kakashi with eyes that slowly dimmed and closed as his body slackened. Well, at least we can bring that other one back alive, Kakashi reasoned as he pulled his hand out of Kakuzu, and Naruto let the Akatsuki drop to the ground. Let's go help Sasuke and Hinata. Yeah, we'll. Naruto was interrupted when a fist impacted with his chin, launching him straight up into the air, and a foot impacted with Kakashi's chest and sent him flying into the building, through the wall. Once Kakashi had pushed the rubble off him and look, his eyes widened at what he saw. Kakuzu was standing up, glaring heatedly at Kakashi. That's impossible, Kakashi thought in shock. I'm sure I pierced his heart. A few feet away, Naruto crashed into the ground with considerable force, forming a crater with the impact. Once the dust cleared, Naruto pushed himself up and shook his head to clear it. All right, the blonde muttered, rising to his feet to glare at Kakuzu. Round 2. Kakuzu didn't speak. Instead, he just put his hands in a ram's seal. He hunched forward and growled from the strain as his back started bulging. The stitches holding the masks to his skin strained as what seemed like thousands of snakes writhed underneath the skin. Then, the sticks broke, and a huge mass of black tendrils shot out of his back, along with the 4 masks. The masks split into 4 pieces, each with a mask on them, and they slowly started taking on a somewhat humanoid form as Kakuzu's back stitched itself back together. As soon as the 4 creatures had taken their places at Kakuzu's sides, 2 of them gave echoing groans as they slowly sank to the ground and turned into black liquid, leaving only a puddle and a mask in their place. What the hell? Naruto muttered in shock, staring wide-eyed at the creatures. And with this, you die, Kakuzu growled out, narrowing his eyes. When Sasuke and Hinata had pursued Haiden, the man hadn't gone too far away from Kakuzu, probably to be able to call on his partner if he needed help. But then again, they hadn't really seemed like friends. Haiden landed in a clearing in the forest not too far away from the building where they had left Kakuzu, Naruto, and Kakashi. He rested his scythe against his shoulder and looked around, seeing Sasuke and Hinata landing in the clearing as well. Yeah, this looks like a good place, Haiden said, grinning at the 2 shinobi. As a Konoha shinobi with a capture priority, I feel the need to give you a chance, Sasuke said as he unsheathed his sword. Give up peacefully, and no harm shall befall you. Ha! You think 2 little brats like you could take me down? Haiden barked, his grin only widening as he gave his scythe a few test swings, before charging straight at Sasuke. Get real! Sasuke's Sharingan studied the man as he charged, and his eyes widened in surprise. There are so many openings. Is he really an S-ranked ninja? What's his game? Haiden whooped with glee as he swung at Sasuke, who deflected the blow with his sword, his eyes widening in amazement when Haiden jumped and launched a spin kick at Hinata, who had come charging from the side. Hinata blocked the strike, but was sent stumbling back, giving Haiden the opportunity to once more attack Sasuke, who frowned in annoyance as he blocked attack after attack. This guy is unnerving, Sasuke thought, jumping over a horizontal swipe and slashing at Haiden, cutting through the man's nose. The Akatsuki didn't even flinch from the pain. He just kept attacking. There are countless openings in his style. Rather, he has no style at all. He doesn't even flinch when I hit him. And he shrugged off one of Naruto's punches with ease. Does he just heal fast? No, his nose hasn't healed yet. Then what? Why isn't he afraid of getting hurt? Sasuke's thoughts were interrupted when he had to raise his sword to block an overhead swing, gritting his teeth in annoyance when the 2 blades he had slipped his sword between tore open the shoulder of his Chunin vest, almost piercing the skin. Haiden had that grin on his face still. He still hooped with almost every attack, as if this was just some big game to him. A true blue Akatsuki. Crazy skills and an equally crazy personality. Sasuke was given a temporary reprieve when Hinata once more swooped in from the side and landed a powerful Juken strike to Haiden's ribs, hitting him hard enough to send him flying away. She didn't let up, though, charging at Haiden and engaging him in close quarters. She was striking to incapacitate, but Haiden showed a surprising ease as he dodged each attack and counter, forcing Hinata to twist and bend to avoid the menacing-looking scythe. That weapon is strange, Sasuke thought as he came rushing at Haiden from behind. It's totally unwieldy. It's like he had it made simply for the purpose of causing as much carnage as possible. The ground shook, and Sasuke looked to where they had come from, to see a large amount of trees rising up above the forest, followed by a series of explosions. Can't count on Naruto to come back us up right now. He's got his hands full. Come on, girl. Haiden barked as Hinata barely dodged a swing. You're not getting tired already, are wow? Haiden blinked when a blade pierced through his chest, and he looked behind him to see Sasuke there, having quickly closed the distance, and stabbed him. That hurt, ya dick? Haiden barked, making Sasuke's eyes widen. What? I pierced his heart. I know I did, he thought in shock, amazed at the bored, if slightly annoyed, look he was receiving from Haiden. Hinata, take him down! Hinata nodded and rushed forward, but Haiden's elbow flew up and impacted with Sasuke's temple, making him stumble back, pulling his sword out as he did. Then, Haiden charged at Hinata and swung his scythe. It all happened too quickly for the now wide-eyed Hinata to properly react. Gotcha! Hinata! The scythe flashed, and blood spattered the ground. Hinata's eyes were wide as she stared at Sasuke, who had tackled her to the ground, taking the hit for her. The scythe had sliced his back, but not deep enough to sever his spine. Still, it hurt something fierce. Finally! Haiden barked with a grin as Sasuke flipped to his feet and started flashing through hand seals. Need to put some distance between him and us so Hinata can heal me, he thought as he finished the chain in Tiger. Katon, Gakakyu no Jutsu! Sasuke blew a massive fireball at Haiden, who simply grinned and licked the blood off his scythe, not making a single move to dodge as the fireball impacted with him, exploding in a cloud of smoke and fire. Why you got him? Hinata said, sighing in elation, only for her eyes to widen as Sasuke grunted in pain. Sasuke-kun? What the hell is this? Sasuke spoke through gritted teeth as he looked down as his right hand. The back of it sported burn wounds that hadn't been there before, and his entire arm, his right leg, his right shoulder, the right side of his neck, and his right cheek were stinging from burns as well. A chuckle sounded, drawing both ninjas' attention to the smoke, which slowly cleared. There, standing in a circle drawn with blood, with a triangle drawn inside it, was Haiden. His skin was black with white skeleton patterns covering it. Also, his body was burned in the exact place as Sasuke. How is it? Haiden asked in a voice that was downright trembling with pleasure. Does it hurt? You've been cursed now, you know. Haiden's head snapped up to stare at Sasuke with bloodshot eyes, a massive grin on his face. Let's savor the utmost pain together. How? Hinata whispered in surprise. How did Sasuke-kun get burned? Haiden gave a cackle as he reached into his ruined coat to take out a black rod. A spike tip extended from one end, and he grinned widely once more. The preparations are now set. Be prepared, because you'll be in so much pain. TCH, you talk too much. Sasuke grunted out as he twirled his sword, then charged at Haiden, who scoffed as he raised the spike. Then stabbed it into his own leg. Sasuke only had time to go wide-eyed, before he tripped and fell to the ground, clutching at his leg. He felt his pant leg getting wet with blood. What? Hurts, doesn't it? Haiden barked happily, pulling the spike out of his leg. Not as much as your vitals, I bet. Hee. That's where you'll find the utmost pain, you know. The pain present when someone dies permeates through my body. It goes beyond pain, beyond words. Seems our bodies are connected somehow. Sasuke thought, clutching at his leg as he pushed himself into a standing position. Any damage done to him will also be done to me. How the hell am I going to deal with that? Haiden laughed again, raising his spike into the air. What other pains do you wish to savor, Or, do you want me to end it now? Sasuke and Hinata's eyes widened as Haiden took aim with his spike, and then brought it down toward his chest. Before it could so much as pierce the skin, however, an explosion in the distance caused the Akatsuki member to pause for a millisecond to glance toward its source. That millisecond's pause saved Sasuke's life, because a blur came shooting at them from Naruto's location, crashing into Haiden and sending him tumbling along the ground with it. Sasuke grunted in pain and clutched at his chest. It felt like something had just barely pierced it, poking his ribs, but no more than that. He looked toward Haiden, to see him in a tangled mess on the ground, with Kakuzu on top of him, along with two strange, black creatures with porcelain masks on them. Amazingly, the spike was pierced straight through Haiden's chest. Damn it, Kakuzu, what the fuck is wrong with you? Haiden barked as the two creatures jumped off, allowing Kakuzu to get up as well. I was just about to kill that little shit. Shut your trap, Haiden. Kakuzu growled as he turned his gaze towards Sasuke and Hinata, just as Naruto and Kakashi landed in the clearing. They were both kind of dirty, and their clothes were ripped here and there, but other than that, they seemed to be fine. Seems there will be no separating them, Kakashi commented, and Sasuke gave a sigh of relief. Thanks for the save, he said, still clutching at his leg. I was about to bite it. How the hell did that happen? Naruto asked in surprise. You're strong enough to take this guy out, aren't you? He did some kind of ritual. Our bodies are connected. Any wood he gets, I get, Sasuke informed them, making their eyes widen. However, it seems to only work within that circle, he added as he pointed at the symbol painted in blood on the ground. That thing only barely pierced his chest while he was still in it, but once he was out, I wasn't hurt further. Well then, Naruto said simply, flashing through hand seals. The ground shook once more, and wooden poles rose from the ground to form a dome over the symbol, hiding it from view. There, that should stop him hurting you. Hinata, can you heal Sasuke? Why yes, right away. Good, Kakashi said with a nod. We'll try to keep them occupied until Sasuke is healed. Let's go, Naruto. Right. Naruto gritted his teeth in annoyance. In some ways, he was upset that he wasn't fighting alone. With his team there, he couldn't go crazy like he used to do during his training trip, because there was a chance that his teammates would get caught in his more destructive jutsu. He didn't yet possess the finesse of the Shodai Hokage. He was brought out of his musings when one of those strange creatures appeared in front of him, the mouth of the mask opening. A flame sparked in the mouth, and Naruto was quick to flash through seals and erect a wall of water in front of him just as the massive blast of fire came roaring at him. As the water turned into steam when the attack impacted with his wall, Naruto growled to himself. So Sasuke's life is in constant danger as long as that hidden chump is still in the game, so we'll have to incapacitate him first. But that's pretty freaking difficult when this Kakuzu freak and his tentacle buddies keep blocking my path. I don't know how long Kakashi-sensei can last against Hiden. All it would take is a scratch, after all. Naruto's thoughts were once more interrupted, this time by Kakuzu himself, who engaged him in a taijutsu battle once more. For such a stiff-looking guy, Kakuzu sure had speed, managing to dodge all of Naruto's counterattacks. The man had obviously learned not to try to block Naruto's strikes, which sucked. Even a blocked attack would do considerable damage. Kakuzu landed a kick into Naruto's chest, sending him stumbling back. When Kakuzu didn't press the attack, Naruto knew something was coming. As expected, the two creatures appeared on his right, both of them opening their mouths. Naruto knew their elemental abilities, so he knew that a mixed wind and fire technique was something to watch out for. Therefore, he backflipped out of the way as the wind-enhanced ball of fire came shooting at him. Naruto's eyes widened, however, when he saw the fireball smash into the wooden dome covering the ritual circle, smashing it to bits. Shit, he thought in alarm as he saw a grin spread on Hiden's face. Hiden broke off his attack on Kakashi and dashed off toward the symbol. When he reached it, stepping onto it, he gave a triumphant laugh as he raised the spike in his hand into the air. The man was never allowed to stab himself, however, as Naruto came flying at him, tackling him off the circle and to the ground. Before Hiden could even process what had happened, Naruto flipped them over on the ground so he was under Hiden, wrapping his legs around the man's waist and his arm around his neck in a guillotine chokehold. What the hell? Hiden barked, flailing his limbs. The force of Naruto's tackle had made him drop his weapons in surprise, so all he could do was wave his hands at Naruto, who tightened his hold. Let go of me, you brat. What do you think you're? A loud crack reverberated through the clearing as Hiden's body went limp. Naruto didn't let up though. He kept up pressure, and two more cracks were heard, followed by a snap. Hiden's neck had been snapped clean off. That hurt, you little shit, came Hiden's voice, which made Naruto's eyes widen. Now I can't use my fucking body. Are you happy now? Of course I am, Naruto muttered, pushing the crazy immortal off him and getting to his feet, to see that Kakuzu was standing completely still flanked by his creatures. He was just watching them right now. That was lucky, too, because Kakashi was panting slightly, and Sasuke hadn't been fully healed yet. Oi Kakuzu! Hiden barked, laying unmoving on the ground. Come help me out here. You're annoying, Hiden. Shut up, Kakuzu growled out, his eyes fixed on Naruto. You know, fighting you fills me with nostalgia, boy. You remind me of the first Konoha ninja I ever fought. His eyes narrowed. The Shodai Hokage. Team 7 went wide-eyed at hearing that. How old is this guy? How can that be? Kakashi asked, narrowing his eyes as well. Are you immortal? There is no such thing as immortality. Hiden barked, only to be ignored. I have merely come up with a way to prolong my life. Then we shouldn't take you lightly, Kakashi said, glancing at his blonde student. Naruto, go wild. But you might get caught in it, sensei. We'll be fine. Just go crazy. A grin slowly spread on Naruto's face, and he clapped his hands together as Kakashi leapt away. Sasuke and Hinata did the same, and Kakashi made sure to pick up Hiden's unmoving body before leaving the immediate area. Is that wise, boy? Having your teammates leave? Kakuzu asked, which only made Naruto grin wider as he started going through hand seals. Yeah, because this means I can go all out without worries. What? Naruto Hijitsu, Mokuton, Shurizen no Fukatsu, Naruto's secret technique, wood element, nature's rebirth. Naruto called as he slammed his hands down into the dirt. The ground started shaking something fierce, which made Kakuzu look around with a small amount of worry in his eyes. Understandable. After all, he had fought the Shodai, so he somewhat knew what to expect. It was also guaranteed to be bigger than the forest Naruto summoned earlier. Massive trees burst out of the ground, trees the size of redwoods, which made Kakuzu and his creatures leap away to avoid being launched into the air by them. The trees stretched higher and higher into the air, reaching the same height as the peak of the Hokage monument. The forest Naruto had summoned stretched out in a radius of 5 miles in every direction. Naruto looked up to see Kakuzu landing on one of the branches sticking out of one of the trees, and the Akatsuki member shook his head. It will take more than a couple of trees to. Kakuzu cut himself off and leapt out of the way when wooden spikes shot out of both the trunk and the branch, missing him by less than an inch. As he landed on the ground, however, he noticed that Naruto had performed another jutsu, and was informed of just what that was when stone spikes shot out of the ground, ready to impale him. He jumped into the air again, only for his eyes to widen when Naruto blurred into view behind him, wrapping his arms around the Akatsuki member, and flipping them over in the air so that they were rocketing headfirst toward the ground. Kakuzu crashed into the dirt, Naruto letting go at the last second and landing on his feet, immediately slamming his palms into the ground. Kakuzu was immediately impaled by 3 stone spikes, only for his body to explode into water. Shit, Naruto thought as he leapt out of the way of a ball of compressed wind that was fired at him from one of the creatures. He clapped his hands together. Mokuton Bunshin! He called out, and 2 replicas of himself made out of wood rose from the ground. They changed color to match Naruto perfectly, then immediately took up positions behind Naruto, so that their backs were toward each other, and they formed a triangle, all 3 of them on guard. Kakuzu and the creatures had disappeared from view. Unfortunately for them, this was Naruto's forest. The blonde closed his eyes and focused his senses. He reached behind him and tapped his clones on the backs, and the 2 nodded before charging off toward separate trees. Both clones held out their right hands, a ball of furiously spinning chakra building up in their palms. Rasengan! Both clones called out, smashing their chakra balls into their respective trees. In the back of his mind, Naruto knew there was some kind of gay joke in there that could have been told to Sasuke had he been there, completely shredding through them. When they were halfway into the trees, however, anyone watching intently would have been able to see a brief flicker of wind chakra enter the Rasengan balls, which caused them to explode in the clones' hands. The remaining halves of the trees were completely blown up, sending insanely large splinters flying at the creatures hiding behind them. One of the creatures seemed to have picked up on the wind chakra in time to jump away, but the other wasn't so lucky, getting completely torn up by the wooden splinters that, upon Naruto forming a half-ram's seal, sprouted a massive amount of spikes that served to pierce its body even further. One of the spikes hit its mark, because the creature's mask opened in a gasp as 3 cracks went down its from, before its body started melting just like the other 2. When it was nothing more than a puddle of black stuff, the mask shattered. Naruto let out a sigh of relief, especially when he watched his other clone leap after the other creature and grab it in the air from behind. The creature turned its head toward Naruto and opened his mouth, which made Naruto smirk as he knew exactly what element this was, so he started going through hand seals. Alright, let's see how we compare, he thought, clapping his hands together. Futon, Yama no Ishi, wind element, mountain's will. Naruto clenched his fist, whistling wind gathering around it, and then, just as the creature released its futon attack, Naruto threw a straight right punch up at the creature. The air between Naruto and the creature compressed, the force of the act shaking the surrounding area, and was then sent rocketing straight toward the creature's compressed ball of wind. The 2 attacks collided in midair, and just the small pieces of the wind chakra that were chipped off and flung aside were enough to cause something akin to a tornado that formed around the 2 attacks, slicing up any tree reckless enough to remain standing as the wind passed through. Then, Naruto's attack overpowered the creatures, and Naruto saw, and he was history's first witness to such a thing, a black tendril creatures and a wooden clone get sliced up into thousands of small gooey and splintery messes that was launched around the recently made clearing, landing here and there with a splat or 2. All that remained of the mask was dust. Heh, and that makes 4. Only the freak left, Naruto said with a pleased grin. He perked up and spun around, to see Kakuzu standing some distance away from him, glaring heatedly at the blonde. I wonder if you will look so pleased when I scoop out your brain and crush it in front of your eyes, brat, Kakuzu growled out, which made Naruto scoff. Well, joke's on you, dipshit, I hardly even use it. I suppose you have a reason for being able to joke even at this point, Kakuzu said as he clapped his hands together. However, I'm not through yet. Kakuzu tensed up, and his body started bulging everywhere. Something was writhing like crazy under his skin, and the stitches holding his skin together strained and snapped from the pressure put on them. Hundreds of black tendrils shot out of Kakuzu's body and spilled out of his mouth, which ripped his cowl and face mask off. His limbs were sewn together again, and all the tendrils gathered around Kakuzu's head, forming 8 long, black arm-like appendages that surrounded his head. He looked even more freakish now, and the amount of chakra Naruto sensed made Naruto frown. What the hell is the point of being really powerful if everyone else is as well? He muttered to himself, before taking a deep breath and nodding. Alright, Tentacle Face, let's do this. With that, Naruto charged. 9th Platoon, consisting of Yamashiro Aoba, Akimichi Chuji, Yamanaka Ino, and leader Namishi Reidu, didn't have too much trouble trying to locate the 5th platoon, given that a massive forest had shot into the sky rather suddenly, visible for miles. So, they weren't exactly hard to find. After all, for the last 5 minutes the forest had been rocked by what could only be described as earthquakes and tidal waves. They were surprised, however, when they reached the team at the outskirts of the massive forest, only to see that they were missing a member. Kakashi-sensei, Chuji said as the 9th platoon landed in front of Team 7 and a dead Akatsuki member. Where's Naruto? He's fighting this freak's partner, Sasuke said, nudging the Akatsuki member with his foot. He needed some space too. Sasuke cut himself off when the ground shook something fierce, and he looked toward Naruto's location to see a large cloud of dust rising in the distance. The enemy is strong, Kakashi picked up for Sasuke. In order for Naruto to use some of his more destructive jutsu, he needed some space. What, we're not going to help him? Ino asked in surprise. Things could be going badly for him. If things go south, Naruto will come to us, Sasuke said simply. From the sound of it, he had complete confidence in Naruto's abilities. Hey! The dead Akatsuki member barked suddenly, making the members of 9th platoon jump in surprise. Don't underestimate Kakuzu. He'll beat the crap out of that blonde brat, then he'll come here and waste you all. He's not dead? Reidu asked in amazement. His neck is clearly broken. Yeah, this guy is a bit hard to kill, it seems, Kakashi said with a nod. Kakashi was the one who was cut off this time. A massive explosion was heard in the distance, another massive cloud of dust rising from the trees. And his partner is pretty tough as well. Despite his body consisting of nothing but those strange tendrils, Kakuzu seemed to have the same weak points as any other human being, judging by his grunts of pain whenever Naruto's fists impacted with vital spots. Unfortunately, he was dense as hell. Normally, a human would have exploded upon getting punched by Naruto, but this guy was just knocked back, and he packed a massive amount of power as well. His hits were close to Naruto's own in power, and they weren't even powered by chakra. Kakuzu had pulled back his tendrils again. Realizing that long range didn't work too well against Naruto, he had put everything into his physical power, and taken human form again. But with all that packed under his skin, he became incredibly dense, and Naruto was sure that some of the tendrils had become springs inside his arms, coiled and released whenever he threw a punch. So it was no surprise that Naruto's nose was broken as he, panting, stood across from Kakuzu in one of the water-filled craters that had cleared most of the forest Naruto had created. Well, you're resilient, I'll give you that, brat, Kakuzu said, breathing heavily as well. Oh yeah, and he had a metric fuckton of stamina, just like Naruto. A victory through attrition would take way too long. Thanks, Naruto muttered, releasing a steadying breath. Seriously though, I'd like it if you could just go down already. Kakuzu didn't respond to that. Instead, his legs tensed up, and a nanosecond later he shot toward Naruto like a rocket. The blonde barely dodged the right hook thrown at his face, then leaned back to avoid a follow-up left. He ducked under another right and shot forward, smashing his forehead into Kakuzu's chest and making him stumble back. Then he went on the offensive for the umpteenth time that day. This was impossible, though. Naruto could feel his energy start running out. He was actually starting to run out of chakra. Against one opponent, who still stood. Kakuzu seemed to notice Naruto's waning strength as well, judging by the grin on his now unmasked face. He actually had the courage to raise his hand and catch Naruto's fist as it came flying at him. What's the matter, kid? Running out of steam? He asked mockingly, before driving his fist up into Naruto's solar plexus, making the blonde spit up a wad of blood as he cried out in pain. You! Naruto roared in anger and jumped, spinning in the air while Kakuzu was still holding onto his fist and lashing out with a kick to the missing nin's temple, sending him flying and making him let go in the process. It showed how tired Naruto was getting by how his left leg gave out when he landed, and his knee landed on the water. Damn it! These guys don't mess around. It was Naruto's fault, really. He had used Hiden as an average, and had deemed Kakuzu to be slightly above him in power, and so he had just launched jutsu after jutsu, tiring himself out too quickly. It was all well and good to fight Kakashi and win, since he knew the man, knew his skills and tactics, knew how to combat the Sharingan. Fighting an unknown was completely different. Naruto closed his eyes and took a deep breath, but when he opened them again, he found himself standing inside the now very familiar sewer of his mind. "Oh wow," came an amused voice from behind the massive bars, and Naruto could see that Kurama was grinning slightly. "It's been a long time since you were pushed like this, Naruto. At this rate, you're going to die, you know." "Shut up," Naruto muttered, crossing his arms. "I'm just a bit out of breath, that's all." Kurama stared at Naruto in silence for a few seconds, but then walked up to the bars and lowered his head to peer out at Naruto. "Normally, I'd just be amused and sort of impressed with your resilience, brat, but in case you hadn't noticed, this man has no qualms about beating the ever-loving crap out of you. And also, you might remember that you sent your teammates away? Stupid move, by the way, but then I'm no longer surprised when you do something stupid. It seems to be a trend." "Get to the point," Naruto growled out with a glare. He really wasn't in the mood to trade insults with Kurama right now. "My point is, this man is stronger than you," Kurama said, ignoring how Naruto's glare intensified. "Alright, maybe that's not true, but you've wasted too much chakra. You got a big head and thought you could beat this guy with brute force like you've always done, but this man is old, and he has more experience in his pinky than you do your entire body. In short, you lost this fight the second you started flinging those high-power jutsu at him." Naruto frowned, but he did see the truth in Kurama's words. He was never going to admit it, and he definitely didn't like it, but it was true nonetheless. "And after this man beats you senseless, he will take you back to whatever lair the Akatsuki is hiding in, and he's going to extract me from you. While being separated from you has been my dream for a long time now, there will be no freedom for me, and you will die from the extraction. Neither of us want to experience that outcome. So, it's time for you to stop resisting, Naruto." Naruto blinked at that and looked up at Kurama in surprise. "You're not seriously going to suggest? You're a Jinchuriki, you stubborn brat," Kurama barked. "Use my power! You have no other choice." Yes, not wanting to rely on my power is admirable and all, but maybe you didn't hear me. If you don't, you will die." "Even if I were to agree, I have no idea how to use it," Naruto muttered. He really hated it when Kurama had a point. He couldn't argue with it, and if there was anything Naruto found more annoying than Sasuke lording some great accomplishment over him, it was when Kurama won an argument. "Don't worry, brat, that's the good thing about me," Kurama said, a wide grin appearing on his face. "My chakra is filled with hatred and anger, and you've most likely noticed many times that when you're angry, you act on instinct." Naruto was still frowning as he stared up at Kurama. Then, he nodded. "Alright, let's do this. But if I so much as think that you might be trying to take over." "Don't worry, this time is a freebie, no strings attached," Kurama said as the water beneath Naruto's feet started to boil and glow orange. The water seemed to come alive and rose up in tendrils to wrap around Naruto's legs, steadily climbing upward. Naruto gritted his teeth as the chakra started covering him. It felt like his skin was on fire wherever the chakra touched him. He had long since believed his own chakra to be one of the most powerful in the world, but this was bordering on extreme. There was no way the human body could handle all of Kurama's chakra at once, and people had been trying that for decades. But he felt the power bonding to his muscles, he felt himself growing stronger, even through the intense pain he was feeling. It was so intense that for the first time in a very long time, Naruto let loose a roar of pain that echoed in the sewer, accompanied by Kurama's laugh. "Now, kid, let's go wild." Back in the real world, Kakuzu was climbing out of the water, having lost his grip on his water walking after that surprisingly jarring kick to the head. He was ready to go another round with the brat, when he suddenly noticed goosebumps appearing on his arm. Which was strange in itself, because he hadn't gotten goosebumps since before he mastered the Jiangu and changed his entire body. He didn't even think he could get them anymore. And yet there they were, and when he looked up he noticed why. The boy, Senjin Naruto, a ninja he begrudgingly had to respect for his power and resilience, was clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, a continuous growl rumbling in his throat. An orange color was swirling in his eyes, and his pupils shrank and lengthened, turning into a pair of slits as the whisker marks on his cheeks thickened. Was he? Kakuzu's musing was answered when an orange chakra started swirling around the boy, who got to his feet and flexed his fingers, his nails lengthening and turning into claws. "Well now," Kakuzu muttered to himself as he narrowed his eyes slightly. "That's not good." The leader had been calling for a while now, so perhaps a tactical retreat was. Naruto growled louder, before letting loose an amazingly powerful roar that completely blew the water out of the crater they were standing in, also lifting Kakuzu off his feet and sending him soaring into a small patch of untouched forest. It didn't stay untouched for long, and Kakuzu smashed through tree after tree, before landing on the ground with a crunch. Thank the heavens his body no longer had any bones, or he was sure that many of them would have been broken. No. Kakuzu cried out when Naruto seemed to materialize out of thin air above him, and rammed his knee down into Kakuzu's non-existent spine, another thing he was no grateful that he didn't have. Before Kakuzu even had time to truly register the incredible pain in his back, he felt the boy grab his head, and suddenly he found himself airborne once more. The incredibly old shinobi quickly came to his senses, though, righting himself in midair and lashing out with his arm, which separated mid-forearm and shot off, attached by 3 black, tar-like tendrils. The hand latched onto an unharmed tree and he came to a jerking halt in the air, before the ropes were pulled back into his arm, yanking him toward the tree and landing on a branch on his feet. He was already getting tired, and now that the blonde had tapped into a reserve tank of incredibly powerful chakra, the outcome of this battle wasn't as certain as it had been a few minutes ago. Kakuzu couldn't believe that he had actually forgotten about the Kyuubi. He had to retreat for now. If only for a couple of minutes. He needed a moment to recover. Suddenly, Kakuzu discovered that he wasn't alone on the branch. He looked to his left to find himself staring into those intense orange eyes. Oh sure, he didn't even see the punch coming. 1 second, the blonde had just stood there glaring impudently at him, and then next second, stars had exploded in front of Kakuzu's eyes, and he once more found himself flying through the air. Maybe this was becoming a trait. Herc! Kakuzu grunted out when the boy flashed into view above him and dropped a heel down on the immortal's midsection, rocketing him down into the ground with considerable force. The old shinobi let out several coughs, both because his throat was filled with dust, and because that blow and the following meeting with the ground had knocked the wind out of him, and slowly opened his eyes to stare up at the silhouette in the sky. The boy's hand was raised, and there was a ball of swirling chakra in his hand as he came falling toward Kakuzu. Then, the ball grew to a size of about 2 feet in diameter, which made Kakuzu frown. Well, crap. Kakashi had been concerned when the ground had stopped shaking, indicating that the fight between Naruto and Kakuzu was most likely over. The concern had come from the fact that he could barely sense Naruto at that point, indicating that his chakra reserves were dangerously low. That concern had quickly turned into alarm, however, when Naruto's chakra signals suddenly intensified, and the area had been bathed in an incredibly powerful and sinister chakra, one that Kakashi knew well, despite not having felt it for over 10 years. Sensei, Sasuke spoke up, frowning. Is this? Yeah, Kakashi said with a nod. For Naruto to use this, he must be in. Kakashi didn't even have time to finish the sentence before Sasuke vanished from view, taking off with incredible speed. He was surprised to see that Hinata quickly overcame the initial fear of the chakra and followed Sasuke almost immediately. 9th platoon, Kakashi said, looking to Reidu and gesturing for Haiden's body. Take this guy back to Konoha. We'll be along shortly. With that, the one-eyed Jounin took off as well, not giving Reidu the opportunity to argue with being assigned a delivery job. Damn brats, he muttered as he ran, noticing that he wasn't catching up to his students. I must be getting old. Kakashi stumbled slightly when another explosion rocked the area, followed by a deafening silence. Now the fight had to be over. If it wasn't, then Kakashi would be overcome with jealousy over the stamina of the two combatants. If it had been Kakashi fighting Naruto, he probably would have been too worn out to even move by now. And besides, the feel of Kyuubi's chakra had disappeared, so that was a good sign. The Jounin came to a complete stop next to his 2 students at the edge of a newly made clearing, and joined them in staring at the scene in shock. The clearing was about half the size of Konoha itself, with craters covering more than 4/5 of it. To the right, in the largest crater there, which looked big enough to have been hit by a meteor, stood a lone figure, who they quickly recognized as Naruto. There was no sign of Kakuzu, save for some black liquid spattered here and there, along with the occasional piece of torn cloth. Wow! Sasuke uttered in amazement, as his gaze drifted over to the blonde in time to see his knees give out. The Uchiha blurred out of view and appeared by Naruto to catch him before his knees even touched the ground. A weak grin spread on the blonde's face as he slowly turned his head to look up at his friend. Yo, Sasuke. I won. Yeah, I noticed that, Sasuke said, grabbing Naruto's arm and slinging it over his shoulders. You know, when you go overboard in style, don't you? Hilarious. Naruto muttered sarcastically. I fucked up in this fight. Doesn't look like it, Sasuke said as he nudged a piece of cloth with his foot. I'd say you did a pretty good job of wiping this guy off the face of the earth. How the hell could you have fucked up? I'm too tired to tell the story now, but I'll let you know later," Naruto said, exhaling slowly. "I think I'm going to take a nap now." "You do that," Sasuke said. "I've got you." In a dark cave in an unknown location, a massive statue stood with its hands raised. 6 of its fingers were occupied by 6 humanoid projections, all of them wearing long, high-collared coats. One of them, who looked like he had a Venus flytrap covering his body, spoke up. "Kakuzu is dead," he spoke in a pleasant, polite tone of voice. Then, his voice switched to a darker, no-nonsense tone. "And Haiden has been captured." His gaze drifted down to the motionless woman laying at the base of the statue. "They won't be joining us for the Nibi ceiling." The Kyuubi brat and his team again, was it? The tallest of the projections, a man easily recognizable as Hoshigaki Kisame, said with an amused chuckle. My, they're just picking us off one after the other, aren't they?" "You admire them, Kisame?" Uchiha Itachi asked, glancing at Kisame, who gave another chuckle. "The boy in particular," the swordsman said. "When he was just a brat he managed to block a swing from Samehada. And now as a young adult, he's been responsible for taking out at least 2 of us. Of course I admire him. I'll still cleave his legs off when I meet him, but there's nothing wrong with a bit of respect between warriors." "What is the plan now?" Itachi asked as his gaze drifted toward the leader of the group, a man whose silhouette showed spiky hair much like Naruto's. His eyes had no irises, and the pupils had 3 circles around them. The man's eyes closed in thought for a moment. "The boy is becoming a problem." "So, do we go after him again?" Kisame asked, his tone suggesting that he was grinning. "No. Kisame, Itachi, continue your search for the Yambi. I shall go to Konoha and collect the Kyuubi." 3 days later, one could find a visibly annoyed Senjin Naruto sitting in a bed in Konoha's hospital. With him in the room were Sasuke and Hinata. While Hinata was standing by the window, watching the birds fluttering by, Naruto and Sasuke were amusing themselves with some janken. They were into their 57th round. "Yay!" Naruto muttered in a dull tone as he held up a rock to Sasuke's scissors. "Oh no," Sasuke said, sounding equally bored in his monotone voice. "Please cheer up, you two," Hinata said softly. "It's a beautiful day, after all. And this isn't the first time we've had to wait." "Usually, I don't mind waiting for Kakashi-sensei," Naruto said. "Sometimes it's even kinda nice to have a bit of peace before a dull mission, but seriously, waiting for him in a hospital? That's kinda bordering on unbearable." "For once, I'm in full agreement," Sasuke said with a frown. "And it's worse for me, because I'm not even a patient." "Hey, I'm not a patient either," Naruto argued. "I was fully healed by yesterday morning. It's just these demon doctors who insist on keeping me here for observation. Multiple fractures in both arms, and both legs, 4 ribs broken, 3 cracked, a ruptured spleen, a broken nose, and a concussion, yet fully healed in 2 days." Sasuke muttered, his bored look vanishing in order to give Naruto an annoyed frown. "My jealousy has never been this strong." "He says that, but he isn't fully healed yet," Hinata said softly, giving Sasuke a placating smile. "His bones are still a bit fragile, and there may be some lingering nerve damage." "The tingle in my toes has nothing to do with nerve damage," Naruto argued. "I'm just sick and tired of this freaking hospital bed. Hard and lumpy though it may be, I prefer my own bed over this any day." Sasuke opened his mouth to speak, but the door slid open at that moment, revealing their lazy Jounin commander, who looked chipper as always. "Hey guys! I got lost," he said happily and without shame, as usual. He was treated to a pair of glares and a disapproving look. "You could at least be a bit creative with your excuse," Sasuke scolded. "We're not gonna buy it, but it provides some amusement, at least." Kakashi just gave a shrug, showing how little he cared about his student's opinion. "Well, Naruto, you'll be pleased to know that the hospital will be discharging you today," the Jounin said as he walked up to Naruto's bed and reached into his kunai pouch, taking out a folded piece of paper. "And I got you something that I thought you might like." Kakashi held out the paper to Naruto, who took it with a curious look on his face. "What's this?" Naruto asked, unfolding the paper and reading it. "A permission slip?" "The Godame has granted you permission to read the Forbidden Scroll," Kakashi said, which made his students go wide-eyed. "The Forbidden Scroll?" Hinata asked in amazement. "But it's forbidden for a reason." "Well, it's more like a supervised peek, but even that is an honor," Kakashi said. "Many of the jutsu in that scroll are forbidden because they are dangerous, but some are forbidden only because of the dangers that come with using them, such as the incredible chakra consumption of the Kage Bunshin. Tsunade-sama will be with you when you read it, and will decide which jutsu you are allowed to learn." "Is that all right?" Sasuke asked as he jutted his thumb over his shoulder in Naruto's direction. "Entrusting the jutsu in that scroll to this guy?" Naruto showed that moment to show just how much he had healed by shooting up in his bed and slamming his forehead into Sasuke's in a vicious headbutt, which knocked the uchiha to the floor. Hey, you dick! Most of those jutsu were created by the Shodai and Nidaime. It's practically my birthright. Kakashi chuckled at the familiar antics of his students, and Hinata giggled as Sasuke shot to his feet and slammed his forehead into Naruto's to engage in a furious glaring match. You dare! Sasuke growled out in that energetic voice that only seemed to come out when he argued with Naruto. Well, Kakashi said, coughing to grab their attention, Tsunade-sama claims that you'll get to read the scroll, but I'm getting the feeling that there is only one jutsu that she wishes for you to learn. This caused Naruto and Sasuke to break their glaring to focus on Kakashi. What jutsu? Naruto asked. There is a jutsu in the Forbidden Scroll that was created by the Nidaime Hokage, and later adopted by the Yondaime, Kakashi explained, a smile visible behind his mask as he gave Naruto a look that seemed somewhat excited. No doubt, that very jutsu was the reason why Jiraiya-sama focused so much on teaching you Fuinjutsu. Sasuke's eyes widened at that. You mean? That's right, Kakashi said, nodding. The Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. A tense silence followed this statement. It was understandable. After all, Kakashi had told them all how difficult the Yondaime had claimed that learning that jutsu was. And while Naruto was amazing at learning jutsu, he was far from the genius that the Yondaime was. Then again, Kakashi thought, glancing at Naruto and seeing the shock melt away to make room for excitement, I suppose there are many kinds of genius. This kid will probably surprise me yet again. The Hiraishin. Naruto muttered, looking down to stare at his lap. The jutsu that earned my father the name Yellow Flash. He looked up suddenly, a grin on his face. Sounds like fun! Which means that if he learns this, Hinata mumbled from her place by the window, Naruto-kun will be even faster than Sasuke-kun. Sasuke twitched and whipped his head toward Hinata. We agreed after the Haku fight that space/time jutsu don't count. Right, anyway, Kakashi said, clapping his hands together to get attention once more, before Naruto and Sasuke slipped into another long-winded argument. Naruto still needs a bit of rest, and I have to talk to him in private. Sasuke, Hinata, you have today and tomorrow off still. Since the doctors have cleared you, you might want to get a bit of training in before Team 7 goes back to active duty. What do you need to talk to him about? Sasuke asked, which got him a frown from Kakashi. If I wanted to tell you, I wouldn't ask to talk to him in private, would I? Sasuke grumbled at that. Fine, didn't really care anyway. He muttered, nodding to Hinata and gesturing for the door. We'll leave you two alone then. I can't come? Naruto asked in a somewhat pleading tone of voice. I'd really like to get out of here. Sorry, you're going to have to wait for a little while longer, Kakashi said with a smile as his two other students left the room, closing the door behind them. Kakashi moved over to the door and leaned against it, sharpening his senses. You'll excuse me if I don't start talking right away. Yeah, they're still outside, Naruto said with a nod. Immediately, something, most likely Sasuke's fist, slammed into the door, followed by the sound of footsteps hurrying away, which made both Naruto and Kakashi smile. The smile disappeared from Kakashi's face, however, to be replaced by a serious look as the man put his hands in his pockets. He was quiet for a moment, not because he thought Sasuke and Hinata were still outside, but rather so that he could give Naruto a once-over. How are your muscles holding up? He asked seriously, getting a shocked look from Naruto. The burning is still there, right? How did? In her time as a Jinchuriki, Kushina used the Kyuubi's chakra twice, and she reported that it was so potent that it felt as though her body was on fire. The report stated that the pain lingered for weeks. Jiraiya-sama says that your seal was designed to let its chakra mingle with your own, so the effects might be lessened, but this was the first time you've used it, right? Naruto frowned. Yeah, it's potent, alright, he said, raising his hand and clenching his fist. I was at my limits, but the chakra easily doubled my power. But you're right, it was damaging. It's not even something I can rely on as a last resort. Because, Naruto muttered. If I use that chakra, I'd burn out immediately. When I stopped using it back then, I could barely move, and it wasn't because I was exhausted. It felt like my blood had been replaced with acid. What if I encounter an unexpected enemy after using it? Kakashi nodded at that. But then, the effects could be temporary, he reasoned. Perhaps your body will adjust if you use it enough times? That made Naruto frown again. There was a hint of anger in his eyes as he looked up at Kakashi. His fists were clenched, and Kakashi understood why. While Naruto had never displayed any real animosity toward the Kyuubi, he hated the thought of relying on its power, of acting like a Jinchuriki. Are you telling me to use it in battle from now on? Not at all, I know you're opposed to it, Kakashi said, raising his hands in a placating manner. I'm just suggesting that you use it in a controlled environment, such as during training, both to master it and to let your body adapt. A snort was the reply he got. You don't think it's a good idea? Kakashi asked in surprise. Naruto had never really backed down from training, even when he didn't like it. Oh, I think it's a better idea than only using it as a last resort, Naruto said, turning his head to look toward the window. I was just wondering if the populace of Konoha would be okay if the village was suddenly bathed in Kurama's chakra again after so many years. Kakashi had to nod in realization at that. The villagers wouldn't be too pleased, that was for sure. It might even cause a panic. I'm sure we can find a suitable place for you to train, Kakashi mumbled, raising his hand and rubbing his chin. I'll talk to Tsunade-sama about it. She might know a good spot. I don't like it. But well, I guess it's for the best, Naruto said, crossing his arms. Besides, I think Kurama might feel a bit better if he's allowed to stretch his proverbial legs a bit. Kakashi's eye widened in surprise, as though he hadn't even taken the fact that Kurama was a sentient creature into consideration. I guess that's true. Naruto stretched slowly as he wandered through the streets of Konoha. Walking next to him was Ino, who had found him just a few minutes after he was discharged from the hospital. After a bit of small talk, Naruto had agreed to take her out on another day. That hospital, they must have hidden something in the mattress, Naruto muttered, getting a few kinks out of his neck. I'm always so stiff when I get out of there. Well, the hospital is better than the alternative, Ino reasoned, giving Naruto a worried look. By the way, are you sure you should be out and about? You looked really bad after that last mission. I heal fast, don't worry about it, Naruto said with a shrug. Anyway, what do you want to do? Ino glanced around for a moment, and then shrugged, giving Naruto a small smile. My schedule's clear all day. Why don't we just walk around a bit and see if we find something interesting? Yeah, that works. I need to move my legs a bit, anyway, Naruto said, nodding in agreement. After a few moments of silence, however, he glanced at his date. Hey Ino, why did you want to date me? Huh? Ino uttered, blinking up at her fellow blonde. What do you mean? I mean, are you dating me only because Sasuke is off the market? You did have a massive crush on him. Ino laughed at that and waved him off. You've been gone for a long time, Naruto. We all have to grow up sometime. I was crushing on Sasuke because he was the Uchiha prodigy, and he was very good looking to boot, whereas you were loud and sort of obnoxious. Naruto coughed at that. He couldn't really deny how he had acted back at the academy, but he couldn't help but mutter, look at the pot calling the kettle black. Okay, so I was kind of loud as well, Ino conceded. But like I said, we have to grow up sometime, and I have, and so have you. You're a pretty reliable guy, and with the baby fat gone, you've gone from cute to hot. Not to mention that you're a very strong ninja. How can I not want to date you? Naruto uttered, giving Ino a somewhat unconvinced look, which made her laugh. Okay, so if Sasuke was straight, I'd probably still be crushing on him, but he's not, and I'm happy about that. Him batting for the other team just let me sit down and think about what I was really looking for in a guy. And to be honest, having spent all these years with Shikamaru and Chuji, I can't live without a bit of noise, and Sasuke isn't exactly famous for being loud and spontaneous. So what you're saying is you've grown? Yes, Ino said with a nod. Sasuke may be an academy girl's dream guy, but that's all. Guys like him usually aren't good boyfriend material for girls like me. She laughed. And speaking of growing, I've even stopped going on those insane diets. Oh really? Naruto asked in amazement. He gave Ino a once-over, noting that she still had an incredible figure. Doesn't look like it. Well, I had a run-in with Guy-sensei one day, Ino explained. He started chastising me, telling me how a ninja can't function at 100% without proper nourishment, and that if I wanted to work off my meals, I could just train hard. Back in the day, training wasn't exactly top priority, but you know, I've taken to it pretty well. It just goes to show that he was right. I'm eating properly, and I can even gorge myself on sweets every once in a while, and just look at me. Ino took a step away from Naruto and did a little twirl, before striking a somewhat provocative pose, which Naruto had to admit sent a bit of a tingle down his spine. I've maintained my figure despite that, all thanks to training. She gave a small laugh and stepped over to Naruto again, looping her arm around his. And on that subject, there's a place over there that sells these really delicious daifuku, she said, pointing down the street. Treat me? Even though all the members of Team Guy had become Chunin, Niji having reached the rank of Jounin, they still got together for training sessions with their Jounin. As much as Tenten and Niji hated to admit it, Guy's training was amazing. That was why they still gathered in Training Area 1 every other day to spar and exercise. That's right, my young uns! Guy barked with a sparkling grin as he watched Lee and Niji sparring, Tenten sitting off to the side drinking water. Youth waits for no one. Give it your all, and then give some more. Youth has long since run away from you. Tenten muttered quietly enough to escape Guy's notice. Maybe you need to take a breath and calm down a bit. An expertly executed catch and palm strike to the chest sent Lee to the ground, Niji standing over him with his hand raised and ready to strike. You're still telegraphing your kicks somewhat, Niji said, grabbing Lee's hand and helping him to his feet. You need to relax? Thank you for the advice, Lee said with a grateful smile. But you're just so fast that my style can't help but slip a little in my rush, especially if I want to maintain my power. Well, practice makes perfect, Niji stated as he turned around and walked 5 steps away from Lee, before turning to his teammate and taking a fighting stance. Let's go again, Lee. Right. Lee exclaimed, taking the Goken stance. Before they could charge at one another, however, a voice reached their ears, one that they instantly recognized. Oh wow, you're all so energetic, even this early. The team spun around to find none other than Senju Naruto approaching, smiling brightly at them. Oh ho, Naruto-kun! Guy barked, his grin widening. What brings you here this early? Training as well? Yeah, I was about to start, but I wanted to talk to you first, Guy-sensei, Naruto said, waving him over. Well then, what can I help you with? Guy asked, approaching the blonde, who reached up and scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Well, in my last fight I fought this guy who was damn near my equal in stamina. One of the reasons why I almost lost was because I wasted way too much energy fighting him. Kakashi-sensei says that it's because I'm an instinctual brawler. I never actually learned a proper style, not even the academy style. He said that if anyone knew a style that fits me, it'd be you. My rival certainly knows what he's talking about, Naruto-kun, Guy said with a nod. From what I've seen and heard from Kakashi, you are, much like Lee and myself, a fighter whose focus lies in causing external damage and breaking bones. Naruto glanced from Guy to Lee, who gave a wave followed by a nice guy pose. His brow furrowed a bit as he looked back to Guy. You mean I'm suited for the Goken? No, Guy said immediately, shaking his head. No, the Goken is a style fitting a high-spirited hard worker who has never been trained. It shapes the fighter to fit it. Guy took a few steps back and closed his eyes. He seemed to be contemplating something, and Naruto put his hands in his pockets as he waited for the jounin to speak again. With your existing experience in fighting, you have already developed a set of movements that you are comfortable with, Naruto-kun, so it may be damaging to learn a whole new style at this point. After another few moments of silence, Guy opened his eyes and assumed a nice guy pose, a sparkling grin almost blinding Naruto. Yash! Naruto-kun, if you will allow me, I wish to help you refine your current form into a whole new style. A new style, sensei? Lee asked curiously. He had always been interested whenever taijutsu was involved, after all, so he made his way over to the pair to join in the conversation. Is that possible? Anything is possible, Lee! Guy exclaimed happily. How about it, Naruto-kun? A whole new style. One that actually suited Naruto, one that wasn't just relying on improvisation. This sounded excellent to Naruto, who grinned. Sasuke wouldn't know what hit him, that was for damn sure. Well, I don't have much else to do. Let's do this. Yash! Well then, I will have you spar with Lee, so that we can figure out what to work on first. Niji and Tenten, standing off to the side, were slightly disturbed to see that Naruto's teeth were almost sparkling as he grinned, although his grin looked a lot more feral than the friendly nice guy grins of the green duo. The Kemonoken Beast Fist, they had named it. Given Naruto's natural ferocity in a fight, Guy had deemed Naruto an extremely close-quarter combat fighter, especially given both his natural and his chakra-enhanced strength. This strength allowed him to throw harder punches at shorter distances than normal people, so he benefited from getting real close to his opponents. Guy had also decided that Naruto would benefit from utilizing takedowns, submissions, and joint locks. He claimed that if Naruto took the fight to the ground, then he would be superior whether above or below the opponent. So that became Naruto's morning routine now during his team's downtime. He would wake up at 5 in the morning and meet up with Guy and Lee for training and spars. Despite his already considerable strength, Guy still wanted Naruto to start a rigorous physical training, which left him sore every night, much to his surprise. After all, he hadn't struggled with much for years now, other than physical recovery after fights. Soreness from training felt great, to be honest. To be honest, it had been ages since Naruto trained with proper weights. There was something incredibly refreshing about walking with heavy steps. He felt like the first time he'd started training, and it was amazing. But then, he had another training to focus on, one he'd rather skip if given a choice. And that was Yo, Kurama! The giant fox was laying behind the bars of his cage as usual, and lazily opened an eye to glare at Naruto as the blonde appeared within his mind, his hand raised in a wave. What are you doing here? Kurama grumbled. Shouldn't you be off playing with the uchiha or something? Probably, but I had to come here instead, Naruto said with a shrug. Oh, you're planning on doing as the Cyclops suggested, eh? Kurama asked, a grin slowly appearing on his face. You want to try learning how to use my power? Naruto frowned at the bijou and shoved his hands into his pockets. He was very reluctant to say this, but it had to be said. It was the truth, after all. Actually, while that was the main reason, I also came to apologize. This made Kurama flinch in surprise. His other eye snapped open in amazement, and he turned his head to look at Naruto as though seeing him for the first time. Apologize? Yeah. Naruto muttered, reaching up to scratch the back of his neck. It's my body, and by all rights, I can risk its health as much as I'd like, but you're living in here too. My pride almost got us killed in that last fight. I was fighting like only my life on the line. I didn't even consider you. Naruto closed his eyes and took a deep breath, steeling himself for what he was about to say. And I'm sorry about that. Kurama just stared at Naruto in shock for a while. He didn't speak, barely even breathed. Although Naruto was embarrassed that he felt the need to apologize, a small part of him made sure to file the look on Kurama's face away for later. After a few moments of silence, Kurama let out a scoff and lay down again, closing his eyes. Idiot! You think you're gonna get me to let you use my power just because you make a show of apologizing? He growled out. Get real, brat. Hey! I wouldn't try anything underhanded as that. Naruto snapped. I'm being honest here. For once I don't try to antagonize you, and you go and insult me? What the hell? Shut up! Kurama barked. Like a human like you would ever lower himself to apologizing to a bijou. I'm not falling for it. A muscle under Naruto's left eye twitched in annoyance. While he had been acting sort of rude to Kurama these last few years, and Kurama had done the same in turn, he was actually trying to reach out for once, and the fox does this? Growling, Naruto marched forward, and much to Kurama's surprise, walked right through the bars separating them. He jumped up onto the shocked fox's snout, and walked straight up to one of the massive eyes peering at him. Kurama, seriously, Naruto growled out, glaring into the giant slit of a pupil, one of these days, we're really gonna have to do something about this attitude of yours. It's not healthy. Why, you cocky little? Kurama snarled, glaring right back. If you think I won't crush you, crush me now, and you'll be sealed inside a lifeless body, Naruto countered. With the seal still in place. Kurama snarled again, his head shooting up and shaking back and forth fiercely to get Naruto off him. But Naruto had managed to stay on Gamabunta's head. He sure as hell wasn't going to fall off this one, especially with a bunch of fur to hold onto. Do not mock me, you little shit! Kurama roared. Do you think that you can just wander in here without consequence? Don't be so full of yourself. Naruto gritted his teeth in annoyance, and raised his fist. It came crashing down on Kurama's snout with enough force to knock his head straight down into the water, the fox letting out a surprised grunt of pain. I shouldn't be so full of myself? Naruto argued angrily. You're the one always barking about how much of a disgrace it is to be embarrassed, and about what an ant I am compared to you. I came here extending an olive branch, and you spat in my face. So why don't you get your head out of your ass and start acting a little friendly? As I've always said, like it or not, we're stuck with each other. And I've told you, I don't want to hear it, brat. Kurama yelled back. How would you feel if you were continuously sealed into pieces of meat that were too full of themselves for their own good? Always Kyuubi, you're dangerous, or Kyuubi, you can't roam free. It makes me sick. Naruto glared at the fox for a few moments longer, but then scoffed and hopped off, heading back between the bars before turning to face Kurama again. I'm gonna go train. I don't want to talk when I'm all pissed off, he stated, trying to sound as calm as he possibly could. But Kurama, you should know by now that I'm unlike anyone you've ever encountered. With that, Naruto turned his back on Kurama and walked off. And how many times since I learned your name have I ever called you Kyuubi? Naruto's form faded from view, leaving a blinking bijou behind. Kurama stared in silence at the spot where Naruto had just stood. Then he scoffed and lay down once more, crossing his front legs under his chin. TCH. GG, is this brat your? In the real world, Naruto's eyes snapped open as he sat in front of one of the logs at Team 7's training grounds. He frowned to himself. His relationship with Kurama was really weird. Naruto was always argumentative and rude with the fox, but he didn't do it out of hate. He was just annoyed with Kurama's attitude. Honestly, if it were up to him, Naruto would have preferred to be friends with the fox. Well, he'd just have to make another attempt later. That evening, Naruto walked into ZenoNoKyuubi for a joint meeting with his team and Team 10. Team 10 had decided to meet up for dinner, and Ino had immediately invited Team 7. Since yakiniku was Team 7's neutral food choice, to keep Naruto and Sasuke from fighting over whether to eat dango or ramen, they had agreed. Everyone was already seated at a table, and Shuji had even started eating already, no surprise there, when Naruto approached them, raising a hand in greeting. "Yo, happy folk," he greeted with a smile, taking a seat next to Ino, across from Sasuke. "How's everyone doing this evening?" "Bored," Sasuke said, immediately starting to place meat on the grill built into the table now that Naruto had arrived. "We've done nothing but train for the last couple of weeks." "Don't know what's so bad about it," Shikamaru yawned, looking bored as usual. "To be honest, I could think of nothing better than to be in the Nijua Shotai. I mean, the chances of an Akatsuki encounter are slim, and we hardly even get any other missions in order to make sure we're ready to deploy at a moment's notice. It's like a vacation." "Vacation for you, yeah, but we want a bit of excitement, you know?" Naruto argued. "I mean, seriously, we haven't even gotten a measly C-rank mission yet, and it's been weeks since the Nijua Shotai was last deployed." He groaned in disappointment, while Ino and Hinata giggled at the looks on his and Sasuke's face. Then he grabbed his plate and snatched a beef tongue off the grill, which got him a glare from Sasuke. "Oh, that was mine, I put that there." "Yeah, I noticed, thanks for doing that for me," Naruto said, biting down on the beef tongue. "It's delicious, by the way." Before a fight could break out, Hinata spoke up. "Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun, please don't start fighting. I know you're both restless, but this is a nice restaurant." Sasuke seemed to concede to that point, slowly relaxing before looking around. "Has anyone heard anything about Haiden?" "Dad's been leading the interrogation," Ino said, frowning. "Apparently, he's a masochist, so nothing Ibiki-san did had any effect whatsoever on him. But Dad wouldn't tell me anything." "Why not?" Naruto asked as he furrowed his brow. "It's Akatsuki business, so we should be privy to any intel available." "We're only privy to the intel Hokage-sama allows us," Shikamaru argued, which made Naruto scoff. "No need to be so damn secretive, though. Must be sensitive information." It was another week before anything exciting happened for Team 7, whereupon they were summoned to the Hokage's office. And, as usual, they had to wait for Kakashi. To his credit, though, he only kept them waiting for 15 minutes. "Since it's only our team, I am assuming that there hasn't been an Akatsuki sighting?" Kakashi mused, looking around the office for signs of any other ninja. "No, there hasn't, but I do have a special mission for you, an S-rank mission," Tsunade said, which immediately caught their attention. "Team Kakashi, you are hereby ordered to travel to Ricefield Country. There, you will track down and kill the traitor Orochimaru. He has been allowed to roam freely for too long." This made Team 7 go wide-eyed. Wait, Naruto said, sounding amazed. "I thought the old pervert had called dibs on that job? Will he be joining us?" "No, Jiraiya has gone on a different mission," Tsunade said shortly, which made Sasuke hum. "You sent him on a different mission? It had to be one more important than Orochimaru, then. Akatsuki?" Naruto was amazed how Tsunade could have lost so much money gambling when she had such a flawless poker face. "Jiraiya's mission is between him and myself," she said. "It has nothing to do with yours." Naruto and Sasuke shared a look and nodded to each other. That answer had basically confirmed that the mission did indeed involve the Akatsuki. "Apologies, Hokage-sama," Kakashi interjected as he looked up from his book at Tsunade, "but doesn't missions involving the Akatsuki have everything to do with members of the Nijua Shotai?" "Be that as it may, your current mission has nothing to do with that. Your mission is, if anything, more important." "I know the snake is dangerous, but more important than the Akatsuki?" "Yes," Tsunade said, nodding. "You have 3 objectives. 1. Find and kill Orochimaru. 2. Find and kill his subordinate Kabuto. And 3. Try to uncover any information he may have regarding his anonymous informant within Konoha." "Informant?" Hinata asked in surprise. "He has a spy in Konoha?" "No doubt he has many, but my concern is that he has a high-ranking informant within the Konoha leadership. The reports regarding his invasion 3 years ago were very suspicious," Tsunade confirmed with another nod. Kakashi immediately pocketed his book and stood up straighter. "I have nothing against the mission, Hokage-sama, but is this safe?" he asked, his gaze moving sideways to land on Sasuke. "After all, the Sharingan is Orochimaru's goal at present. The risks have been taken into consideration, but I have faith in you 4. Naruto frowned, and Sasuke did as well. They both crossed their arms and shared a look with each other, before they directed their gazes at Tsunade. "It's still suspicious how the old pervert isn't being sent on this mission," Naruto muttered, narrowing his eyes. "What's he doing exactly?" "I told you, that's none of your business," Tsunade snapped angrily. Naruto could see that he was testing her patience. She really didn't want him to know about this, apparently. Alright, enough, Kakashi spoke up suddenly, putting his hands on Naruto and Sasuke's shoulders. We're leaving in 1 hour. It will probably be a long trip, so pack accordingly. Team 7 reluctantly, at least in the case of Naruto and Sasuke, left Tsunade's office. As soon as the door closed behind them, Naruto scoffed in annoyance. That must be some mission she's sending the pervert on, he barked. Won't even send us in as backup. Too risky, you think? Apparently the risk of you being captured by Akatsuki is greater than the risk of me being captured by Orochimaru, Sasuke said with a nod, so it must be a very dangerous mission. Damn it, that's all the more reason not to send him in alone. Naruto yelled, his foot lashing out to kick the wall across from him. Calm down, Naruto, Kakashi said calmly. Jiraiya-sama is a capable shinobi. No doubt, his main objective is recon, so it would be too risky to send a team. Especially if the potential enemy is dangerous. Well, I don't like it. You never do. Naruto and Sasuke's gazes met, and after a few moments of silent conversation, Sasuke sighed and nodded. 1 hour later, Kakashi, surprisingly on time, looked over his team with a frown as they stood outside Konoha's gates. While he could understand Naruto's concern for Jiraiya, it was very uncomfortable to see him frowning and brooding. That was usually Sasuke's shtick, after all. The worst part was that Sasuke's personality hadn't done a complete switch and mimicked Naruto's usual personality, so now the lazy jounin had to deal with 2 brooding students. Maybe I'm getting a bit too old for this crap, he thought tiredly, before shaking his head and waving his hand to catch the attention of his team. Alright, boys and girl, our destination is Ricefield Country. If we keep a good tempo without exhausting ourselves, we should be able to reach it in 2 days. When we get there, we'll plan our search. Sounds good? Not really, but I guess you don't care about that, Naruto muttered, which caused Kakashi to raise his hands in a placating manner. Now, Naruto, I'm concerned about Jiraiya-sama as well, but Tsunade-sama has given us a mission, and we have to carry it out, regardless of our personal opinions. I know. Still don't like it, Naruto growled out, before walking off down the road, his hands stuffed into his pockets. Let's get this over with already. Kakashi frowned at his student's back, watching as the quiet Sasuke and Hinata followed soon after, before he sighed and followed as well. Yep, definitely getting too old for this. Do we even know where Jiraiya's going? Naruto asked suddenly, which caused Kakashi to perk up. Why does that matter, Naruto? We're not going there. But if he sends out a call for backup, we're the best possible team to go help, Naruto argued. But that'd be hard if we were too far away, you know? I don't know much more about Jiraiya-sama's mission than you do. All I have to go on is rumors. And what do the rumors say? Sasuke asked, making Kakashi frown. I can't tell you that. Even if we promise to stick with our current mission until told otherwise? Naruto asked, glancing back at Kakashi with a raised eyebrow. You know we'd never break promises. Kakashi walked with his brow creased in silent contemplation for a few moments. He knew he really shouldn't tell them, but it was as Naruto said, they always kept their word, so if he got them to make the promise, then it couldn't hurt to divulge a bit of information. Alright, but I want the promise first. Team 7 all stopped, and Sasuke raised his left hand, putting his right hand over his heart in an overly dramatic gesture that Kakashi felt was completely unnecessary. I promise not to deviate from our current mission regardless of any information on any other mission I may be given, unless instructed otherwise, he vowed, before looking to his teammates. You too? I promise, Hinata said softly, and Naruto nodded. Yeah, promise. Very well, Kakashi said, sighing. I can't say for sure if it's where Jiraiya-sama is headed, but Shizen let slip that he's been investigating Amigekyo no Sado, so that's his most likely destination. Aim? Hinata repeated in surprise. It's never been a village of any great renown. Not since Salamander Hanzo, anyway, Sasuke agreed, glancing at Kakashi. What do you think about this? Kakashi hummed as he rubbed his chin. AIM is pretty infamous for refusing any greater contact with any of the 5 major villages, so it would be a suitable place to stay out of notice, I suppose. He then glanced at Naruto, who was still looking bitter about the whole situation. Remember your promise now, Naruto. Yeah? As Team 7 walked onward, a bird sitting on a branch above them flew off, and deeper inside the forest, Yamanaka Ino slowly opened her eyes. Amigekyo, she spoke, looking to the blonde teenager crouched down in front of her. Kakashi-sensei thinks Jiraiya-sama is heading for Amigekyo no Sado. He says Shizen-san let slip that he was investigating that village. Naruto hummed as he rubbed his chin. Given their strict border patrol and general dislike toward outsiders, I guess that would be a good place to hold up if you were Akatsuki. He mumbled. Kakashi-sensei didn't notice anything? If he did, he didn't voice it. Good. Naruto and Ino stood up, and Naruto gave his fellow blonde a serious look. I've been assigned another mission, and you don't exactly have clearance to leave the village. If you go with me, we might be charged with treason, you know. I know, Ino said with a smile. But you know, Asuma-sensei always told us that following our gut is most often the best way to go. She gave Naruto a thumbs up. So that's what I'm gonna do this time. Besides, if Jiraiya-sama's mission really is recon, I'd be a great asset, right? Naruto grinned. True enough. 2 days later found Team 7 sitting in their room at an inn by the border of rice field country. The time had come to draw up a strategy for their entrance into the country. Right, before we begin, you two can drop the act, and you can release your Kage Bunshin now, Sasuke, Kakashi said as calmly as though he was merely talking about the weather, making all 3 of his students go wide-eyed in surprise. Naruto eventually gave a scoff and disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving only an ashamed Hinata and a disgruntled-looking Sasuke. How did you know? I was masking my chakra pretty well. Oh yes, that you did, I tried feeling for it, but I couldn't really detect any real difference between your chakra and Naruto's. I'm not really a sensor, after all, Kakashi said with a shrug. It was more your mannerisms. You couldn't mimic Naruto's personality even if you tried. Plus, there's the fact that you called Jiraiya-sama by his name before we set out. Naruto wouldn't do that. And I knew Hinata was in on the ruse because even though I couldn't sense the difference between your chakras, she would have when she did an area check with her Byakugan before we got our room. Sorry, sensei. Hinata mumbled. But Naru, so what was the point of making us do that stupid promise if you already knew I was impersonating Naruto? Sasuke interrupted with a frown. Why the act? Kakashi sighed and leaned back, a fond smile hidden behind his mask. I knew I wouldn't be able to get Naruto to just go with us on this mission with Jiraiya-sama at risk. Calling your bluff would have just gotten me into an argument with him. While I could have flaunted my higher rank and maybe even gotten him arrested for insubordination if I wanted, I really didn't feel like listening to his yelling. This caused Sasuke to smirk at him, and Hinata appeared to see right through the act as well, because her ashamed look was replaced with a small smile. Plus, you're also afraid Jiraiya's mission will get him into trouble, and you think Naruto would be good backup for him. Kakashi smiled. Officially, I have the utmost confidence in Jiraiya-sama's ability to carry out his mission, and my duty as a shinobi requires me to focus on my own mission. I am also obligated to report Naruto for insubordination when we get back. I'll take that as a yes. So I suppose Naruto had an accomplice? Kakashi asked. I may not be a sensor, but I can sense presences pretty well. I didn't sense Naruto anywhere near us when you were fishing for information, so it had to be someone skilled in stealth. Nothing slips past you, eh? Sasuke muttered. He told me he was going to get Ino to help him eavesdrop while I tried to get information out of you. I should have been able to figure that out myself, Kakashi realized with a nod. The Yamanaka clan has been using wildlife for recon for generations, and their presence is very hard to sense. The Jounin sighed to himself, really feeling too old for this. The fact that he wasn't protesting or trying to go intercept Naruto meant that if either he or Ino got injured while trying to aid Jiraiya, Kakashi might be held responsible as well. After all, Tsunade would realize that Kakashi had seen through Sasuke's henge immediately. She'd probably demote him. Maybe to Genin. Hey, Sasuke said, having noticed the look on Kakashi's face. Don't get cold feet now. You, Hinata, and I are more than enough to deal with both Orochimaru and Kabuto. Still, I'd feel better with Naruto here, Hinata admitted softly, poking her fingers together nervously. I wonder how he's doing. Said Blonde was currently with his now official girlfriend Ino. His head broke the surface of a lake on the east side of AIM, his gaze searching for any hostile presences. While he hadn't sensed anyone before surfacing, he still had to make sure with his own eyes. After he made a gesture under the water, Ino's head broke the surface next to him, a rebreather in her mouth. You know, it's cheating to manipulate the oxygen in the water. She muttered after taking off the rebreather. Naruto just smirked at her. Can you sense Jiraiya-sama? Yeah. He's nearby. I guess he used this lake as well. By the way, how did you know about that underwater tunnel? Ino asked as they climbed onto the surface and started to walk toward the village. I spent 3 years with the pervert, Naruto explained with a small smile. Whenever he decided to go for a bar run, he left me a couple of notebooks and such to study. One of those books had a whole bunch of secret paths into various villages around the world, including this one. Naruto stopped and held up his hand in a half-rammed seal, focusing on his sensing, as he could feel a familiar presence nearby. Oh, that trick, eh? What is it? Ino asked curiously as Naruto smirked to himself. There's a toad on Myobokuzen, Mt. Myoboku, Gamiyama, who has some impressive transformation techniques. One of them includes turning into a building. I guess the perv is using him to lure in some people to beat information out of. Ino glanced at Naruto as they started walking again, and she smiled at him. You know, every time I hear about the toads, they sound more and more impressive. How many are there, by the way? I've now heard of Gamakichi, Gamabunta, Gamaken, and Gamayama. There's a whole bunch. I haven't even met them all yet, not that I've even been to Myobokuzen yet. The perv said he'd bring me there soon, though. It'd be nice to share a drink with Bunta in his home. He promised he'd treat me if I showed up. Sounds nice, Ino said with a smile, which was shared by Naruto. The two of them arrived at the location where Naruto sent Jiraiya just in time to see a building, a bar that had a sign reading grand opening. All you can drink 500 raya on it, shrink down at an amazing speed, taking the shape of a rather small toad. The sight, even though Naruto had told her about it, made Ino jump in surprise. He can transform. She barked in surprise, staring at the toad in shock. The toad, Gamayama, looked up at Naruto, his eyes widening in surprise. Yo, Yama, Naruto greeted, raising his hand. How about you open up and let us in, I need to see the pervert. Jiraiya told me not to let anyone else in other in after the two that just entered. Yama muttered, scratching his head. I'm pretty sure I'm not supposed to let you in either. If he's got someone else in there, he's doing an interrogation, right? Naruto asked, to which Gamayama nodded, which caused the Senju to jet his thumb over his shoulder to point at his fellow blonde. Well, in that case he could benefit from my friend here. Naruto paused suddenly, blinking in realization. What the hell am I doing trying to reason with you? He asked before stomping his foot down in front of Gamayama and giving him a glare. Oi, you little shit! Open the hell up, or I'll tell Bunta you were being stubborn. How's that then? Gamayama flinched at that. There were times when the toads cursed Naruto for becoming such good friends with Gamabunta. The boss of the toads often made sure to protect Naruto and scold any toad who insulted him. Fine, not like I wasn't gonna open up. Yama snapped. I was just playing around, you know? Gamayama opened his mouth, his lower jaw hitting the ground. Then, his mouth expanded, stretching higher and wider until it became around the size of a door. We're going in there? Ino asked, sounding a bit disgusted. It looks gross. Seriously? Naruto asked, blinking at her. I thought you'd been forced to do gross stuff all the time in D-rank missions? I have, but it's not like I've enjoyed it, and I don't really want to do any of it again. Well, it's either go inside, or risk someone seeing us standing in front of a ninja frog. I don't think the ninja of this village would take kindly to our presence. Amazingly, Ino was the first to enter the toad's mouth, making noises of disgust when her sandals made squelching sounds upon touching the meaty, slime-covered floor. Did we seriously just go inside a toad's stomach? Gamayama has special space/time seals on him that sort of turns his stomach into a pocket dimension of sorts, Naruto explained, a frown appearing on his face. The pervert tried to explain it to me once, but I'm not so far along in my Fuinjutsu studies that I could actually understand him. It's a very complicated seal, after all. Though low-ranked foot soldiers, no doubt, came a voice from further down the fleshy corridor, which made Naruto perk up. It was no doubt Jiraiya's voice. He gestured for Ino to hurry up, and the two of them dashed down the corridor. When they reached Jiraiya's location, they found him standing in front of two AIM ninja, both of whom had their arms enveloped by the fleshy wall, holding them in place. I want to hear Jiraiya started, but stopped when he noticed the two new presences. His head snapped to the side to give Naruto his strongest glare, which still didn't actually affect the blonde. Hey Naruto, what the hell are you doing here? I thought you were supposed to go after Orochimaru? This made Naruto smirk as he crossed his arms. Oh, I see. Since you left before we got the mission, I guess you gave it to us in order to keep me away from this place, eh? Jiraiya frowned at him. But when he saw Ino, his eyes widened in surprise. Oh, Ino-chan, good thing Naruto brought you. I guess he at least did something right. I'd like you to take a look at these two, Jiraiya continued, ignoring the indignant-looking Naruto and pointing at the two AIM ninjas. Find out what you can about a guy named Pain, alright? Damn pervert, scolding me for coming to help him. This selfless personality of yours is gonna get you killed one day. And by extension me. Naruto looked up at Kurama, who was frowning at him from behind the bars. Hey, there's nothing wrong with wanting to help those precious to you, you know. Besides, going after Orochimaru would have been just as dangerous. Yeah, but you work better with the uchiha. That lowers the risk of a gruesome death, which would involve yours truly. I appreciate your heartfelt concern. Naruto muttered, giving the fox a half-hearted glare, which made Kurama chuckle. Oh, you know me better than that by now, Naruto. It was only spoken in jest, you know. We're in this together, and as much as it pains me to admit it, I'll follow your lead. Naruto, who had already been prepared to offer a retort, was left with his mouth agape, staring at the old fox, who grinned widely at him. Oh ho, finally managed to stump you, did I? The giant fox said with a bark of laughter. Silence has never felt so satisfying. Naruto was prepared to argue with Kurama, to claim that he had only been momentarily stunned, but he honestly didn't feel like it. The fox deserved a win, after all, considering that Naruto couldn't sense a lie in his statement. Hey, Kurama? Naruto asked suddenly, making Kurama raise an eyebrow, which was surprising considering that the fox didn't actually have any eyebrows. The skin above his left eye merely moved up slightly to show that he was curious as to what Naruto was going to say. Why are you so pissed? What? Besides the whole sealed into people for decades thing, I mean. There must have been a reason why you were sealed up in the first place. I'm guessing you were acting pretty rowdy, huh? TCH. The mention of him being sealed up seemed to have brought a bad memory to the surface, as Kurama laid down and crossed his paws in front of him, glancing to the side. I lost someone. What? I'm not telling more, so don't ask, brat. Kurama barked upon seeing Naruto's shocked expression. You're making me feel like I've gone soft. Sounds rough, Naruto said, ignoring Kurama's outburst as he walked up and leaned against the bars. I kinda know what it's like, since I watched the old man die. I know that rage, so. You know, I want you to know that you're not alone. Kurama's gaze snapped toward Naruto, who was grinning at him. You don't have to go through everything alone, man. I'm here if you ever want to talk. With that, the blonde faded from view, leaving a stunned Kurama behind. His expression changed to an angry one, since Naruto had disappeared before he could retort, but he soon settled down, and a small grin appeared on his face. Hey, you damn brat. In the real world, Naruto opened his eyes just in time to see Ino pulling her hand away from one of the captured AIM ninjas. That's weird. She muttered, catching the attention of both Naruto and Jiraiya. What's weird? Jiraiya asked, to which Ino frowned. There's a tower to the west, and they think the leader of the Akatsuki, Pain, lives there, but I just don't understand. She muttered. They've been delivering dead bodies to that place for some reason. She raised her hand and cupped her chin in thought. Apparently, legend goes that the tower is where they enshrine the bones of the dead, but there was a woman there to collect the bodies. They called her Tenchi Angel. You're sounding confused, Naruto said, getting a nod from his girlfriend. I confirmed that Pain lives there, and that he has an accomplice in that blue-haired woman, Ino said, humming. But what do they need the bodies for? I guess there's only one way to find out, Jiraiya said with a shrug, looking to the two Chunin. Right, since you two decided to join me, you're officially under my command on this mission. Our objective is primarily recon, so do not engage the enemy unless absolutely necessary, you understand? These guys are Akatsuki, all S-rank ninja, and the leader is bound to be the strongest of them all. Both Naruto and Ino snapped to attention and went, got it, in unison. Jiraiya nodded in approval, before approaching one of the captured ninja, the one with blonde hair and beard. Alright, we'll be going in through his shadow. Naruto, you're gonna have to help Ino. Naruto raised his hand to grab Jiraiya's attention. Look, I'm here because I disobeyed an order, so I'm gonna need to brief with Sasuke before we leave, just to make sure my team hasn't gotten into trouble for our deception, so I'll be heading off for a while. Jiraiya opened his mouth, probably to object, but then stopped to think about it. He hummed as his gaze went from Naruto to Ino. Then, he gave a nod and said, Alright, we'll take 10 minutes to prepare and check out supplies. Naruto, you check in with Sasuke and wait. How are you supposed to do that? Aren't they approaching rice field country? Well, Naruto said and reached into his kunai pouch, fishing out a scroll and setting it down on the floor. He unfurled it, showing an amazingly intricate seal drawn on it, and he set his feet on the only 2 blank spots on the scroll. This is something I designed while you were off playing around in the red light districts on our journey. I've been fine-tuning it since we got back, and I gave Sasuke a matching scroll. He flashed through a series of hand seals, and then called out, Jikuken Ninjutsu, Mizukagami no Jutsu, Space-Time Ninja Art, Water Mirror Technique. Both Jiraiya and Ino could feel a pulse of energy go through them, but there was no sign of the seal actually working. Jiraiya looked around, then reached up to scratch his head while clearing his throat. Naruto, I know you've gotten a bit far into your space-time ninjutsu, but I don't think this. Ero Sennin, don't underestimate me, Naruto told the Sannin with a small grin. I set this up to be a two-way jutsu. While it's not working now, it will once the other scroll activates, and oh! Naruto cut himself off when something suddenly shimmered into view in front of Naruto, a ghost-like apparition of Uchiha Sasuke, who was standing in the same pose as Naruto. The Uchiha gave a smirk. I didn't think this thing would actually work, he told Naruto with an echoing voice that sounded like he was speaking from across the other end of a long tunnel. Well, I guess you called for a status report, and I can tell you Kakashi saw through our rows the moment we put it on. As expected of Sensei, Naruto muttered with a small grin. So, what's the backlash going to be like? Well, he's not going to scold you personally. We all feel that you did the right thing, but it's his duty to report you for insubordination. But we're hoping that Jiraiya can put in a good word for you and Ino if the mission is a success. If it fails, though, you guys will get thrown to the dogs. Insubordination, desertion. What do you think we'll get for that? Naruto asked, ignoring the shocked look on Ino's face as Sasuke looked over his shoulder. Only the one standing on the seal could be seen and heard from the other side, but Naruto knew that Kakashi was standing somewhere behind Sasuke, talking to him. After a moment, Sasuke nodded and turned back to Naruto. In the event of mission failure, we're talking life in prison at best. At worst, they'll charge you for the desertion and cut your heads off. Nothing we didn't anticipate though. And we're in it now, so might as well roll with it, yeah? True enough, Sasuke said with a nod. So, I was thinking about a new jutsu that we should practice when we get back to the village, Naruto continued. It's going to be one hell of a jutsu, and it's not even fully developed yet, but if it succeeds. He gave a small whistle. Damn man, we'll be unstoppable. Now you've got me curious, Sasuke said, crossing his arms. What is it? Well, I guess you'd better pray that I survive long enough to tell you, eh? You're an ass, was Sasuke's response. There was a moment of silence, then Sasuke nodded. Good luck. Yeah, likewise. With that, Sasuke stepped off his scroll and vanished from view. Naruto did the same and rolled the scroll up, replacing it in his kunai pouch. Could we really get executed for doing this? Ino asked. You're not getting cold feet, are you? Naruto asked, putting an arm around her shoulder. Don't worry. That's only if we fail the mission, which we won't. We're in it this far, Ino said, leaning into Naruto with a small sigh. I guess we can't exactly back out now. A toad poked its head out of the water at the outskirts of AIM. Its mouth opened and expanded greatly, allowing a full-grown man to crawl out of it, the same man who had been mentally interrogated by Yamanaka Ino. As he stood up, he looked to the toad. Hurry back to Konoha, he told the toad. Find Ibiki. He'll know how to handle that guy. Jiraiya wasn't great at genjutsu, but he knew how to manipulate chakra. By hiding in the shadow of this man, he could control the victim's movements. It came at a cost, however. The user had to hold his breath throughout the entire technique. Thankfully, anyone who rode along with it had no such requirement, so Naruto and Ino didn't need to do so. Jiraiya had used this enough times to be able to hold his breath for a disturbingly long time. In fact, he managed to make it from the outskirts of the village to the tower Ino had pointed out without showing any sign of discomfort, which was very admirable. The space in the shadow where the three were hidden was sort of like a pocket dimension. They could all see each other, as though they were simply laying down on a floor next to each other. While the jutsu somewhat dampened his sensory skills, Naruto could still sense someone watching the ninja as he entered the tower. He nudged his teacher with a frown. Someone knows we're here. Jiraiya had to hold his breath, so he couldn't speak, but he still glanced at Naruto and nodded in agreement. The ninja made his way into a large, open room, and his eyes widened when he saw a large amount of square pieces of paper flying around it as though caught in a whirlwind. The papers charged at the ninja and covered him from head to toe. In front of him, a blue-haired woman wearing an Akatsuki coat materialized, a spear made of paper in her hands and an origami flower in her hair. She raised the spear and made to stab it, but at that moment Jiraiya poked his head out of the ninja's shadow, his cheeks puffing out. He spewed a stream of fire out of his mouth, impacting with the woman. She was seemingly killed, but revealed herself to have used a paper kawarimi, as she appeared some distance away, materializing herself through stray pieces of paper. That could only be your Gamadera, Kagayatsuri no Jutsu, toad flatness, shadow manipulation technique, the woman said in a sort of monotone voice as she watched Jiraiya rising from the shadow of the ninja. Her eyes widened, however, when Ino and Naruto climbed out after him. The Kyuubi, she muttered softly. I cast the bait hoping to land this pain guy. Who'd have known I'd end up with you instead? Jiraiya said, a small grin on his face as he watched the half-materialized woman. Conan, you've improved your jutsu. And grown into one hell of a woman. I always thought you were dead. But all this time, you were just a bunch of paper scattered into the wind. The ninja, who had now regained control of himself, stared at the woman, Conan, in shock. Yeah. You're Tenchi. Now you're an angel, Conan? Jiraiya asked in amusement. God's messenger, as it were? This guy's an intruder. The AIM ninja barked as he ran off in a panic. You must kill him, quickly. I take it you two know each other? Naruto asked, ignoring the aim ninja and gesturing between Konan and Jiraiya. Well, I spent some time teaching her and two other brats way back when. Didn't think any of them would join a group like Akatsuki, though, Jiraiya explained, then looked to Konan again. Now, who or what is Pain? You don't need to know, sensei, Konan said as more paper sprouted from behind her, forming a pair of wings sprouting from her shoulder blades, something which made Jiraiya scoff. You really do think yourself an angel, don't you? I must kill you, Konan said, refusing to answer. That is the will of God. Boy, she sounds kinda like a fanatic, doesn't she? Naruto quipped, watching as Konan's eyes widened in focus, and a hail of papers shaped like knives was sent flying at them. Naruto quickly flipped through a set of hand seals and planted his hands to the ground, causing a wall of what looked like concrete to shoot up and block the blades, keeping him, Ino, and Jiraiya from harm. Jiraiya immediately jumped up over the wall and spat a great stream of oil at Konan. She didn't have any time to react, and instead just reached up and covered her face as it hit her. It only took a second for her to look over her body and realize what had happened. Your paper can unfold if it's soaked in oil, Jiraiya said as he stood on the wall, his hair extending and snaking out toward Konan, wrapping around her. You always did love your origami. I remember, you were the kindest one of all the kids. Konan didn't reply, instead merely staring at Jiraiya, and when Naruto let the wall sink back into the ground, he noticed that she had sort of a mournful look in her eyes. What happened to the other two? The rumors that they're dead are lies as well, aren't they? Jiraiya asked, and when Konan yet again refused to answer, instead just dropping her gaze to the ground, Jiraiya sighed. I knew it. Pain is one of them as well, isn't he? Before Konan could speak again, Naruto walked up and nudged Jiraiya with his elbow. I'm sensing some really creepy chakra approaching. If you want to question her, we should just take her and bring her back to Konoha. True enough, Jiraiya said, looking up at Konan again. You know, a few years after I left, I started hearing your names come up occasionally. Any time there was trouble, whoever opposed your side would wind up dead. You have no idea what happened to us after you left, sensei, Konan said, her tone never faltering, though there certainly was something scathing in her look. You're absolutely right, I don't. But there's no doubt in my mind that what Akatsuki is doing is wrong. Well, that's your opinion, Jiraiya-sensei. The three Konoha ninja went wide-eyed at the new voice and looked up above Konan. There, standing on a couple of pipes that were sticking out of the wall, stood an orange-haired man wearing an Akatsuki cloak. He sort of looked like a Yamanaka with his ponytail, and the bang hanging out from over his hitate. He had black piercings all over his face, and his eyes had no iris. Instead, the pupil was surrounded by 5 circles, like ripples in water. He was wearing an aim hitate with a slash through it, and thick, black eyeliner. How the crap? Naruto barked, his eyes widening even further. I only just sensed him approaching. Jiraiya seemed to be ignoring him, instead just looking up at the new arrival. You've changed a lot, but those eyes. So you're Pain and Nagato? He spoke up, no longer smiling at all. I guess you didn't grow up like I'd hoped you would. What happened to you three? There's no need for you to know, Pain said. You're just an outsider, remember? Now, I will have the Kyuubi. Usually, this would have been the point where Naruto would have given a smart-ass comeback, but at present he was busy closing his eyes and reaching out with his sensory skills, to see if there were any other rogue elements that might make a surprise appearance. His eyes widened when he discovered something, and he nudged Jiraiya again. Hey, let her go, pull your hair back. What? Jiraiya asked, snapping his gaze toward Naruto, who was looking unusually serious. Just do it. Jiraiya looked a bit confused, but nonetheless did as he was told. His hair released its hold on Konan and retracted, and Naruto stepped up to give Pain a wave. Right, well, as much as we'd love to stay and chat, we have other appointments. You won't be going anywhere, Q. Pain stopped speaking when Naruto suddenly turned around and put a hand on Jiraiya and Ino's shoulders, and then disappeared in a blur. The Akatsuki leader stared at the spot where they had once stood, narrowing his eyes slightly to see if the intruders were anywhere else inside aim. I wasn't expecting that, he admitted. Naruto, Ino, and Jiraiya appeared in a blur in the wetlands outside Amigakure. As soon as they did, Jiraiya and Ino immediately fell to their knees, and Naruto hunched over, looking a bit queasy. The other two didn't simply look queasy. They were quick to empty the contents of their stomachs, vomiting without any shame. Ugh, I hate doing that, Naruto muttered, panting softly. What the hell did you? Jiraiya swallowed his queasiness as he glared up at Naruto. What did you just do? I'd call it Shunken Aidu, instantaneous movement, Naruto said, sighing. It's a move I developed to prepare for the Haraishin no Jutsu. It's unrefined and drains a disturbing amount of chakra, but I felt it was worth it this time. Why the hell did you do that? Jiraiya asked, recovering quickly, as expected of a veteran ninja, as he got to his feet and glared at Naruto. Hell boy, we had the leader of the Akatsuki right there. We could have ended their threat right away. No, we couldn't. Jiraiya flinched. It was mostly because he had never seen Naruto speak with such a serious look on his face before. And Naruto was the type of kid who gave it his all until he could fight no more. For him to say it was impossible without even trying. That guy was a freak. I mean to the point where Orochimaru looks tame, Naruto extrapolated, staring seriously at Jiraiya. His chakra was intense. Not only that, but I sensed 5 other presences approaching. There was no victory to be had back there. For Konoha, it's sometimes worth it to risk your life, Jiraiya argued. If we had managed to land a crippling blow to Akatsu, but we wouldn't have. Naruto interrupted with an angry bark. We would have been slaughtered. Well, you would have been. I would have been knocked out, and Kurama would have been extracted from me. And I'll be damned before I let Ino get killed just because you want to go out in a blaze of glory. While Ino, who had just recovered from the ordeal, looked flattered and made to speak up, Jiraiya spoke before she could. And how the hell do you know that if you don't even try? It should tell you quite a bit. Naruto barked back, glaring at him. Sensei, he said, making Jiraiya's eyes widen, as Naruto had never called him that before. You know me. I never back down from a fight if there's even the slightest chance I can win. I saw no such chance here. There was something really freaky about that guy and his reinforcements. That's unlike you, Naruto, Ino spoke up finally, giving him a surprised look. Aren't you usually gung-ho and damn the consequences? If we had the rest of Team 7 to back us up, I wouldn't hesitate, but just us? That's not enough against this guy. His eyes didn't just look strange. They felt strange too. Rinnegan, Jiraiya said, getting curious looks from Naruto and Ino. It's the greatest of the 3 Jujutsu, and is said to have been sent down from the heavens themselves. But that's just a myth, isn't it? Ino asked, her eyes widening in amazement. It's not supposed to be real. And yet there it was, Jiraiya muttered, crossing his arms. All right, we at least managed to put a face on the leader of the Akatsuki, and the names. It's better than nothing, I suppose. Let's get this information back to. He stopped suddenly when someone landed in front of them, the spiky-haired leader of the Akatsuki himself. He was giving them an emotionless look, the Rinnegan somewhat unnerving Naruto. That was a surprise, but there is no escaping, Kyuubi, Pain said, making Naruto's eyes widen. Shit. The blonde muttered before quickly biting his thumb and flashing through hand seals. Kuchiyos no Jutsu. In an explosion of smoke, a very tall toad appeared, heavily armored. It was the same toad that had blocked Samahata's swing all those years ago. Gamata, Naruto said, jerking his head toward Ino. Get her to Konoha at top speed. Wait, what? Ino barked. No, I'm staying. This guy is way out of your league, Naruto said, an unusually serious expression on his face. Probably out of ours as well. You'll be pulverized. Gamata. Right. The toad barked, picking up the protesting Ino, before tensing his legs and shooting off at an insane speed. You should have gone with her, Jiraiya said, which made Naruto scoff. I came here to make sure you don't die. Kinda counterproductive if I leave now, isn't it? Kyuubi, Pain spoke up, having allowed Ino to escape without a fuss. His priority was Naruto, after all. Come quietly. Jiraiya-sensei, don't put up a fuss. Were you really expecting us to just comply? Naruto asked, getting into a ready stance. Why don't you bring the other 5 out of hiding? You noticed, Pain spoke, and as if on cue, 5 other men jumped out of the water surrounding them, all of them with orange hair, black piercings, and wearing Akatsuki coats. As you can see, there is no way for you to win. You certainly have changed, Nagato, Jiraiya said, but the Akatsuki didn't answer. Instead, the one of the 6 with hair like Ino clapped his hands together. Kuchiyos no Jutsu. Behind him, there was an explosion of smoke. Out of the smoke came a giant crab creature, bounding over the Akatsuki leader toward Naruto and Jiraiya. They could hear it sucking in a deep, clicking breath, before it spewed a large amount of bubbling water at them. The spray forced Naruto and Jiraiya to jump to either side, separating. Naruto! Jiraiya barked, and Naruto grinned slightly as he landed in a crouch. Got it! The blonde exclaimed as he shot off like a rocket, smashing into the crab and knocking it onto its back. Kneeling on it, Naruto did something only he could do. He launched a series of 50 rapid punches so fast that the naked eye couldn't follow them, slamming them all into the crab with enough force to dig its back deeply into the dirt, its carapace breaking and splintering. At the last punch, it was no longer moving. Naruto backflipped away just in time for the crab to disappear in another explosion of smoke. He twisted in midair, noticing another one of the pains, because they had to all be pain, sharing the same chakra and all. A tall guy with a very creepy smile on his face raised his hand in a fist, pointing it at him. With a flash of flame, the hand detached itself from the arm and flew at Naruto like a rocket. Naruto's own hand rose to intercept it, grabbing it in midair by the wrist and changing its angle of approach, causing him to spin like a top in midair several times, before finally letting go and returning it straight back to the sender. If that pain was surprised by this, he didn't show it, still that smile on his face, and he simply ducked to avoid the rocket fist. As soon as he landed, Naruto was forced to avoid a deadly kick to the head from a large, burly-looking pain, then a punch from a fat one. Ducking under another punch, Naruto flashed through hand seals and whipped his head around toward the burly one, his cheeks puffing out. A ball of compressed air smashed into Pain, who was sent flying, still with that emotionless expression. Was it completely impossible to surprise these guys? In any case, he spun around and sent another ball at the fat one, who stood his ground. Naruto was incredibly surprised when he saw that his jutsu had no effect on the guy. In that case, Naruto growled, forming a Rasengan in his hand. He charged at the man and thrust the ball into his chest, only to find his Rasengan disappearing in an instant, and he found himself pressing an empty palm into the fat Pain's chest. What? The blonde was distracted for a second by a shockwave coming from some distance away, and he turned his head to see Jiraiya get sent flying by an invisible force as he charged at the spiky-haired Pain. This was all the fat one needed to lock his arms around Naruto's own. What the? Naruto muttered. He made to rip this man's arms off, but he suddenly felt himself going weaker. Wait. What the hell was this? His eyes widened. He's absorbing my chakra. Naruto struggled more. Even his impressive physical strength was useless if he couldn't muster the energy to use it. Then an idea popped into his head. His legs were still free. With a furious yell, Naruto drove his knee straight up into the fat Pain's soft parts between his legs. Finally, he got a reaction. The fat Pain's eyes bulged slightly, and he let out an oomph of pain, his grip on Naruto loosening enough for the blonde to break free. Naruto took a step back, giving himself a second to recover his energy, and then growled. Get fucked! He barked at the fat Pain, before delivering another kick to the man's nether region. This time, it was with his full physical strength, powered by chakra. No doubt the man was too distracted to focus on absorbing it. The kick hit its mark, and Naruto was treated to the sight of a fat Akatsuki shooting straight up into the sky like a rocket. Naruto was wondering why the strange hand-launching guy hadn't attacked yet, and his answer came in the form of an explosion of smoke from the Ino lookalike. The ground shook, and out of the smoke came a massive rhino, its eyes bearing the telltale marks of the Rinnegan. Naruto, however, had recovered his strength, and this was his territory more than anything. Roaring, he charged at the rhino. They impacted with each other, an unstoppable force meeting an immovable object. The shockwave was enough to send the other Pains and Jiraiya stumbling slightly, and then Naruto grabbed the rhino by its lower jaw. What followed next was impressive, even Pain had to admit that. Naruto hoisted the rhino into the air, vaulting it over him, and slamming it down onto the hand-launching Pain. There was no doubt in Pain's mind that the Azura path would have a difficult time recovering from that without the Naraka path, and the Naraka path had been long since blown away. And the Preta path was still maintaining its unscheduled flight. The spiky-haired Deva path stopped to consider for a moment, batting away a barrage of fire from Jiraiya with his Shinra Tensei, almighty push. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki has become quite strong in these last few years. It was only him, the human path, and the animal path left. And the human path was practically worthless in combat. Perhaps it would be prudent to come up with a proper strategy against this child? We leave, the Deva path said, making Jiraiya's eyes widen. He made to jump away, but would suddenly burst from the ground, wrapping around Deva's arms and legs, tying him to the spot. Some distance away, Naruto was kneeling with his hands against the ground. Oh no, you don't! Naruto said, grinning. Arrow Sennin. On it! Jiraiya yelled back, charging up a Rasengan and rushing at the Deva path, only for his eyes to widen as he was blown back yet again by an invisible force, the wood restraining Pain shattering and sending splinters flying everywhere. Consider this your victory, Kyuubi, Deva said, turning his head to look at Naruto. However, we will meet again. With that, the three remaining Pains disappeared in blurs, making Naruto grit his teeth. Wait, Naruto, Jiraiya said, stopping Naruto in his tracks as the blonde made to follow. No doubt he retreated to think of a strategy against you. We should do the same. But we had him on the ropes. Naruto yelled. He was nowhere near as dangerous as I thought he was. He underestimated you, Jiraiya countered. The fact that he's retreating means he won't make that mistake again. Let's take this victory and get back to Konoha with as much information as we can. The toppled rhino disappeared with a poof of smoke, revealing the smashed Pain underneath it. Its body looked completely mechanical, almost like a puppet. We'll be bringing him as well, Jiraiya said, nodding toward the corpse. Fine. Naruto muttered, cracking his knuckles. I barely even got to use my jutsu though. You were really scared of him back there, yet now you're itching for a fight? Jiraiya asked in surprise, which made Naruto chuckle, sounding slightly embarrassed as he scratched the back of his head. Well, his chakra just felt weird back there. I've never sensed something like that before, but when I found out he can break same as any other man, that kinda lowered the fear factor a bit. Jiraiya stared at Naruto for a moment, then sighed with a small smile on his face. Put him in a fight, and no amount of fear would stop him from fighting. Well, maybe that never-give-up attitude was what made him so damn lovable. Button hook entry, as always. Understood. Kakashi was kneeling on one side of the door to the throne room of the underground bunker, while Sasuke and Hinata knelt on the other side. Sasuke reached up and placed an exploding tag on the door. They were still for a moment, then Kakashi nodded to Sasuke, who detonated it. The door was blown inward off its hinges, and the three ninja darted inside, ready to face whatever dangers were there. And he's gone. Sasuke concluded as the smoke cleared, revealing the empty room. It was dark, and any traces of Orochimaru's scent were old enough to reveal that the snake hadn't been there for at least a week. Another one down, Hinata mumbled with a disappointed sigh. This is the fourth hideout, Sasuke grunted, giving Kakashi a small glare. Is it safe to call this mission a failure yet? Yeah, Kakashi muttered with a sigh, running a hand through his hair. I think it's safe to call it that. Let's hope Naruto had better luck. Pain, you let them go? Came the voice of Konan in the empty room. Empty, save for her and the Deva Path Pain. The man himself stood by the balcony, staring out at the village with his usual emotionless look on his face. He hummed in confirmation. Why? You have never lost a battle before. This was no loss, a mere tactical withdrawal, Pain said simply. The Kyuubi had barely even started using his full power, and yet he destroyed the Asura Path. The Naraka Path has 9 broken ribs, and the Preta Path has a broken pelvis and 3 shattered vertebrae. I will need to recover and find a new Asura, and come up with a proper strategy. The Kyuubi is stronger than I had calculated, and so I underestimated him. It is that simple. I warned you. The new voice, dark and mocking, made Pain look toward the corner of the room, to see the cloaked Toby stepping into the light, his one-eyed, orange swirl mask still on his face. Toby was the only greeting Pain gave him. I told you that Senju Naruto was not to be underestimated. Even you, with all your power, isn't without at least a near equal. Lesson learned, Pain stated, returning his gaze to the village. It won't happen again. Obviously, since you don't have an Asura path for him to smash with a rhino again, Toby quipped, which caused a barely noticeable twitch to appear under Pain's left eye. Enemy or not, that was still a pretty damn impressive move, Pain had to admit. Disregarding that, though, Pain noted something in Toby's voice, which made him glance at the masked man again. You admire him? I have respect for him as a warrior, Toby clarified. All my sources tell me that he embodies the best of his ancestors' talents. Come to think of it, Kisame is practically itching for a fight against him. As such, if it were to come to it, even I would be cautious in a battle against him. I will come up with a proper strategy. See that you do. After this, he will surely never leave Uchiha Sasuke's side. Alone, they're bothersome. Together, they could be a great threat. As I said, Pain almost growled, a hint of emotion bleeding into his voice as he turned to give Toby a dangerous stare. It won't happen again. Toby stood there in silence for a while, but then chuckled, shrugging in resignation. Well, I wish you the best of luck that I do. Remember though, don't do anything rash. The air around his eyehole started swirling, a small wormhole that sucked the masked man into itself, leaving only his parting words in his wake. I still need you, after all. So, Konan spoke up after a moment of silence, do you have a plan? Senju Naruto's greatest weapon is his Mokuton. He focuses on large-scale destruction to overwhelm his opponent, Pain said, raising a hand to his chin. So we remove his ability to use it. His soft heart won't allow him to use it when faced with the threat of collateral damage. He turned around to look at Konan. He remained emotionless, but Konan had known him long enough to recognize the triumphant look in his eye, an idea taking shape. Especially if it threatens his fellow villagers. Tsunade was giving both Naruto and Ino a harsh glare as the two stood in front of her desk alongside Jiraiya, who was looking a bit exasperated, mostly because Naruto was looking as impudent and defiant as ever. So? Tsunade said, looking over the two Chunin. Why did you leave the village border? And Naruto, why did you abandon your mission? It was Jiraiya who answered. My student felt a great need to provide me with backup, one that was much needed, I might add. And Yamanaka Ino came along because my mission was originally strictly recon. She had no mission assigned to her at present, so she was a great asset that allowed us to discover the whereabouts of the Akatsuki leader. Ino was looking nervous. She was fidgeting and scraping her sandal against the floor. Naruto noticed this and reached up, placing a hand on her shoulder and giving her a comforting smile, before giving Tsunade a serious look. I'm taking all responsibility for Ino's actions. I'm the one who roped her into going with me. Naruto, no! Ino exclaimed with an alarmed expression on her face as she took a step forward, steeling herself. Hokage-sama, I volunteered to go with him. Naruto even urged me not to. The responsibility is my own. Tsunade sat there, watching them for a long while, her gaze moving from Ino to Naruto, and then settling on Jiraiya. Then, she closed her eyes and sighed. Very well, this incident will be kept out of the public records. For all anyone knows, Yamanaka Ino has been in the village the whole time, and Senju Naruto went with Team 7 in the attempted assassination of Orochimaru, she spoke, reaching up and pinching the bridge of her nose. But I don't want this happening again. Now Naruto, Ino, you may leave. Jiraiya, stay. The two Chunin nodded to the Hokage, before leaving the office. Once the door was closed, Ino leaned against it and gave a great sigh of relief. That look she gave us. She muttered, clutching at her chest. I thought she was going to give us a harsh punishment for sure, maybe even demote us to genin. You worry too much, Naruto said as he slung an arm around her shoulders and pulled her away. Bachan acts tough, but she's really a big softie. She doesn't seem like it. Well, if you piss her off, sure, she'll smack you one, but she understands when things are important to someone. Smack you one? Ino asked cautiously, which made Naruto laugh. Yeah, she broke my jaw once because I made a comment about this and that. I almost died. Sadly, it seemed that Naruto's attempt to reassure Ino was having the opposite effect. She seemed downcast, her gaze fixed firmly on the floor as they walked. Maybe she's just waiting to get me alone so she can do the same. Hey, don't worry, Naruto said happily, pulling her closer. If she wanted to hit you, she would have already done so. Now, how about we go eat some Ichiraku ramen to celebrate a mission accomplished? At least you saw some action. Sasuke had been sounding bitter ever since he returned to Konoha. In any case, Naruto and Sasuke now sat in the sun at Team 7's training ground, their backs against the logs. And what did we get? 4 empty bases filled with spiderwebs. You know, we could have died back there if that pain guy hadn't underestimated us, Naruto remarked, which got him a scoff from Sasuke. We both know you're too stubborn to die. Now you said you had a new jutsu to practice? HRHM. Actually, I don't think we can practice it just yet, Naruto muttered, reaching into his kunai pouch and taking out a scroll, handing it to Sasuke, who took it and opened it. It's still in development. I was hoping to get your input. This. Sasuke gasped, reading over the formula, his eyes wide in amazement. How the hell did you come up with this? I came up with it in a dream, Naruto told him. I thought it'd be fun to see if it could work. Well, the chakra merge is sound in theory, Sasuke muttered, his gaze still glued on the scroll. I just don't see how it would hold up in practice. If this goes even somewhat wrong. Hence why I wanted your input. This isn't some jutsu we can go into half-cocked. The theory has to be perfect. Sasuke shook his head, still poring over the incredibly complicated technique. Naruto always acted like a blockhead, but it was during times like this that he showed what a genius he was when it came to jutsu. This is insane, even by your standards. Why would I even consider helping you with this? Come on, you know it would be amazing, Naruto said, grinning widely. Sasuke stared for a few moments more, then smirked as he glanced up at Naruto. You were right, we would be damn near unstoppable. Before Naruto could speak, an ANBU blurred into view in front of them. Yura drew the short straw again, it seemed. Yo, Yura Taicho! Naruto exclaimed, raising his hand in greeting. Bachan wants to see us? That's right, Naruto-sama, Yura said. Please grab onto me. Both Naruto and Sasuke mentally debated whether or not to instead race to the Hokage Tower. Eventually, their competitive spirit won out, and Naruto grinned to Yura. Don't worry, we'll get there on our own. With that, the two of them dashed off, leaving the cloaked ANBU captain alone. The ANBU stood up and looked around, then sighed. I swear, make one comment about the Hokage gaining weight, and suddenly I get all the crap assignments. The Hokage Tsunade could be a very vindictive woman. And sending for Naruto and Sasuke proved to be less than pleasant for Tsunade herself, for as she sat behind her desk, sipping a cup of tea and going through a bit of paperwork, she found her newly replaced window smashed as a yellow blur went through it yet again. Tsunade, temporarily forgetting that she was a ninja who should always remain on guard, especially around her grandson, let out an embarrassing yelp, the cup flying from her hand and splashing her face and chest with tea. Thankfully, it wasn't scalding hot anymore, or she would have been very cross indeed. First, Senju Naruto barked triumphantly, after which Sasuke came jumping in. Not fair. You only came first because I stopped to open the damn window. Shoulda just gone through it like me. Naruto's triumphant grin faded away when a wave of killing intent washed over him, and he turned his head to see Tsunade, drenched in tea, slowly rising from her chair, her wet bangs casting her eyes in shadow. He could see the vein pulsing in her forehead, threatening to explode. Nah, are you two? You damn. In a blur, she was behind him, and her fist smashed into his cheek so unexpectedly that he didn't have time to react, packing the force of damn near 100 needles. The window next to the one he had come through exploded as the blonde was sent flying into the distance. Moron! Sasuke gulped as he stared at the fuming Hokage, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple as he raised his hand to cautiously catch her attention. I want it noted that I stopped to open the window. Only now did Tsunade seem to notice that Sasuke was there as well. She released a sigh, trying to look as dignified as possible. Thankfully, Sasuke wasn't the type to stop and ogle her chest. The now cold tea had made certain parts of her upper body very noticeable. She coughed into her fist. Sasuke, I'll need you to wait outside for Naruto to come back while I dry myself off. Sasuke was quick to comply, leaving her office to wait outside. Tsunade cleared her throat again, then grabbed a paperweight and threw it up at the ceiling. A ceiling panel loosened, and a red-clad figure with white hair fell down. When the dust from his impact with the floor cleared, it was revealed to be Jiraiya. He seemed to know exactly what would happen, because he chuckled nervously. I guess I have to go see if Naruto survived that, huh? He asked with a gulp, and the grin on Tsunade's face wasn't comforting in the slightest. Yes, the expressway. The sound of fist meeting cheek rang through the office, and Jiraiya shot out of her office like a rocket, heading in the same direction that Naruto had flown. Naruto returned 5 minutes later, packing a swollen cheek. Jiraiya was nowhere to be seen, though. Tsunade had changed and once more looked professional, once more clearing her throat to catch the attention of Naruto and Sasuke, who were standing in front of her desk. Now, why I called you here? She muttered, giving them a serious look. I want the unofficial reports. Unofficial? Sasuke asked curiously. What do you mean? As I said, this is unofficial, so there will be no reprimand. I take it Naruto didn't act on his own when he abandoned the Orochimaru assassination? Tsunade asked, giving Sasuke a significant look. It wasn't in Kakashi's report, but I can put 2 and 2 together. I know all of Team 7 was complicit in the desertion. It wasn't desertion per se, though, Naruto quipped, but shut up when Tsunade glared at him. This time, it worked out for the better, but I don't want you kids pulling this kind of shit again, Tsunade growled. I've given you a lot of leeway recently, but I can't have you abandoning your mission. Imagine if Orochimaru had been there. Imagine if he had a large group of soldiers there. The consequences could have been dire. I think you're underestimating Team 7, Naruto said with a scoff. However, he still nodded. Don't worry. So long as you don't send the pervert on another suicide mission, I won't be disobeying orders. I didn't order Jiraiya to, but you agreed to it, Naruto interrupted. I know it's an honor to give your life in the line of duty, but that should be a last resort, not the first choice. Are you telling me how to do my job? Tsunade asked, a dangerous look in her eye. Naruto, however, just nodded. If I hadn't been there, I would have lost my godfather, and you would have lost your oldest friend, he argued, remaining adamant. As it is now, we got information on Akatsuki's leader, and the old pervert survived. I'd consider that a win-win, and I have no regrets. Tsunade opened her mouth to argue, but then sighed. You're not going to budge on this, are you? Nope. And you? Tsunade continued, looking to Sasuke, who sighed. I don't really like disobeying orders, but I'm with him on this one. I have no regrets, and I'd do it again with impunity. You too. Tsunade muttered, palming her face. She'd been hoping that, unofficially, they'd show at least some regret, yet of course, the dynamic duo were 2 bodies, 1 mind in these matters. And of course, they'd both be impudent little brats. She didn't know why she thought an unofficial hearing would yield any better results than the official report. In any case, on to the next agenda, she spoke up, turning serious again. I want to give you all the details we have gathered on the leader of the Akatsuki, Pain. Naruto and Sasuke both perked up as she dug 2 files out of her desk and set them down in front of the two. Read it, memorize every detail. Odds are, you're going to be fighting him soon. Then I guess we'll have to do our best to finish that jutsu, Naruto said, glancing at Sasuke, who nodded, although he looked reluctant to do so. It'll be a pain to match yours, but I'll give it a shot. Eh? Tsunade voiced, blinking. That jutsu? It's a surprise, Naruto said with a grin, picking up the file. Well, if that's everything? Yeah, that's everything, Tsunade said, realizing she wasn't gonna get any answers anytime soon. Also, Naruto. HM? I have withdrawn your clearance to study the Hiraishin in the Forbidden Scroll, Tsunade said, which made Naruto go wide-eyed. Before he could protest, however, she took out a piece of paper and handed it over. You have free reign. Read and study the whole thing with your usual impunity. What? Sasuke barked, snapping his head toward Naruto with a furious glare. But that means... Aha! Naruto exclaimed, that triumphant grin once more adorning his face. I will be the most awesome of the team. Uchiha Sasuke, constantly number 2. This is not fair in the slightest. Sasuke muttered, watching as Naruto skipped out of the office. Tsunade watched as Sasuke left, waited a few seconds, and then called out, Right, you can stop hiding now. Jumping in through the broken window was Jiraiya, who was grinning widely, despite his swollen cheek. Oh ho, you gave him the whole scroll to study, huh? I thought you said it'll give him a big head if he gets more power, when we discussed it last? He said with a hum, rubbing his chin. Believing in him more than you thought you would, HM? It's not like the brat can get a bigger head than he already does. Tsunade huffed. Besides, given the abilities of pain, I think he'll need all the help he can get. True, there were some of them that we never managed to figure out the abilities of. Well, he's going to have to hold off reading from that thing. Oh? Tsunade uttered, raising an eyebrow curiously. Have another training trip in mind? Somewhat, Jiraiya said as his grin widened in what looked like excitement. He's already damned close to mastering it naturally, so I'm taking him to my Obokuzen. I'm gonna have the elders teach him senjutsu, sage arts. He had already gotten permission, after all. The Toad Temple was a huge room, the walls and floor a bleak brownish gray. In the back of the room sat a huge, wrinkled old toad, soaking in an oil bath. His eyes were barely open, and he wore a bead necklace with the kanji for oil on it. He really looked like he was lounging lazily, appearing uncaring and completely relaxed. On either side of him sat smaller toads, about the size of Gamakichi when he was young. Both were wearing cloaks that covered their bodies from their neck down. Strangely enough, the male toad actually had eyebrows, long and bushy ones colored gray with age. The female toad's head was shaped as though she had a full set of hair with hair rollers in, yet if one looked closely they would see that it was just her head that was shaped very strangely. In front of the huge toad, Jiraiya was kneeling, his head bowed in respect. Oh, Jiraiya-chan, the large toad spoke in an ancient voice, a small smile appearing on his face. It's been a very long time since you last visited us. So? He asked, turning to look down at the male toad. When is Jiraiya-chan coming? He's right here, elder. The toad with the eyebrows muttered, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple. Right. Welcome, Jiraiya-chan, the elder said, smiling down at the toad sage. So, what brings you here? Elder-sama, Jiraiya said, bowing his head lower. I come to you today to ask your permission to bring my student here to learn senjutsu. A simple request, to be sure, the elder said as he nodded his head. However, Jiraiya-chan is already deep in training, and we cannot possibly take on another. Jiraiya-chan already finished his training, you senile old fart. The female toad barked at the elder, who perked up in surprise, staring down at Jiraiya. Said toad sage was gritting his teeth. He already knew the elder toad was senile and tended to forget details and such, yet it always frustrated him whenever he met the toad. Even Gamabunto was easier to deal with than this guy. So he has. That was quick, the elder said in amazement. Now, Jiraiya-chan, you had a request? Why yes, elder-sama. Jiraiya muttered. The things he went through for Naruto's sake. I wish to bring my apprentice here. Oh, the little Senju child. Amazingly, the elder seemed to have experienced a brief moment of clarity, nodding slowly to himself. Of course, if anyone can completely master the volatile nature chakra, it would certainly be him. Very well, I approve. Bring him to me as soon as possible. Thank you, elder-sama. Jiraiya exclaimed, bowing deeply enough that his forehead touched the floor. You're very welcome. Now, when is Jiraiya-chan coming? Jiraiya sighed. I hope the brat appreciates what I went through for him. Jiraiya muttered, his mind returning to the present. The elder was never fun to deal with, that was for sure. Both Naruto and Sasuke were panting heavily, laying in the dirt at their training ground with sweat pouring down their faces. They both looked like they had been through a war. In fact, Sasuke had never seen Naruto this tired, except when he fought Kakuzu. Damn. This really is difficult. Sasuke muttered between gasps. I didn't think. He cut himself off, feeling the bile rise in his throat and fearing he might vomit from exhaustion. You're not freaking sinking, Naruto barked, although it lacked his usual ferocity. He was too damn tired to muster enough energy to properly bark at Sasuke. I told you, we have to match our chakra. Look, this goes both ways. You want to get some, you have to give some, you know? Sasuke barked back. We're supposed to sync, not have one of us adapt to the other. Both ninja looked up at the third voice, one long since familiar to them. Indeed, Hinata had arrived at the training ground. I made lunch for you, if you want I eat. Hinata flinched as both ninja lunged at her, each grabbing one of the 3 boxed lunches she was carrying. She recovered quickly, however, when she saw them wolfing down the food. Naruto and Sasuke both paused at the same time, looked up and tried to see how much the other had eaten. They locked furious gazes for a moment, and then went right back to eating. Hinata was used to this by now, so she calmly sat down and opened her own lunch, calmly and methodically taking her chopsticks and eating it, in no rush at all. Bwah! Naruto gasped, the first one to finish eating, as he collapsed onto his back and grinned up at Hinata, clapping his hands together. Thanks for the meal, Hinata. Delicious as always. Sasuke grunted, finishing his own lunch and turning to Hinata. You did something different with the Nikkemon, didn't you? At this mention, Hinata's eyes widened with joy, clapping her hands together and completely forgetting about her own lunch for a moment. I added a bit of pepper to the meat, she said, smiling brightly at Sasuke. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I wasn't sure if you liked Naruto-kun. Naruto, who had hoped to go unnoticed, flinched in the process of trying to steal a rice ball from Hinata's boxed lunch. Never one to be stopped simply by getting caught, however, he quickly snatched it up and started wolfing it down. Sorry, Hinata. He apologized between mouthfuls. This new jutsu is burning me up like crazy. What jutsu are you working on? Hinata asked as she nibbled on her own rice ball. Naruto and Sasuke shared a look, contemplating. Then Naruto reached into his kunai pouch and withdrew the scroll containing the details about the jutsu, giving it to his teammate. Hinata grabbed it, opened it, and her eyes widened upon seeing what the jutsu would do if performed. This is intense, right? Naruto spoke with a grin, snatching Hinata's last rice ball. The sync is off, though. We'll have to work on that for a bit, but if we can perform this thing. Damn. You would be unstoppable, Hinata confirmed, nodding. How did you think of this? I had a dream, and I thought it sounded cool, Naruto explained simply, which made both Sasuke and Hinata sweat drop. So, what's this I've heard about our darling Hinata going on a date with one Aburame Shino? Sasuke's eyebrows show up as he gave Hinata a curious look, watching as the Hyuga heir was steadily turning red, ducking her head so that she didn't have to look at them. Oh? I hear he never even saw the blow coming from the embarrassed Hyuga. Neither did Sasuke. An hour later, both Tsunade and Jiraiya blinked as Naruto stood in the Hokage's office, sporting a black eye and a busted lip. He was looking embarrassed as hell, and Jiraiya couldn't help but ask. What the hell happened to you, brat? Naruto cleared his throat. I fell down some stairs. Neither believed him, but it was clear that Naruto didn't want to elaborate further. Tsunade decided to get to the point of this meeting. In any case, Jiraiya has requested to take you on another training trip, this time to Myobokuzen. I have approved. You will go to the Toads and learn Senjutsu from them. Naruto blinked. Senjutsu? Really? He asked, an excited grin appearing on his face. When Jiraiya nodded, he threw his hands up with glee. Yeez! I've been waiting for this. His cheering was interrupted by a knock on the door. Sasuke and Hinata reporting, came Sasuke's voice from the other side. When Tsunade called for them to enter, the door opened to reveal Naruto's 2 teammates. Sasuke, like Naruto, was also sporting injuries, only his black eye was on the other side, and he had a bruise on the tip of his chin. What the hell? Tsunade asked, sharing a glance with Jiraiya. What happened, Sasuke? I fell down some stairs. Sasuke muttered, and the 2 Sannin noticed how Hinata was glancing down at the floor in embarrassment. Both of you? On the same day? Tsunade asked, looking from Sasuke to Naruto. Said Blonde coughed into his fist, not having counted on Sasuke giving the same excuse. It was a narrow staircase. Sasuke, always on his level, elaborated, we bumped into each other and fell at the same time. His body broke my fall, though. His elbow hit my chin. I smacked my eye on his forehead. The impact broke my rib. I think a big dude showed up and punched me, too. Tsunade and Jiraiya shared a look again. With each excuse the two gave, Hinata's head had lowered more and more. It was clear what had happened. She had severely bruised their pride, no doubt with the surprise attack. Though Tsunade was incredibly curious as to what had caused the sweet and kind girl to attack them. Judging by her red face, it was something embarrassing. In any case, while Naruto is off on his training trip, Kakashi has requested to take the two of you on one as well, Tsunade told them, making them all straighten up and give her their full attention. I have authorized Team 7 to be taken off the Nijua Shotai for a total of 45 days, during which time Naruto will be training with the Toads, and Sasuke and Hinata will be training with Kakashi. You leave in 5 days. 5 days, Sasuke repeated, glancing at Naruto. I guess that means we have to cram as much practice as we can into that time slot. Preferably without falling down more stairs. Hinata's head ducked down once more, staring down at the floor and poking her fingers together. Naruto was standing with his arms crossed at Training Grounds 10, his arms crossed. In front of him stood the Jounin Ebisu and his students Konohamaru, Moegi, and Udan. Naruto had even gone out of his way to formally ask him to bring them here, so Ebisu figured that it had to be something important. What are you here for, Naruto and Ai-chan? Konohamaru asked, a grin appearing on his face as different scenarios popped up in his head. Are you going to spar with us? Another teamwork exercise? Not at all, Saru, Naruto said, grinning as well. With Ebisu-sensei's permission, I would like to teach all three of you a very personal ninjutsu, since you're all my precious little brats. I will be going on another training trip soon, so now is as good a time as ever. So, Ebisu-sensei? Go ahead, Naruto-kun, Ebisu said, pushing up his sunglasses with a skeptical look on his face. That look was wiped off his face, however, when Naruto held out his hand, showing a round, wilding spinning ball of chakra materializing over his palm. That's... Look closely, kids, Naruto said, grinning at the three gaping students. He took a moment to let them observe the technique for a moment, then slammed it into a nearby tree, blowing away more than half of the tree trunk, making the three genin gape in amazement. This is called the Rasengan, a precious A-rank ninjutsu invented by my dad. I'm going to teach it to you three. Don't be surprised if you can't learn it in a day. It's a tedious process, and you need ample amounts of both chakra and control in order to use it. Amazing, Nichan, Konohamaru said, a gleam in his eye that showed he was more than ready to learn the move, while Ebisu cleared his throat. Naruto-kun, these children are only genin. Is it really safe to teach them such a high-rank ninjutsu? I trust these kids to use it responsibly, Naruto replied. After all, they're my precious subordinates who would never go against my orders, right? Naruto looked to the three genin, who immediately recognized the dangerous look in his eyes, and they snapped to attention immediately. Right. Well then, let's get started. Naruto took out a scroll from his kunai pouch and unsealed a bag full of balloons filled with water. He picked one up and held it up in front of his kids. Before he did anything, he looked to Ebisu. They've been keeping up with their chakra control, right? All three can walk on water with no trouble at all, Ebisu announced with pride. I've made sure to drill the importance of chakra control into their heads from day one. Nice, Ebisu-sensei, Naruto said, flashing the elite teacher a thumbs up. Now watch closely, my little brats, because this is something truly cool. The trio watched in fascination as the balloons started to wiggle. Then, bumps appeared all over it as the water inside seemed to rage violently, before the balloon exploded. The first step, kids, is rotation. Make sure to pop the balloon, and you'll be ready for the next step, Naruto announced, gesturing for the bag of water balloons. Like I said, don't be discouraged if you don't succeed on the first try. It can be difficult to grasp. That's what I'd expect from my rival, Konohamaru exclaimed with an excited grin on his face, grabbing a balloon. You're making it look so easy. But I'll surpass you. As Naruto gave them his parting words of encouragement, and walked away, he found Ebisu following him. He stopped and looked at the teacher, who smiled fondly as he looked back at the three children, who were all hard at work trying to pop their balloons. They really do look up to you, Naruto-kun, Ebisu said with a soft chuckle. I will always be their teacher, to be sure, but you will always be their precious big brother. Well, those brats have a special place in my heart, Naruto said, crossing his arms again, a pleasant smile on his face. I'm grateful you took them in. I know you have a reputation as a simple go-to teacher, but I also know you're a very capable jounin. I feel I can trust you to keep them safe. Kakashi-sensei said so it must be true. Kakashi-san said. Ebisu's eyes were obviously wide behind his shades as he gave Naruto a startled look. Said Blonde grinned and gave him a thumbs up. So, I'm leaving them in your care, Ebisu-sensei. If any of them manage to pop the balloon, have him or her instruct the other. Once they all got it, give them this. He reached into his pouch and fished out another scroll, handing it over to Ebisu. Tell them that the first step was rotation. The second step is power. Unseal this and have them pop the balls. Not just puncture them. They need to explode. Ebisu took the scroll, though he was understandably confused. Not a surprise, really. Learning how to perform the Rasengan felt very much like a kid's game, after all. Still, he nodded. Good luck with your training, Naruto-kun. Thank you. I'll see you later, Ebisu-sensei. With that, Naruto disappeared with a blur. Myobokuzen truly was a beautiful place. The entire mountain was littered with toad statues and waterfalls. There was a smell in the air that reminded Naruto slightly of some kind of sweet he couldn't quite remember. It wasn't a bad smell, to be sure. And toads were heard from all around him, their own unique kind of song that really only a toad summoner could appreciate for its beauty. Standing next to him, Jiraiya grinned at the odd look on Naruto's face. He patted his godson on the shoulder. Naruto, I want you to meet Fukasaku-sama. Naruto looked, but didn't see anyone, not until he looked down at the ground to see a small toad sitting there, and it looked very strange with bushy eyebrows and a beard on a toad, he had to admit. The toad was standing smiling over a scroll that had summoning seals scrawled on it. Welcome to Myobokuzen, Naruto-chan, the old toad greeted, nodding his head to the blonde. Jiraiya-chan has told us a lot about you. We've been wanting to meet you for a long time. It's an honor to be here, Naruto said, bowing in greeting, something that made Jiraiya's eyes widen in surprise. What the hell, brat? Why aren't you that respectful to me? The look Naruto gave him was all the answer that was needed. It wasn't helped by the fact that Fukasaku was also giving him that look. Well, Naruto-chan, let's go meet Ma, then we'll start you trainin', Fukasaku said once he looked away from Jiraiya to focus on the senju air. Jiraiya-chan says you have a lot of potential fair senjutsu trainin'. Apparently, I'm a natural, Naruto said before jetting his thumb over his shoulder to point at Jiraiya. But then again, you have to take anything that old fart says with a grain of salt. Jiraiya bristled, but Fukasaku gave a bark of laughter. You're a funny kid, Naruto-chan. Ma's gonna love you, that's fair sure. So, come on then. Bunta-chan has been wanting to see ya as well. Boss is here? Naruto barked excitedly, a grin appearing on his face. Awesome. Don't forget about me. Naruto whipped around, seeing a toad standing taller than him, if only by a few inches, yet there was no mistaking that color or voice, making him grin ever wider. Gamakichi. Both Jiraiya and Fukasaku were surprised when Naruto bolted forward, hugging the large toad happily. You've gotten so big since I last saw you. I need to summon you more often. If the hug wasn't surprising enough, Naruto actually lifted the young toad into the air and spun him around, like a sailor reuniting with his girlfriend after years at sea. See, calm down, Naruto. You're making me feel embarrassed here. Gamakichi barked, huffing. Sides, we don't want to keep Pops or old lady Shima waitin'. There'll be hell to pay if we do. Oh, sorry. Naruto muttered, setting the toad down, but still grinning. But look at you. You'll be your old man's size in a jiffy. You toads sure grow quickly. Then Pa, Jiraiya said, looking to Fukasaku, I'm leaving Naruto in your care. Right, we'll make sure he learns, Fukasaku said, glancing at Naruto, who was chatting with Gamakichi. Apparently, he told a very good joke, because the larger toad gave a guffaw. He really does remind you of Minato-chan, doesn't he? That he does, Jiraiya said with a fond smile. Suddenly, the ground shook, and it was no surprise why, because a massive toad had just made his appearance, wearing a blue vest with a tanto stuffed into his belt, a large pipe stuck in his mouth. Naruto! The toad barked, making said blonde flinch. Where are your manners, you little brat? You finally show up at Myobokuzen, and you decide to greet my son before greeting me? And you call yourself my underling? Boss! Naruto greeted. Though the sudden appearance had startled him, he was still happy to meet his friend. It hadn't been thought possible, but his grin widened as he waved. It's been a long time. We gotta have that drink, don't we? Damn straight we do. Gamabunta was cut off by Fukasaku, who waved his hand to grab their attention. Sorry to interrupt, Bunta-chan, but I have to introduce Naruto-chan to Ma before he does anything else, or she'll tan our hides. It was amazing to Naruto to see the great Gamabunta flinch. Alright. I'll give y'all a ride over. Jiraiya, get the hell out of my sight. Jiraiya himself flinched at the glare the great toad gave him. Seriously, ask the guy to help him peep once, and suddenly the boss toad starts getting all sniffy. Well, I see Naruto is in good hands, Jiraiya said, forcing a smile back onto his face and putting his hands in a ram seal. Later. With that, he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Meanwhile, some distance away from Konoha, Kakashi was standing across from Sasuke and Hinata in a forest clearing. He was looking lazy as usual, but his visible eye was sharp. Now then, this isn't exactly a training trip, but… He sighed to himself as he put away his book. From today on, we will fight like our lives depend on it. One-on-one fights and team battles both. Let's get started. Damn brats. Maybe I'm getting older. He doesn't look too good, Sasuke quipped, standing some distance away from Kakashi, who was leaning against a tree with his back toward his students. His mask was down, and his free hand was clutching at his stomach while he emptied its contents. Sasuke looked to Hinata. Think you went a little overboard? Sorry. Hinata mumbled, poking her fingers together. I honestly thought he would dodge, so… Speaking of which, you have gotten fast, Hinata, Sasuke praised, giving her a thumbs up. Faster than Naruto without his space-time ninjutsu, that's for damn sure. Should I be worried you might take my place as Team 7 speed freak? Thank you for your confidence in me, Sasuke-kun, but I don't think I'll ever reach your level of speed, Hinata said, before glancing over at Kakashi in concern. Should we help him? Leave him, Sasuke said simply, waving her off. He knew what he was getting into when he asked for a 2-on-1. The only reason I'd want to go over there now is to see what he looks like under that mask, but circumstances being what they are. Sasuke cut himself off as another violent burst of projectile vomit was unleashed from their Jounin teacher. Gross. Sensei. Hinata called to the Cyclops. Do you need any help? I'm fine. Kakashi barked as he gave her a wave over his shoulder. Training's over for the day. You guys can go into town and get something to eat. Should we bring you back something? I'm fine. The two spared him a glance, then moved out of the clearing, heading for the nearby village they were staying in for the night. Sasuke patted Hinata on the shoulder. You're pretty inventive, Hinata. I didn't know Juken could be used to do things like that. It usually isn't, but with my training with Tsunade-sama, I have gotten a good grasp of human anatomy and its functions. Still, making an enemy projectile vomit is a great way to stop them in their tracks, Sasuke said, then glanced back toward the clearing where Kakashi was, for a long time, it seems. How do you think Naruto-kun is doing? Probably training, getting stronger, acting cocky. Sasuke's expression darkened as he listed off what he believed his best friend to be doing, talking shit, striking poses, insulting me. Damn it, Naruto, shut up already. Hinata blinked at Sasuke's outburst, but then smiled softly. He looked like he was actually hearing Naruto in his head, and talked as though Naruto could hear him. Meanwhile, far, far away, on Myobokuzen, Senjin Naruto gave a violent sneeze, then clutched his fist angrily. I really want to punch Sasuke right now. Fukasaku was sitting in front of the standing ninja, blinking in confusion. They were standing in front of a large stone wall. A toad head carved into the wall was spewing a clear liquid like a waterfall in the fountain underneath it. All around them were giant stone toad statues, all sitting in a meditative position. Never mind, Pa, Naruto said, waving him off. Naruto wasn't much for honorifics, after all, and Fukasaku had been more than happy to have him call the old toad Pa. The old toad Shima, his wife, had been extremely happy to be called Ma. Apparently it made her all nostalgic, like having a little Jiraiya-chan with them again. So, what's this? We'll get to that, Naruto-chan. But first, have the differences between ninjutsu and senjutsu been explained to you yet? Yeah, the old perv told me about it on our training trip, Naruto said with a nod. He explained it as ninjutsu using the chakra you have within yourself, while senjutsu uses the surrounding chakra, the natural chakra from the very nature itself. He says I'm kind of a gray line, considering my Mokuton ninjutsu actually naturally absorbs nature chakra on a microscopic level, so it's a bit of both. Good, Fukasaku nodded in approval. But senjutsu is so much more. By tucking the nature chakra within yourself, you form a new, stronger chakra. It allows you to perform some incredible feats, to be sure. Your genjutsu, ninjutsu, and taijutsu will be increased tenfolds. The techniques which use the chakra born from the spiritual and physical energies within you, as well as the natural energy surrounding you, are called senjutsu. Can you use it? Naruto asked, glancing over his shoulder at Gamakichi, who had decided to tag along for this training. Kinda, Gamakichi nodded. I'm not good at it, but I can detect it same as any other toad. Kichi-chan isn't at mastery level yet, so I'll show you what nature chakra can do, Fukasaku said, hopping over to one of the stone statues and clapping his hands together. Naruto-chan, you keep your senses sharp, look at what I'm doing. Naruto furrowed his brow in concentration as he watched the old toad, who had clapped his hands together in focus. There was a strange feeling in the air, like Fukasaku had become a vacuum that was sucking something in. Oh! That's amazing, Fukasaku-sama! Gamakichi exclaimed with an excited grin on his face. The nature chakra is gathering quickly. So that's what he's doing, Naruto muttered, rubbing his chin, only for his eyes to widen when the elderly toad slipped his hand under the large statue, which was easily over 5 times Naruto's height, and lifted it up with one hand. Whoa! Both Naruto and Gamakichi yelled, both clapping excitedly, which caused Fukasaku to give a small, cocky grin, despite straining under the weight. How's this, kiddos? He asked, before setting down the statue again and fully turning to face Naruto. That is the powering nature chakra, boyo. As you are now, you could probably lift this thing with one arm as well, but with nature chakra in your system, you'll be able to lift a statue twice as big. Awesome. Naruto whispered, then looked to Fukasaku. But how can I do that when I couldn't even sense the chakra? You must become one with nature first, Naruto-chan, Fukasaku said, which made Naruto blink. Have you seen my Mokutan, pa? I'm pretty one with nature as it is. What he means, Naruto, is that you have to die, Gamakichi supplied, making Naruto's eyes widen. Gamakichi, don't explain things weirdly. Fukasaku barked, giving Naruto a reassuring look. Don't worry, you won't really die. In order to take in the nature chakra, you need to be as one with nature, something that's part of it. Humans re naturally separate from nature, always rushing about, stomping everywhere. You have to be the opposite in order to feel the energy and draw it into yourself. The opposite? Stillness? Naruto asked, to which Fukasaku nodded. Yes. The first step to master in this volatile energy is to not move. You'll be able to feel nature chakra when you stop your flow as an animal and harmonize with the flow of nature. So not move at all? Naruto asked, getting another nod from the older toad. But even nature moves. Even a tree will sway in a heavy wind. Exactly. Fukasaku barked, pointing at Naruto. But that's not the tree willing itself to move. It bends to the will of the rest o' nature. You must be like a tree, Naruto-chan. Move with the wind when it urges you to, not when you want. I think I get it, Naruto said, crossing his arms. Absolutely zero movement, become one, and so on. So, how do we get started? It's easier to get started once you've had a first taste of the stuff. That's what this is for. Fukasaku hopped over to the liquid spewing from the toad statue's mouth, making a gesture for it. This is Myobokuzen's secret toad oil, a natural conductor of nature chakra. Come here and gimme your hand, boyo. Naruto did as ordered. Fukasaku dipped his finger into the oil and dabbed some on the back of Naruto's hand. As soon as it touched his skin, his sensitive sensor skills immediately picked up on the chakra flowing into him. It was an intense energy, to be sure. When Fukasaku had called it volatile, he hadn't been kidding. Getting control of this chakra was, what? Naruto broke out of his thoughts when he noticed how webbing started growing between his fingers, warts appearing on the back of his hand. The hell is this? Those who can't fully control the nature chakra will start turning into toads, Fukasaku said simply. There was the sound of something being summoned somewhere, and then a horrible pain erupted in the back of Naruto's head as a blunt instrument smacked into his skull. Ow! Naruto yelped, whipping around to glare at the elderly toad, who was holding a black club in his hand. That hurt, you old fart. You should be helping me, not killing me. Naruto, Gamakichi spoke up. Look at your hand. Huh? Naruto looked down and sure enough, his hand was back to normal. How the hell? You need a perfect balance of all three energies, Naruto-chan, Fukasaku said. It's incredibly difficult to keep everything balanced once you've introduced nature chakra to the mix. If there's too little, you can't use it. If there's too much, you'll turn into a toad. And that's permanent. Look around you. Fukasaku made a wide, sweeping gesture for the many, many statues around them. Those statues are the remains of those who failed in the past, Fukasaku explained, then grinned. But don't worry, I'm here. If you start turning into a toad, I'll use this staff o' mine to knock the nature chakra right out of ya. But to tell you the truth, not even Jiraiya-chan has got this technique down pat. He turns a bit into a toad when he uses it, but he's still able to do it. Are you, boyo? Naruto looked around at the statues for a moment, then grinned at Fukasaku, cracking his knuckles in excitement. Anything the old perv can do once, I can do 9 times. So, I was thinking about something. Sasuke had been in the middle of sipping his tea, and paused when Hinata spoke up. They were sitting in a rather cozy little restaurant, snacking on dango and sipping tea while enjoying the warm summer sun. Something? Sasuke asked curiously, raising an eyebrow as he set his teacup down. What about? Do you think me strange? Hinata asked shyly. I know Shino-kun isn't considered. You know. I know word is that Aburaim are strange and kinda freaky, Sasuke interrupted, a small smirk appearing on his face. But then, they say Uchiha would be too arrogant to make friends outside the clan, and that Naruto is a dumb loudmouth who. Well, he is a loudmouth, but he's certainly not stupid. In most aspects. Hinata nodded in acceptance to this statement. Stereotypes were sometimes right, but they were almost always ridiculously exaggerated. So you like him? Sasuke asked, snacking on his dango. Hinata ducked her head behind her teacup, which she was holding in both hands, and nodded shyly, which made the Uchiha smirk. That's good. From what I've heard, Shino may be a bit quiet and stoic, but he's an honorable man. Hinata nodded gratefully at that. She made to speak again, but before she could, a rather large, gruff-looking man had made his way over to them, glaring as though they were the most disgusting thing he'd ever seen. Konoha ninjas, huh? The man asked. Sasuke calmly sipped his tea once before looking up at him. What about it? I don't like Konoha ninjas, the man answered as he crossed his arms. Immediately, he was flanked by 5 other men, none of them wearing peaceful looks on their faces. Sasuke could easily sense their intentions, so he sighed, setting down his teacup. He looked to Hinata, who clearly knew what was about to happen. It's at times like this that I wish Naruto was here. Before Naruto could sneeze, he was once more smacked in the back of the head by Fukasaku, who looked like he was getting a bit tired. Seriously, grasping this natural energy was harder than Naruto had thought. It was easy enough to infuse it in his wood, but bringing it into his body was a whole other matter. Shit! Naruto barked, rubbing his head, the angry bump being unrelenting and causing him quite a bit of pain. Pa, isn't there a less painful method to get the nature chakra out of me? Afraid not, Naruto-chan, the old toad apologized, shaking his head. But look at ya! Yuri making incredible progress. You can already sense nature chakra like a pro, and your body is starting to still itself. There's gotta be some better way, though, Naruto muttered as he crossed his arms. I don't want to have to rely on some unique oil in order to gather it. Of course, this just fair the beginning, Fukasaku said, a grin on his face. Now the train wheels come off. Time to learn how to stay still or get hurt. This is going to be painful for me, isn't it? Yup. 5 minutes later found Naruto and Fukasaku standing in front of a large gathering of stalagmites, reaching high into the sky, even taller than the stone statues at the oil well. At the base of the stalagmites was a large pile of stone plates. Fukasaku grabbed one and jumped up. Follow me, Naruto-chan. That was how Naruto found himself sitting in a meditative position on one of the stone plates, balanced precariously on the very tip of one of the stalagmites. It had looked easy enough. Fukasaku was sitting perfectly comfortably on the plate, while Naruto had to constantly adjust to counterbalance. You need to stop your flow as an animal, Naruto-chan, Fukasaku lectured, shaking his head at his blonde student. Find your balance and become utterly still, at one with nature. Easier said than done. Naruto barked back, glaring at the old toad. I bet it took you longer than me to even get up here the first time. That's neither here nor there, Fukasaku argued, glancing away with a somewhat uncomfortable look on his face. Look, Naruto-chan, only once you've stopped moving will you be able to absorb natural energy. Just keep at it, boyo. Jiraiya-chan has faith in ya, and so do I. Back with the rest of Team 7, Kakashi appeared at the dango shop, and his eye widened in shock at what he was seeing. The entire shop was in ruins, fires burning here and there. Several men were strewn around the rubble, all of them unconscious, and sitting on a piece of rubble were Sasuke and Hinata. Somehow, it seemed Sasuke had managed to preserve his cup of tea, as he was sipping it slowly with a sort of amazed look on his face. Boy, that escalated quickly, Sasuke noted, blinking slightly to himself. He took a look around at the destruction as though he couldn't quite believe what they had done. I mean, that got really out of hand fast. What the hell did you do? Kakashi barked in shock, catching the attention of his 2 students. Sasuke reached up and scratched the back of his head. I'm not really sure. It started with some insults toward Konoha. Hinata and I were teaching the guys a lesson, then some IWA ninja joined in, and things escalated. I can see that. Kakashi barked, still in a state of shock. How long did he leave them alone? Half an hour? Maybe 45 minutes? And this happened? Tsunade was going to tan his hide for this, that was for damn sure. I can't. How? In our defense, the IWA ninja were responsible for at least half of this, Sasuke said, making a gesture for the damaged shop. But they took off. I admit, this felt more like something Naruto-kun would do, Hinata confessed, sending worried glances at the owner of the shop, who was crying his eyes out at the destruction in front of him. Kakashi quickly made his way over to the man and bowed his head, scratching the back of it sheepishly with an awkward smile on his face. I'm so sorry for the actions of my students. If you send word to Konoha, you'll be compensated for the destruction. No, but seriously, Sasuke muttered to Hinata, taking another sip of his tea, which was now cold, that really escalated. How did that ever happen? I think it was when that IWA ninja insulted your hair, Hinata mumbled, rubbing her chin. Or maybe when the porcelain cat got broken. I really like that cat. I know. But you didn't have to try to set the man on fire for it. Well, things had already gotten out of hand when you broke the counter with that man's skull. I was only trying to knock him down, Hinata protested. I wasn't trying to break anything. Except all of his internal organs. Naruto has really rubbed off on you when it comes to responding to insults, Sasuke quipped. I'm sort of afraid of teasing you now. Making that other guy literally crap his pants was a nice touch, too. Shame about the smell, though. I wouldn't have had to if you hadn't broken his friend's pelvis. Kakashi, who had returned from placating the shop owner, heard the conversation between his two students. He stood behind them, blinking in confusion. From what I've heard, I really want to know how this started and what happened after, but at the same time, I kinda don't. He thought, a sweat drop rolling down his temple. I think things went really crazy when that one guy started stripping. Okay, I really don't want to know, Kakashi thought, before approaching the two. Right, we'll be doing the rest of our training in Konoha. Clearly, you two can't be trusted to behave outside the village walls. Fukasaku sat on the stone plate, watching as his blonde-haired student sat completely still, steadily gathering nature chakra. A smile was on his face. Naruto-chan is progressing faster and Jiraiya-chan did. He's even learning to gather the chakra faster in him. He's almost at my speed already. His eyes widened when he saw markings appear on his face. The top whisker marks on Naruto's cheeks thickened and grew red, lengthening slightly, and another stripe appeared on his chin, almost going all the way up to his lower lip. Fukasaku couldn't help but realize how similar the markings looked to those on the Nidaime Hokage's face. Now ain't this a treat? That's a sign of sage mode. And he's not transforming in the slightest. While Fukasaku was admiring Naruto's sage mode, the blonde himself was standing inside his mind, and Kurama could be heard chuckling behind him. Now isn't that special? The old fox grumbled, and Naruto glanced over his shoulder to see him grinning. Those markings sure make you look like the Nidaime Hokage. Funny. Here I thought your sage mode would look more like your great-great-grandfather. Now isn't that special? Naruto repeated, a small grin appearing on his own face. You're actually talking to me of your own volition, and you're not even flinging insults at me. Miracles do happen, don't they, Kurama? TCH, it's too early for our usual banter. I must admit though, I'm impressed you grasped the nature chakra so quickly. From what I learned from Mito, it took the Shodai Hokage 3 years to learn how to harness it. But then again, he didn't have a wart-covered old toad to teach him the secret. I won't have you insulting Pa, Kurama, Naruto said simply. Now how about you play ball for once and act nice? No one's this pissed 24 hours a day. What other source of amusement do I have? Kurama asked with a shrug, laying down. It's either sleep, look over some of your old memories, or bantering with you. In case you didn't notice, I can't exactly up and leave. I wish you could, that I do, Naruto admitted. Kurama pried open an eye to glance at the blonde, only to see that he was being completely serious. But I'm not intending to die anytime soon, so I can't let you out yet. Maybe on my deathbed. What's with you today? Kurama asked, raising the furrow where his eyebrow would have been if he were human. You're unusually serious. It's this sage mode, Naruto said, spreading his arms out with a smile. I feel completely at one with nature. My senses have peaked too. That's why I know you're not really pissed. What? Kurama growled. Naruto smiled as he stepped into the cage, once more showing how foolishly brave he was. He put a hand on Kurama's snout and grinned up at the large, menacing eye glaring down at him. I can sense your emotions pretty well by now. You're a pretty nice guy, aren't you, Kurama? The old fox gritted his teeth when he saw the blonde's grin. He didn't answer, however. Instead, he changed the subject. I hope you're not planning to use sage mode in battle, kid. This made Naruto drop his grin as he gave Kurama a confused stare. Huh? How many chances do you have in battle to sit down and gather the chakra you need to enter it? Kurama asked, glaring down at him. I'm not gonna die because you needed to take a seat for a moment. Naruto hummed and rubbed his chin, stepping back to lean against the bars of the cage. But then, you can send me chakra, right? Eh? Naruto grinned widely. Look, if I'm out there in the middle of a battle, and you're in here, you can gather the nature chakra while I'm out and moving. Idiot! Kurama barked. How the hell do you think I'm gonna be able to gather that crap? My chakra is completely incompatible. Well, Naruto muttered, scratching the back of his head. Have you tried? Kurama twitched. He hesitated for a moment, then glanced away, scoffing. Yes. What? I said yes, you brat. Kurama roared suddenly, sounding incredibly embarrassed. I thought it'd help me break out of Mito's seal, so I tried it. It didn't work. End of story. Naruto noticed how embarrassed the fox looked, a shrewd grin appearing on his face. You didn't turn into a toad, did you? TCH. Damn near turned into a goddamn tree. Kurama muttered, scoffing. My chakra is too volatile to mix with pure nature chakra. Maybe they can mix in your body, but not in mine. Your chakra and nature chakra. Naruto mused, humming as he rubbed his chin. That might be something worth looking into. Kurama rested his head against his paws again as the two lapsed into silence. Then, after a moment, the fox looked to Naruto again. So? Are you going to be ready when that pain guy shows up again? He'll definitely have a plan this time. Naruto sighed at that, scratching his head once more. I don't know. There are too many unknowns, yeah? I mean, will he attack when I'm on a mission? Will he attack in the village? Will he wait for me to come to him so he can set up an ambush? Variables everywhere. At least you're thinking about it, not just going gung-ho, Kurama commented. Well, if he ever shows up, I'll let you borrow my chakra if you need it. I'll be damned before I let myself get captured by the Akatsuki. At least in you my thoughts are my own, and I'm not a goddamn weapon. He perked up. In the meantime, the old toad is talking to you. Oh, I forgot where I was for a moment. Naruto exclaimed, snapping his fingers. Right, I'll talk to you later, Kurama. With that, the blonde vanished from the mindscape. Kurama sighed heavily and rolled over on his back, gazing up at the ceiling. I have more freedom in the brat's body, but what I wouldn't do for a magazine or something. 5 minutes later found Naruto sitting in Fukasaku and Shima's hut. Shima had left to go buy groceries. Bugs were apparently a delicacy among the toads, so it was just Fukasaku and Naruto sitting at the dinner table. Thankfully, they had proper tea that Naruto could drink without throwing up. Now that you've mastered Sage Mode, there's one thing you need to know, Naruto-chan, Fukasaku said, snacking on a larva of some kind. Sage Mode is very risky. Risky? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow. You mean the fact that I can't move when I gather the chakra? Yep. If you can't move, Yuri sit and duck in battle. Use Sage Mode fare too long, the chakra drains from you, and Yuri reverted to your normal self. Sage Mode only works proper if you've got allies who can give you time to gather the nature chakra. But that's what I'm here for. If we fuse our bodies, it'll be okay. Fuse? Yep. Spine to shoulder. Jiraiya-chan needs both Ma and myself when he enters Sage Mode. While you move, I'll be still and gather the chakra fair ya. So, that's the next step of our training. Fusion. Alright. Naruto barked, shooting to his feet in excitement, only to hit his head on the ceiling. Damn it! You alright there, Naruto-chan? I'm fine. Naruto muttered as he rubbed the sore spot on his head. Anyway, let's do this. Tsunade was sitting in her office, the back of her chair facing the door as she stared at the picture in her hands. That blonde boy of 12, at that time clutching the collar of his teammate, the uchiha doing the same. They looked like they were yelling at each other, both enraged. In the background one could see Kakashi and Hinata watching the scene, Kakashi looking bored, like he had seen it many times before, while Hinata was looking worried. Dan, Tsunade spoke to herself, a small smile appearing on her face. Our grandson sure became something great. Tsunade loved her grandson, Senju Naruto. He was annoying, a loud-mouthed idiot, but he was still a man both she and her late lover could have been proud of. Subconsciously, Tsunade reached up to grab the jewel hanging from her necklace, only to remember that she had given it to Naruto. She really didn't want to experience another loss. Dan and Iwaki had been enough. She believed in Naruto, yet she couldn't forget the necklace's curse. Tsunade-sama? The buxom blonde Hokage shook herself from her thoughts and turned around to see Shizen standing in front of her desk, an exasperated look on her face. Kakashi-san and his team are back. So soon? Apparently there were complications. Tsunade nodded, and Kakashi entered. He was alone, and he had a somewhat ashamed look on his face. Hokage-sama, he greeted, standing at attention in front of her desk, and Tsunade couldn't help but sigh. How much? She asked tiredly, and Kakashi held out a slip of paper, which Tsunade grabbed and read over. Immediately, her eyes widened. What? What did they do? Apparently, Hokage-sama, they ended up in an argument with some IWA ninja, and apparently a porcelain cat was destroyed, and someone took off his clothes. Tsunade heaved a great sigh, rubbing her temples. Just another day in the life of Team Kakashi. She was almost too scared to think of the property damage that would have occurred if the always eager to fight Naruto had been with them. The repair costs probably wouldn't have fit into the village's budget. Achoo! On Myobokuzen, Naruto sneezed, completely losing his concentration and accidentally cutting off his fusion with Fukasaku, sending the old toad flying off his shoulder. Naruto-chan! Fukasaku barked as he impacted with the ground. What are you doing, boy? This ain't a time to be sneezin'. Ino heaved a great sigh as she leaned against one of the stumps on Team Kakashi's official training ground. Sakura and Hinata were both there, sparring, but they paused in favor of giving the blonde girl a curious look. What's wrong? Hinata asked, and Ino waved her off somewhat half-heartedly. I miss my blonde idiot is all, she muttered. Damn that man, bringing me on a dangerous mission against Akatsuki, and then he goes off to train with the toads without even taking me on a proper date first? Just a damn bowl of ramen. Well, you weren't exactly forced to go, were you? Sakura teased, having heard of the mission from Ino herself as soon as the blonde had left the Hokage Tower. In fact, from the way I heard it, you insisted on going with him on. Shut up, forehead! Ino barked, her face suddenly flushing a furious red. I just did what my instincts as a Konoha shinobi told me to do. Hinata, meanwhile, just interlaced her fingers in front of her and smiled that gentle smile of hers that made both of the other kunoichi feel warm inside. Naruto-kun certainly inspires you, doesn't he? She spoke, starking up at the clouds. Ino groaned as she slumped over the stump. The blush remained on her face, despite the serious look on her face. He certainly does inspire, she muttered. One moment we're having a bowl of ramen, and the other. Ino trailed off as the blush on her face deepened, and she wrapped her arms around herself. Sakura and Hinata stared at her in disbelief. You didn't, Sakura whispered, also blushing at the images that popped up in her head. From the look on Hinata's face, she was no different. Not yet, Ino said, waving them off. But even with what little we have done, the things he can do with his hands. Ino gave off a very loud squeal and fell to the ground, starting to roll around in the grass. I want my blonde idiot back. Someone's lovesick, Sakura muttered, watching the girl. Hinata nodded before clearing her throat and getting into position to resume their spar. At this point, Ino pining over Naruto was kind of an everyday thing. Outside Konoha, on top of a tree, Pain was staring at the walls of the village, a dispassionate look in his eyes. Pain, came the voice of Konan, who was hovering behind him with her paper wings. Are you sure you want to risk this? It would be easier to simply attack the Senju boy while on the way to a mission, but even I am afraid of his more devastating jutsu, Pain spoke, humming to himself. Attacking him in a place like this will force him to limit himself. Our intel states that the boy isn't in the village, Konan muttered. He will come, Pain insisted. If the same intel is to be trusted, then he will come as soon as word reaches him that the village is in danger. A hint of a smirk appeared on the Akatsuki leader's face. The boy is predictable like that. A silence passed between the two as they just stared at the walls, and then Pain's gaze moved up to the Hokage monument, proudly displaying the faces of the current Hokage and her predecessors. His eyes narrowed, a small hint of ancient bitterness entering his head as he saw Tsunade's face on the cliff. The time of hidden villages is over, he whispered to himself. Pain was looking over his other bodies. The Azura path had been replaced with another, this one larger and more muscular, with his hair and a mohawk. He still had the unnerving smile on his face, however. It wasn't visible, but under their Akatsuki cloaks, the Naraka and Preta paths had several rods pierced through their body, same texture and color as their piercings, holding their bodies together after the disaster that was their encounter with the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Now we're going to split up, Pain spoke, for Konan's sake, to reveal his plan. One group will cause a diversion, and the other will do reconnaissance. Let's make sure we've got it sorted. He looked over his bodies, if only to make sure they were all sturdy enough to endure another encounter with Senju Naruto. Diversionary tactics are up to the Azura, animal, and Preta paths recon is up to the Deva, human, and Naraka paths Konan, you're on the recon team as well. I know, the blue-haired woman spoke, nodding. Pain frowned to himself, or at least his lips twitched downward by the tiniest of smidges, as he looked toward the village, activating his Rinnegan and seeing the chakra dome covering the village of Konoha. There's a spherical barrier protecting Konoha from all sides, including from above. Any intruders will be sensed immediately, Konan muttered. As planned, we're going to launch Animal Path above the villages, Pain said. That way, they'll miscalculate our numbers and it will throw them off. Then we'll wait for Animal Path summons. Kisame apparently got in without a problem, Konan spoke up, which caused Pain to release a minuscule scoff. His partner, Itachi, was with Konoha's ANBU. He knew how to get through the barrier without setting it off. I have my own way of doing things. The Animal Path stepped onto the Azura Path's waiting hands, bracing itself and allowing itself to be launched high into the air. It flew through the barrier right around the center of the village, where it performed a kuchios, summoning the other 5 paths to itself. Scatter, the Deva path ordered immediately, and they all obeyed. Meanwhile, Sasuke was sitting with Hinata in a nearby tea house. They had just finished eating some sweets, which Sasuke would never admit were the most delicious he'd ever eaten, and were sitting peacefully drinking their tea, when the sounds of explosions rocked the village. Neither of the two even had to share a look before they took off, gone before their teacups had even hit the floor. They blurred into view on top of a taller building, to see several houses in the distance go up in flames. Sasuke grabbed the hilt of his sword and looked to the Hyuga standing next to him. Let's go! In the torture and interrogation building, Konan stood amidst several bodies, staring into a cell. The prisoner had been tied up from head to toe, only his violet eyes visible through the bandage-like bindings. The bindings were covered with seals intended to make them unbreakable and no doubt make the prisoner completely incapable of movement. Konan stepped into the cell, an ANBU sword in hand, and stabbed it into the ground between the legs of the prisoner, who was sitting on the floor with his back against the wall. Haiden, she spoke, staring down at the prisoner with a cold look, and the prisoner finally looked up to focus on her. A muffled grunt heard from within the restraints. It's time to go to work. Was heard from within the gag, the shoulders of the prisoner shaking as he leaned his head down to stare at the sword in front of him. When he looked up into her eyes again, Konan could tell just from the mad glint in his eyes that he cackling in his head. Naruto perked up, blinking in confusion. His fusion with Pa broke, and the toad was sent flying off his shoulder. What the hell, Naruto-chan? The old toad barked, rubbing his head in confusion. Even the damned fox agreed to the fusion fair once. Sorry, Pa. Naruto barked, still looking up at the sky. I've been getting this really bad feeling for a while now. You moron. Came Kurama's voice. You should know not to ignore those feelings by now. What bad feeling? Pa asked, hopping over, raising his impressively bushy eyebrow. I feel. Naruto muttered, taking his chin in his hand and staring down at the ground. I don't know. It's like the dirt on the ground of Konoha is being disturbed. He really is like the Shodai Hokage. Fukasaku thought to himself, his eyes wide in amazement. Naruto-chan, we should send a messenger to Konoha. Something might be going on. Right. Sasuke panted in annoyance as he watched the annoying, black-cloaked people in front of him. Even a single glance at them would let anyone know that these guys were the, as Naruto had referred them, the pains in the ass. A grin slowly made its way onto the Uchiha's face as he thought of the term the Senju had used. He couldn't help it, honestly. Is something so funny that you can laugh in this situation? The spiky-haired man asked as he watched Sasuke, who ignored him and instead glanced at Hinata. How are you holding up? I can go on. Hinata muttered, watching the three with an unusually serious look in her eyes. I just need to catch my breath. Look! Sasuke spoke up, addressing the supposed leader of the Akatsuki for the first time since their encounter. Why are you here? What's your objective? I am here for the Kyuubi, the man said simply. Give it to me, and I will leave. Well, you're out of luck, Sasuke muttered with a grin. Seriously, Naruto and Jiraiya had taken these guys on themselves? Naruto isn't here. He's away training. Like I would believe that. It's the truth. Hinata yelled, her eyes wide. If Naruto-kun was here, he would charge headfirst into battle. Naruto-kun? The spiky-haired one muttered, glancing at the pale-eyed Hyuga. Then, before Sasuke could even react, even though his Sharingan saw everything, the man was already behind Hinata, and his hand chopped her in the back of her neck, knocking her unconscious. You bastard! Sasuke growled, getting into a ready stance. Just as he was about to pounce, the man picked Hinata up like a sack of potatoes, holding up a placating hand to the Uchiha. I shall be waiting in the very center of this village, he told Sasuke with that annoyingly calm look on his face. Go to your Hokage. Tell her to call back the Kyuubi. Tell her to order him to face me. If any other shinobi tries to attack, I shall kill this girl. You have 20 minutes. Immediately, all the explosions around the village stopped, and the man blurred away as Sasuke reached for him. There was a moment of silence as Sasuke fell to his knees. Hinata. He muttered, clenching his fists. I'm not strong enough. His still activated Sharingan eyes were aching as he turned to look toward the Hokage tower. He needed to call on Naruto. And he wasn't even sure if Naruto could beat this guy himself, so. Not even 10 seconds later, Sasuke landed on the roof of the Hokage tower, where Tsunade was on her knees with her hands in a ram's seal. From the slug on her shoulder, Sasuke could only guess that she had summoned Katsuyu and ordered her to split to heal the populace. Sasuke hadn't seen her summon the slug though, as he had been too focused on the man who kept blowing him back. Tsunade-sama. Sasuke barked as he made his way through her ANBU guards. She opened her eyes to look at him, breaking her concentration from distributing chakra for a moment. Call back Naruto. We have 20 minutes of calm. If Naruto doesn't arrive, Hinata dies. What? Tsunade muttered in surprise. The leader, Pain, the main one. Sasuke yelled. He blew away all my attacks. He knocked out Hinata and said we have 20 minutes to call Naruto here. Sasuke grimaced, rubbing his eyes, which were itching something awful. Tsunade was staring at him with an expression that clearly told him that she didn't know what to do. He didn't blame her. For all they know, Pain could have been bluffing, but he did call off his attack on the village, so. Another explosion was heard, and a cloud of dust rose from a distant corner of the village. All the shinobi on the roof of the Hokage Tower snapped their gazes toward it. Sasuke! Tsunade barked, rising to her feet and giving Sasuke her most serious glare. Take care of that disturbance. I will be calling Naruto. I'll be calling Naruto back. Sasuke couldn't be sure, but it kinda felt like Tsunade said something cute just then. But he had his duty to the village, so he just nodded and obeyed his orders, jumping off. Little brat. Tsunade muttered to herself as she turned to the ANBU surrounding her. Hurry! We need to get to the summoning scroll. As they made to dash off, they were surprised when a toad landed on them, a black toad with goggles, carrying a scroll on its back. Talk about timing, eh? The toad barked with a laugh and a grin. How long are you going to play unconscious? Pain was standing in the center of Konoha, staring down at the girl laying on the ground, his eyes narrowed ever so slightly. It was enough to show a glare. His paths and Konan were with him, having stopped their assault on the village to join the Deva path. The rumbles in the distance had nothing to do with him. He had told Konan to give Haiden the order to go wild, and it seemed that he had. It mattered little to Pain. His only objective was the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, and nothing else. In response to his query, the Hyuga girl shot up, and Pain's eyes could see the chakra around her hands, looking almost like the heads of lions. That amount of chakra, slammed into his body with such force? That could kill even this body, the one he would never want to give up. With a glance, a force knocked the girl to the ground, leaving a crater where she was slammed down. I want you to know, I have no personal grudge against you, Pain said softly as Konan stood next to him, both staring down at the downed Hyuga. This is simply what must be done to establish peace. Peace? The girl coughed, spitting up blood from the blow she just took. Killing people establishes peace? People can only want peace once they've felt true pain, Pain spoke simply, watching as the girl rose to her feet. Stay down. This can only end one way. A man like you. Hyuga Hinata muttered, taking a stance, and Pain was surprised to see so much determination in her eyes. You will never know peace with that mindset. Why do you struggle so? Pain asked as she charged at him, and another use of his Shinra Tensei, almighty push, knocked her back and into the ground again. Do you not see, girl? With this overwhelming power of mine, no one will wish to oppose me. The hidden villages will come together, and make peace simply because they do not want to earn my ire. Kuma will stop chasing bloodlines, IWA will stop hunting the son of the Yellow Flash, Kiri will stop their pointless war against bloodline users, and Suna will have their missions again. There will be peace. That's not peace. The Hyuga muttered as she got to her feet again. You're just a greedy wannabe ruler, same as all the others. You claim to have good intentions, but you hurt more than you help. Careful, girl. Pain hissed, his eyes narrowing. I kept you alive to lure out the Kyuubi. He will come to me even if it's just to collect your dead body. You're just proving my point. Hinata said, taking the Juken stance again. Naruto-kun will kill you. I know all I can do is weaken you, but I will, if it means helping a man with a better goal than yours. Pain's eyes narrowed again. You believe in him? I do. Why? Why? Hinata repeated. Naruto-kun is loud, rude, and offensive, but he has a good heart. He doesn't like killing. He wants people to get along. And he has a charm to him that draws people to him, regardless of his flaws. The Kyuubi is a violent idiot who speaks only with his fists. That's what everyone who doesn't know him says, Hinata said, and her voice was actually a growl now. And as his teammate and his friend, I will not let anyone speak ill of him. Pain's eyes widened when the Azura Path caught something out of the corner of their eyes. He had only enough time to watch the Hinata in front of him disappear before another of her burst from the ground behind him, making to jab her fingers into his back. His Shinra Tensei blasted her away, naturally, but he certainly didn't expect this one to explode into smoke as well, only for a second Hinata to come out of the same hole, following soon after. D-damn dash! Pain was cut off as two palms slammed into his back, shutting off his chakra supply to his legs. Naruto-kun is also good at using clones, and he shared his secrets. Hinata yelled as she dropped into a stance, her knees bent, one arm raised upward, and the other one in front of her bent downward, her palm by her knee. And you are within my realm of divination. You all are. Looking over his shoulder, Pain could see her Byakugan blazing with intensity. Before he could react, he could feel the chakra scalpels digging into his body. 2 strikes. Next, the Preta and Azura paths flinched. 4 strikes. The girl moved like flowing water, dividing strikes between the 6 paths and Konan. While the paths felt no pain, only loss of chakra, Konan felt everything. 8 strikes. 16 strikes. 32 strikes. 64 strikes. 128 strikes. Jukenhu, Hyakunijihachi Senpu no Mezu, Heavenly Fist Art, 128 whirlwind scalpels. The 6 paths and Konan flew away from the petite Hyuga, landing on the ground with a thud. Konan was gasping, grasping at her chest and trying to catch her breath. The Azura path was in pieces, and all the other paths were unmoving. This girl is more skilled than she made out to be. The Deva path muttered to himself as his controller flooded his body with chakra to make him be able to move through the ordeal. He rose to his feet along with the other 4 surviving paths, and now his eyes were even colder than before, especially when he glanced at the prone Konan. New order. Eliminate the Hyuga girl. The 5 of them charged, only to be stopped by an explosion of smoke in front of them. Sasuke landed in the streets of Konoha, and was disgusted to see several people in the street, their bodies slashed open by what must have been a terrifying weapon. His danger sense, finally honed after years of Naruto trying to sneak attack him, screamed at him, and he jumped to the side just in time to see a giant frying pan slam into the ground where he had just been. The pan had been cut in half, though still 2 feet wide, and its edge sharpened. Landing by the pan was none other than Haiden, who was wearing nothing but his pants. In any other circumstance, and if he was single, Sasuke would have hit on him, but this was an enemy. Yo, it's been a while, Uchiha brat. Haiden barked with a grin. It seems you managed to get away from Kakuzu. That fucking bragging piece of shit. No bounty gets away from me, he said. Che. Guess I'll have to do his job for him. Don't worry, I'll let you live long enough for him to get his bounty for your eyes, but then you'll be a sacrifice for Jashin-sama. Heh. Sasuke scoffed with a small smirk on his face. Your info is outdated. Kakuzu is already dead. Naruto turned him into ground beef. Though calling him that is an insult to cows. Haiden blinked and picked up the pan, leaning it over his shoulder, his brow furrowed. Kakuzu's dead? He asked in surprise, shock evident on his face. That's right, Sasuke said with a nervous grin, reaching back to grip the hilt of his sword. What, are you suddenly nervous? Nervous? Haiden barked, and Sasuke watched as he threw his head back and bellowed a laugh. He snapped his head forward and gave a bloodthirsty grin that made Sasuke feel a shiver go down his spine. Why would I be nervous? The boss told me to go wild, and the annoying Kakuzu isn't here to restrain me. This is the greatest day of my life. Especially when I have the offering I missed out on right in front of me. Suddenly, Haiden's chest burst open as a lightning-covered hand pierced it. Haiden glanced down at it, and then over his shoulder at the Jounin-uniformed man who had just hurt him, the Sharingan in his left eye spinning. Sorry, I guess you'll have to deal with me as well, Hatake Kakashi said, not sounding apologetic in the slightest. That actually hurt, you strange-eyed freak. Haiden muttered as he glared at Kakashi, but then he grinned and raised the frying pan with the 3-foot shaft. Well then, I'll sacrifice you first, and make the Uchiha the dessert. The pan came swinging down, but was stopped by Sasuke's sword. The Uchiha had taken this time to cross the distance between them. Kakashi, don't let him cut you. Right. Kakashi said, grabbing the man and throwing him into a building, making the wall crumble on top of him. Where's Hinata? Pain's got her. Sasuke admitted with a sour frown, rubbing his eyes again. We've got a few minutes before he attacks again. He's holding Hinata hostage until Naruto gets here. The big-titted woman is going to summon him. She ordered me to take care of this disturbance in the meantime. I'm worried about the girl. Kakashi muttered as he got into a stance, watching as Haiden pushed the rubble off him. But I suppose orders are orders. Will Naruto make it in time? I sure hope so. Then we have a job to do here, Kakashi said, tensing up. I'll get in close. I'll play with clones and confuse him. You take him at a distance. Don't let him cut you. I won't. With a smile, Kakashi dashed off. Sasuke didn't attack at once. Instead, he was analyzing the situation. Haiden was swinging his sharpened pan wildly, but he had no finesse with it. It must have had a different weight and balance than his scythe, so it should be easier to take him down this time, compared to last time. Sasuke! The Uchiha blinked when he saw Kakashi grab Haiden from behind, holding on to him tightly. Hey, Cyclops, if you wanna fuck me, take me to dinner first. Haiden barked as he struggled in Kakashi's grip. Sasuke recognized the look in his teacher's eyes and flashed through hand seals, his itchy Sharingan spinning wildly. Katon, Gakakyu no Jutsu! A great ball of flame spewed from his mouth, heading straight for Haiden and Kakashi. The former grinned and looked to the man holding him. Hey, at this rate, I'm the only one who's gonna serve dash. Haiden cut himself off, his eyes widening upon seeing the grin sported behind that mask. I know enough about you to not personally approach you. Haiden looked down to see the hands holding him sparking with electricity. A right-on Budash? Right-on, Jigaku no Hari Bunshin no Jutsu, lightning element, Hell's acupuncture clone technique. Kakashi called out as the fireball struck them both, but the Jonin burst into a flash of electricity, all of which shot into Haiden, who screamed in pain from both the lightning and the electric shock. Phew! Came a voice beside Sasuke as the real Kakashi landed beside him. What if I just wanted you to cut his head off? What would you have done if that was the real me? We've both hanged around Naruto long enough to play around with clones. And you're not stupid enough to risk getting turned into a voodoo doll, Sasuke said simply, sheathing the sword he had stabbed into the ground as he went through his hand seals. True enough, Kakashi chuckled. F fuckers. Haiden growled as he lay on the ground, completely naked due to his pants getting burned off. Kakashi's technique had completely paralyzed him. I swear, when I get out of this. Kakashi didn't let him speak anymore. Suddenly, he landed beside Haiden, and 5 iron rods had pierced him, 1 in each limb, and the last through his neck. Oh. Mother dash. That's enough of you, Kakashi chided and stomped on the man's jaw, getting a muted Gokilia in response, before looking to Sasuke with a smile. Now let's. They were interrupted as a plume of smoke came from the center of the village, where Pain had reported to wait. Let's help our teammate, who's very late. Sasuke muttered before jumping off. Well now. Hinata was staring at the back of the man she had so long admired, who was holding 2 of the Pains by their necks, the 2 who had just been the closest to attacking her. The blonde, Senjin Naruto, looked around, and saw that the Pains were on guard, while one Pain was on the ground, his cloak slack as pieces of his body had been strewn about, and a blue-haired woman was desperately clutching at her chest. You've really done well, Hinata! Naruto barked, glancing over his shoulder at her. Now that she saw his face, she realized that it was different from usual. His top whisker marks were thicker and colored red, and he had another line going down his chin, just like the marks she had seen carved into the head of the Nidaime on the Hokage monument. And ZenoNoKyuubi, Pain interrupted her, taking Naruto's attention away from her to focus on him. You escaped me once, but you will come with me now. Wow, I must have hit you harder than I thought. You retreated, remember? Naruto asked with his usual happy-go-lucky grin, which made Pain narrow his eyes. It was a temporary retreat due to an unexpected setback. Naruto grinned and reached up to his face. Then he pulled down his left eyelid and stuck his tongue out. You bolted because you were scared. He taunted. Pain showed no change in expression, but one could feel his annoyance. Naruto grinned again. Well, I don't really care, the blonde said with a shrug as his grin turned into a smirk. I was really just trying to distract you until the rest of my team got here. Pain's eyes widened when, with a thump, Sasuke and Kakashi landed by Naruto and Hinata. You could have let me know you faked being unconscious. Sasuke muttered as he looked to the destroyed Pain and the prone woman. Sorry, Hinata mumbled. But if you can fool your friends then. You can fool your enemies. Well, sure fooled me. What's wrong? Naruto asked, glancing at Sasuke, who frowned in annoyance. My eyes itch. He muttered. You're not dying on me, are ya? Hey, you wish. Alright, kids, our enemies are formidable. Standard attack formation, Kakashi interrupted their banter, and immediately, they took a diamond formation. Naruto was in the front, Sasuke and Hinata on the sides, with Kakashi in the back. Sorry, Naruto, but I imagine you'd want to take the lead on this one? Hey, you know me too well, sensei, Naruto said with a grin as he looked down at the Pains in his hands. So this is the one that summons and the one that. I don't know what you do. He finished lamely. Oh well. Cracks were heard, and Pain's eyes widened when the animal path and the Naraka path suddenly went limp in the blonde's hands. Things were not going as he intended. Kyuubi, will you come peacefully? The Deva path asked, which made Naruto grin again. Why would I? It'd kill me, wouldn't it? If you do not, I will destroy your village. Your death will be all the more painful if you do. I can cut off his legs while you crush his nuts, Sasuke quipped, which made Naruto give off a bark of laughter. Sounds like a deal, he said before grinning wider. That is, we'll cut off the legs and crush the nuts of the real you. Pain was glad to see that the Senju's teammates were clueless as to what Naruto meant, which in turn meant that Pain only needed to silence him, preferably as swiftly as possible. Well then, no more time to chat, Pain, and looked to his two remaining pads, the human and Preta. Take care of the others. Kyuubi is me. Before he could finish, Naruto had already appeared in front of him, his fist raised and coming at him. You are a dead man. Those words echoed in the head of the wide-eyed Pain as the fist came flying at him. Would he have time to use his Shinra Tensei? No, if he did, he would not only hit his pads, but also Konan. You are a dead man. Pain's eyes widened, and he unleashed more force than he had ever intended, sending not only Naruto, his pads, Konan, and Team 7 flying, but also shattering all the buildings around him. What was that? Pain muttered, rubbing his hand over his chest, just above his heart. For a moment there, Pain hadn't seen Senju Naruto. He had seen a terrifying creature in a white kimono with an evil, purple face, beady eyes full of evil intent, and a mouth filled with jagged teeth that looked capable of tearing through anything. Phew! Came a bark from Senju Naruto, who pushed his way through the rubble covering him. He looked more healthy than the others that were making their way out. Konan had yet to surface. When you blew back the old pervert with that thing, it didn't look nearly as powerful. Pain didn't respond, instead just glaring at the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. He hadn't expected this. He expected none of this. Just go into the village, make him hesitate out of worry for his fellow villagers. Take him down then. That was the plan. But to be so nervous just at the thought of receiving a single punch? Get up. Pain almost growled, watching his other two pads come out of the rubble to flank him. You are dangerous, Kyuubi, there is no doubt about that. That's why. HM? Naruto hummed as he watched Pain raise his hand. Out of his sleeve came a black rod, its composition unknown to him, but it looked like one of the spikes Haiden used for his ritual. I have to take you down quickly. Pain hissed. Shinra Tensei. To an ordinary man, it happened in the blink of an eye. One blink, the rod was in Pain's hand, and the next, it was lodged in Naruto's chest. But to Uchiha Sasuke, who had pushed a rather large piece of rubble off himself, it all went at a snail's pace. For him, it took almost an hour to watch the rod flying from Pain's hand, but unfortunately, his body moved just as slow. He supposed this was the curse of the Sharingan, being unable to keep up with what one saw. The rod pierced Naruto's chest, launching him back from the force used and nailing him to the wall of one of the ruined buildings. Naruto-kun! Came Hinata's scream at the same time as Sasuke heard Kakashi's gasp. But Sasuke didn't care. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Naruto couldn't be dead. There had to be a joke in here, right? Any second, that Naruto would explode into smoke, and the real one would bash Pain into the ground screaming, "Fooled you!" Right? But Naruto didn't explode into smoke. Instead, he coughed up blood, swearing to himself and clutching at the black rod sticking out of his chest, muttering something about chakra. Out of nowhere, images flashed through Sasuke's mind. Naruto, smashing his face in for flaunting his superior vocabulary. Naruto, giving him half his popsicle that evening when he was sad. Naruto, hugging him so hard that he felt he might pop like a balloon. Naruto, assuring him that they would be brothers forever as he cut his palm and offered Sasuke a blood oath. Naruto, who grinned so brightly when he told his team that he'd started becoming friends with Kurama. Naruto, who might suffer slowly as Kurama was pulled out of him. If no one attacks, neither will we, Pain said simply, staring at Naruto. We only came here for the Kyuubi. Dare you? Pain, who had taken a single step toward the blonde, ignoring the others, stopped and turned toward Sasuke, who was on his hands and knees, crying and clenching his fists. Wait, that wasn't tears. Was that blood? How dare you? Sasuke's head snapped up, and sure enough, tears of blood were pouring down his face, and his Sharingan had changed. The iris was black. The Sharingan had turned into 3 intersecting ellipses, and the eyes were spinning wildly. That's my brother! This was the first time since the Uchiha massacre that Sasuke had raised his voice, and it was as terrifying as one might have expected. A purple energy started covering Sasuke, a skeletal form taking shape around him. Pain recognized it immediately as Susanoo, one of Itachi's ultimate techniques. Before he could react, both the human and Preta paths burst into flames, the black, eternal flames of Amaterasu. The Preta path absorbed the flames without problem, but the human path was not so lucky. Pain didn't have time to watch the human path burn to cinders, as his focus was only on Sasuke right now. The Uchiha looked angry. With those tears of blood, he looked more like a berserker than a calm and collected Uchiha. You're dead. Pain barely had time to use his Shinra Tensei as the arm of the Susanoo came flying at him. He managed to repel it, and was about to sick his Preta path on the boy to drain him of his chakra, when the fat man suddenly tensed up and then spewed black flames from his mouth, flames that eventually covered his entire body. That's right. The flames of Amaterasu don't stop burning until their wielder wills them to. Pain realized with wide eyes. He snapped his gaze back to Sasuke, to see the raven-haired boy glaring at him with a crushing intensity. But as Pain made to escape, he felt someone grab him by the back of his neck. He looked over his shoulder to see the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, fit as a fiddle, holding him. He had a hole in his vest, and the armor and shirt underneath, but though there was blood, there was no wound. That rod of yours was annoying. Restrained chakra and everything, but it's useless if I have someone to pull it out of me, Naruto said with a grin, then held out his arm, holding Pain a foot above the ground. Sasuke! Give him hell! Pain was in a state of absolute shock. This couldn't be happening, right? He was a god! A couple of brats couldn't kill him. So focused was he on the impossibilities of the situation that he never even used his Shinra Tensei to throw away Naruto. He could only stare in shock as Sasuke's Susanoo materialized a bow and arrow, took aim, and pulled the arrow back. This can't. Pain was, quite literally, cut off as the arrow came flying, and sliced him in half, just below the collarbone. EW. Naruto muttered as he dropped the remains of Pain. Then, he turned towards Sasuke and grinned teasingly. Sasuke huffed, his Susanoo disappearing. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his new Sharingan was gone, replaced by his normal, dark eyes, as Hinata and Kakashi approached him. We got the thing out of him. It was blocking the fox from being able to heal him. Missed his heart by about half an inch, Kakashi informed Sasuke, who refused to look at the approaching Naruto, who was still grinning at him. Sasuke, Naruto said, which made the Uchiha twitch, but when he looked, the Senju had a gentle, sincere smile on his face, and were his eyes watery? I'm honored you think of me that way. That was all Naruto said before he brought Sasuke in for a hug that, as usual, felt like his head was going to pop any second. Now, Naruto said once he broke the hug, how about we go hunt the real one? You said that before, Kakashi said, raising an eyebrow. What do you mean? I mean, Naruto said, walking up to the remains of the last Pain, kicking him, these are corpses. And these. He reached down and pulled out one of Pain's piercings, our control rods. With this new nature chakra, my senses are at their peak. I could feel right away that something was wrong with these guys. And now that I'm holding this? The puppet master is about half a click north of the village. The paper fortress disguised as a tree was torn apart as Team 7 made their way inside. Inside was a scrawny, red-haired man with multiple rods sticking out of his back, strapped to some kind of machine. He had a weak grin on his face as he looked to all three of Kakashi's students. You three made short work of my paths impressive. We're not here to talk, Sasuke interrupted with a glare. We're here to kill you. But don't you want to know? Naruto interrupted him this time, pulling Sasuke's sword from his hip and immediately piercing the mastermind's head. Who gives a shit? Naruto growled, watching the light leave the man's eyes. After a few moments of silence, Kakashi coughed into his fist. Well, the ANBU have taken Haiden and the woman into custody, and people will want to study this guy's eyes, so I'll have to send a beacon for the ANBU. You guys did great today. I'll make sure to treat you to dinner tomorrow. For now, you guys should rest. We will, Sensei, Naruto said with a grin, before looking to the female member of their team. By the way, Hinata, did you hear it? Hinata couldn't hide her giggles as she glanced at Sasuke, who frowned. Don't. He muttered, but Naruto was grinning again, slicing his finger with a kunai to draw bloody tears going down his eyes. That's my brother! He roared with glee, and Sasuke could feel an embarrassed blush blossoming on his face. That was the most moving thing I've ever heard. Oh yeah, that's why Sasuke didn't like Naruto sometimes. And so, Hinata giggled as Sasuke chased Naruto all the way back to Konoha, wildly swinging his sword. Thank you for watching this video, I hope you enjoyed it. If you want to see the next part, don't forget to turn on notifications by hitting that bell icon. Please like, subscribe, and comment below to let me know your thoughts. Check out my other videos for more content you might enjoy. Until next time, take care.